Chapter 1755. Every time he looked up at the Milky Way, time always passed very quickly. The distant and unfamiliar Milky Way was reflected in his heart, but it reminded him of the past. In the void, on the other side of the primordial realm, he did not know what was happening on the other side. Also, on the other side of the time barrier, what was happening on the other side? It had been too long. He had been in the dream for a few eras. In addition to the memories he had regained, he had stayed in the Dark Age for more than 10 years. On the other side, those decades were so shallow that it was like a dream. Yes, a dream. He began to let his imagination run wild again. He could not tell which side was the dream and which side was reality. It was just a feeling occasionally. From the moment he chose to resist to death, the distinction between dream and reality was no longer important. So, this is what you thought of after sitting on the grass and looking at the stars for a whole night. Hui yawned beside him. He stretched and smiled mischievously, and then I got a stiff neck. Yin Nuashing looked up at the sky at a 60-degree angle with a sad face. I forgot that I had sealed myself and preserved my body. What a fragile body. I haven't had a stiff neck for so many years. What a fresh experience. The little girl walked over after she finished stretching. She stood behind him and stretched out her little hand to press on his neck. This place. Ow, ow. Gently, gently. Hiss. The sky was clear and the sun was comfortable. It was the transition between spring and summer, so the weather was not hot. The morning was relatively longer. This was the grassland by the river, and there was a forest behind it. In the early morning, one could see a person riding a bicycle passing by here every few minutes. It was also in the city, but there were only slightly lively sounds coming from a place 100 meters away. This place was quiet. Let's go. Time to keep the appointment. Hui waved his hand, got up, and walked in the direction of the pedestrian street from last night. Yin Nuashing rubbed his neck and could not help but mutter, "You are really in the mood. Don't you think it's bullying for a mid-level premier peak to go to the cultivation meeting of little kids who are still in the mortal realm? Hey, sometimes this kind of bullying is fun." Hui gave him a thumbs up, his face full of holiness. It's tiring enough to fight to the death in the void. Occasionally, we can return to some simple and ordinary places to play games and bully children. Isn't that wonderful? Yin Nuashing glanced at him. It's true that it's ordinary, but simple? He sneered and shook his head. Don't think that mortals are simple. Look at this world clearly. The mortals that you love so much, to put it bluntly, are actually rebellious acts that they did because they were dissatisfied with their own rules and limitations. The grander it is, the more so it is. Ordinary people don't need such a saying. I'm referring to those normal people, not ordinary people. The ambition in their hearts would shock even the gods. Don't think that mortals are. Hui stretched out his hand to stop it. With one slap, even the void is gone. Yin Nuashing said, I just feel that they're very strong, but in fact, they are very fragile. Ahem. All right, I forgot about the main prerequisite. This really doesn't count at all. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. In the face of absolute power, ambition, plan, stratagem, scheme, and trick were all just jokes. And when this violence reached the peak of the peak, it could even turn this joke into a fart. It could directly crush you in the void, and billions of creatures would go to the netherworld together, and nothing would happen. What he said above was the concept that he had perceived during the time when he was in the samsara in the lower realm. It seemed that a lot of things had happened during those years, but no one knew what he had encountered that made him have such a perception. The early morning air was not known to be fresh or turbid. Facing the morning sun, they took a breath and felt that something was not right, but they could not put their finger on it. Following the path that they took yesterday, they went back to the street and found a place to have breakfast. Looking at the clock that was a few minutes away from 8 o'clock, the three of them quickly went to the intersection of the street. This place was a pedestrian street, and cars could not enter. The little girl, surnamed Zhou, seemed to have said that she was going to drive out yesterday. When they arrived at the intersection of the street, they happened to see her getting out of the black car. She was slightly stunned when she saw them. Have you been waiting for a long time? The girl in blue smiled, and opened the car door as she spoke. Not long, we just finished eating. Yeah, where's the old gentleman from yesterday? Hui quickly stretched his body when he got into the car. He had never sat in this kind of vehicle before, and it felt quite fresh. Well, it was not as free as when he was on a mount. When he was riding a strange beast, he could even do Tai Chi on its back. Inside the car, it felt like he had walked into a small mobile room. Just sitting there, the interior space was spacious, and it was not a problem to stretch his legs. Moreover, listening to the people on the roadside murmuring luxury car, and so on, it seemed that this vehicle was quite expensive. Mr. Zheng has already left. I'm here to pick you up. The girl in blue smiled and said, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yesterday. I'm Zhou Zibai. How should I address you? The little girl raised her hand first and said, oh, you can just treat me as the background. The two of them are in charge. The one sitting next to you is called Feng Ling, and the one sitting next to me is called Hui. You can call him whatever you want. That's right. Just call him whatever you want. I don't care. Hui grinned and said. Yin Nuoxing also nodded in agreement. Zhou Zibai nodded her head lightly. She subconsciously took their words as the deliberate friendliness of powerful people to others. But based on yesterday's short contact, she felt that these three people might not really care about the so-called secular things, so they didn't really care about anything. After the three of them sat down, Zhou Zibai opened the navigation on her mobile phone and drove them forward quickly. In a few minutes, they left the road in the city, and the speed gradually increased. Are we going to another city? We looked at the scenery outside the window. There were some cars of various sizes on the road, but there were not many. This road seemed to be the straightest road, and they could increase their speed as much as they wanted, although it was quite slow. The Cultivator Conference is not held in Jiang City, but it's still in the province. It won't take too long to get there. You can rest first. We'll be there in a while. Along the way, Yin Nuoxing kept staring at the car. She even used her soul to scan the car inside and out. Zhou Zibai saw that she was very interested and couldn't help but smile and say, does Miss Feng like this car? I'm very curious. Yin Nuoxing responded. It was not the first time she had seen something similar, but it was really the first time she sat in it. It's my first time sitting in it. Also, I'm a man. Zhou Zibai was speechless. She felt that there was something in his words that she wanted to complain about, but she didn't dare to. I usually fly in the sky and run on the ground. It's really the first time I've experienced sitting in this kind of thing. We put his face close to the window and kept looking out. This was a new experience. He was very interested and even wanted to try it himself. Fly. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but yearn for it. People who were used to running around on the ground had a yearning for the blue sky. Even if they had a flying tool, they couldn't resist the temptation of flying in the blue sky in person. I also want to give it a try. If there's a chance, it's not a problem to take you to try it. They drove on the straight road for a long time. After changing roads 2 or 3 times, they passed a toll booth and gradually drove into a small road with only a total of 2 lanes. There were woods or wastelands on both sides, as if they were driving into a place far away from human habitation. We, who had been lying by the window all the way and hadn't gotten tired of the scenery, suddenly said in surprise, Feng, do you feel anything? Yin Nuoxing glanced at the side of the mountain and said, there's a movement of aura gathering, like, oh, there's something staring at us. It's the thing that your subordinate used to look at me that day. Oh, murderous aura. Zhou Zibai's expression changed when she heard this. She quickly stepped on the accelerator, and the front engine made a loud roar. The speed of the whole car was raised to an extremely high speed in an instant. Like an arrow leaving the bow, the car sped along the ground. She quickly looked around, and her expression changed. Oh no, there's no place to hide in this place. Bang. The sound of the glass exploding made her scream. She subconsciously wanted to turn the steering wheel, but she saw Yin Nuoxing's outstretched hand in front of her. Between his 2 fingers, there was a silver-blue bullet that was as long as a finger. The cold light made her heart slightly cold. This is a bullet that contains spiritual energy. It's specially used to deal with cultivators. Once it enters the body, the spiritual energy contained in it will drill into the body and wreak havoc. The more power is urged, the faster it will destroy. It's like a death god. As she spoke, she looked at the big hole in the side of the glass and couldn't help but smile bitterly. My new car, I see, can be played like this? Yun Nuashing put the silver-blue bullet in front of his eyes and looked at it. After a while, he stretched his arm out of the window and casually threw it in the place where the bullet came out of the chamber. Boom! The sound of the huge explosion spread out in an instant. The shockwave affected the area within a few miles without delay. A mighty mushroom cloud slowly rose from the hilltop. The shockwave blew the trees on both sides of the road to one place. Zhou Zibai looked at the explosion and the clouds, and her pretty face was a little pale. However, what made her curious was that the shock wave had already swept over, and the ground had cracked a little. She also saw a tree uprooted from the ground and blown away, but she didn't feel a trace of shock until now. Wow, Feng, aren't you making too much noise? Hui pointed at the huge mushroom cloud and felt a toothache. You're going to be on the big news. Don't worry. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly and squeezed the steering wheel with both hands. Since someone dares to make a move here, they naturally have a way to suppress the news. This matter won't appear on tomorrow's news. But it's hard to guarantee that there won't be more later. Just focus on driving. There won't be any problems. Yin Nuashing waved his hand casually. But are you being targeted by someone? We looked at the girl in blue. Zhou Zibai thought for a moment and shook her head. I'm not particularly clear. The Zhou family is a big family and has offended a lot of people. It's hard to distinguish which group of people has the ability to mobilize this kind of special power. I can only say that they're all suspects, especially after I recently got the Flame Dragon Stone. There are more people who are thinking about me. Hui heard this and said while counting with his fingers, competitors, passers-by who want to eliminate competitors, and even insiders, right? Zhou Zibai was silent and nodded lightly. As for the route, it was basically this road from Jiang City to here. Unless they came from the sky, it was even more difficult to speculate. The rest of the road was peaceful, but after the disturbance just now, Zhou Zibai was a little nervous. After all, she was only a cultivator in the 4th level of the human realm. She was not a great master. She was not afraid of enemies in the open, but if they wanted to play dirty, that bullet just now could kill her. In the wilderness, they thought that they would eventually go to a more desolate place along this road. But after a few minutes, they suddenly came to a huge manor. It was hard to say how much it covered, but in short, it was very wide. Its width was smaller than the base of the Temple of Origin. Hey, they had seen a lot of huge buildings. The manor in front of them seemed to be super luxurious and super spacious, and it was filled with rich and noble people. In terms of size, it was actually just SOSO. However, he still had to say a few words. This huge manor was as huge as the palaces of ancient emperors recorded in ancient paintings. There were also the buildings inside, shrubs, stone pillars, and a main path that led to the forest. There were also the tall buildings in the main building area, the luxurious decorations, and the exquisite appearance. Even the fountain placed in front of him had a different kind of taste. At this moment, there were many cars parked in the manor. They had different styles, sizes, and appearances. At this moment, in front of the open door of the building, there were many people gathering, greeting each other, and disliking each other. They could feel a lot of surging auras here. By the way, there should be no ordinary people here, right? We suddenly thought of something and said to Zhou Zibai, if you're referring to cultivators, there are also some people here who aren't cultivators. However, because they're in this circle and come into contact with this group of people, even if they don't have any cultivation base, they might still belong to that group. Therefore, it's more accurate to say that there aren't any ordinary people here in the true sense. Zhou Zibai said softly. She tilted her head and saw Huey's strange smile. Puzzled, she asked Mr. Hui, "Heh." Hui suddenly laughed and slapped Maple's shoulder. "Maple, change your clothes." Yin Nuashing, who was sitting in the car and almost fell asleep, was stunned by the slap. When she heard Huey's words, she was even more stunned. What? Change what clothes? Change our original clothes. Hui waved his hand, grinned, and said, the so-called grand meeting. The grand meeting, of course. We have to wear our grandest and most luxurious clothes and strive to be the kind that blinds everyone's eyes the moment we enter. Yin Nuashing, are you serious? Of course. Hui gave a thumbs up, and 2 stars flashed in his eyes. He looked like he wanted to see the world in chaos, which made the 3 people in the car a little silent. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but smile bitterly when she heard this. However, from a short contact, she already knew that it was harder than ascending to the sky to stop Hui from doing anything. Then you change your clothes first. I'll be in the car. Ah, there's no need. It's done. Zhou Zibai, what a convenient function. He was worthy of being a master of the 4 seas realm. He changed in the blink of an eye, but puffed. Feng! Mr. Feng, you. When Zhou Zibai saw Yin Nuashing's splendidly dressed appearance, even her heart skipped a beat. This gorgeous face, this magnificent robe, full of majesty with an indescribable sense of jubilation, this windbreaker that was almost dragging on the ground, made her pretty face blush slightly. This appearance and dressing was simply attractive to men and women, old and young. You get used to it. The little girl looked up and said to her, you'll get used to it after a few more glances, provided that you can withstand his appearance. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but take a few more glances. His lazy expression and slightly squinted eyes were slightly attractive. That gorgeous, lustrous long hair could attract countless people's attention wherever he went, plus the splendidly dressed body. She thought she should know where Mr. Huey's words that blinded everyone's eyes came from. Don't talk about blinding everyone's eyes. She felt that walking next to him was a bit out of place. The color didn't match. Moreover, she seemed to be able to sense the aura of blood and fire from the 3 of them. It was released spontaneously after they changed into their clothes. It was as if the clothes were their true bodies, and they could only regain their former identities after changing their clothes. That faint aura made her feel a little uncomfortable, but fortunately, it didn't affect her too much. Although she had already expected it, when the 4 of them stepped into the venue, the effect of automatically attracting all kinds of attention like magnets still made Zhou Zibai feel a little overwhelmed. Which country's princess is going out? Have you ever seen a country's princess go out with only a few people? They don't even have bodyguards. A few people? Look carefully. Although it's only a few people, I can clearly feel the grandeur of these people. These people must have a big background, but I don't know the other 3 except for the person from the Zhou family. With this side, this trip is already worth it. This scene of full attention still made Zhou Zibai a little uncomfortable. She couldn't help but find a topic to talk to Yin Nuashing. Did you also go out like this before? Actually, it's always been like this. We just changed our clothes to reduce the attention. Yin Nuashing nodded lightly. Suddenly, she thought of something and smiled bitterly. What does it feel like to walk on the street wearing these clothes? I've already tried it. Zhou Zibai nodded in understanding. These clothes were obviously not ordinary clothes. If they walked on the street like this, it was enough to cause a sensation in the whole neighborhood. The momentum was bigger than a celebrity's trip. Miss, over here. Elder Zheng, who had already been sitting at a table for 5 or 6 people at the side of the venue, came forward to greet them at this moment. He couldn't help but look at Yin Nuashing and the other 2 who were dressed up. He smiled and said, the 3 of you are really big. I just saw an old guy who was so excited when he saw you, as if he took medicine. Zhou Zibai tried hard to hold back her laughter. She looked at an old man in a green robe who was about to stand up at the table. She cupped her hands and said, Elder Meng, Zibai, you're finally here. This old guy kept saying that you found a few experts, so I've been waiting. The old man looked at Zhou Zibai with a smile. Not bad. Your strength has improved again. The old man looked at him with white hair and a youthful face. He was in high spirits, but he didn't look old. There was also a special aura left in his body. Although it was well hidden, it couldn't be hidden from Yin Nuashing and the other's eyes. He was also playing with a palm-sized jade bottle in his hand. There seemed to be something inside. Zhou Zibai smiled and briefly introduced the 2 sides. Just as she was about to take them to sit down, a person suddenly came close and attracted their attention. Miss Zhou, Do you still remember me? The person who came was a young man in a white suit who looked very energetic. There was a smile on his handsome face. He naturally walked to a foot in front of Zhou Zibai and stretched out his hand. Last time when my father invited many friends to the Sea and Sky Club, we met and communicated. My name is Lin Tang. Do you still remember? Mr. Lin. Zhou Zibai shook hands with him and then let go. After thinking for a while, she found a fragment of the person in front of her in her memory from 2 or 3 months ago. He was from the Lin family in Jiang City. However, she felt a little confused. She and Lin Tang had only met once and exchanged a few words at that time. They didn't have any friendship, so there was no need for him to greet her so warmly. But she immediately understood. After Lin Tang greeted Zhou Zibai, he said a few words to Elder Meng. Then, he turned to Yin Nuoxing and smiled. Is this young lady your friend? She looks quite unfamiliar. Zhou Zibai was about to answer, but she saw Hui blinking hard at her and using his eyes to indicate Feng's position. He had a funny smile on his face. She immediately understood. After hesitating for a while, she said, Miss Feng is the master I invited to participate in the next appreciation on behalf of my Zhou family. Oh, where are you from, young lady? Where did you learn from? Lin Tang asked very politely. Yin Nuoxing raised her head slightly and looked at him. After looking for a while, she didn't think of how to answer. Hui suddenly came up and said with a smile, I'm not telling you. Everyone, Lin Tang's face twitched a few times. He was a little embarrassed and was stunned. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but laugh. Then, she coughed lightly and quickly said, I don't know who the Lin family is planning to send to participate this time. Of course it's... Lin Tang subconsciously wanted to say something, but he suddenly covered his mouth. He laughed dryly and took out his phone from his pocket. Miss Zhou, you'll know when the time comes. I have to take a call. Excuse me. Elder Meng watched Lin Tang walk away and whispered, I heard that the Lin family has prepared a lot for this conference. It may attract some powerful people. Elder Meng smiled and touched his beard. He glanced at Yin Nuoxing and Hui. However, your Zhou family won't fail this time with these 2 people. Hui smiled and gave a thumbs up. Yes, yes. Our phone is very powerful. Don't worry. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but mutter. Why am I the one going? You know I don't like. Because I don't bring my brain. Everyone. A very reasonable answer. Chapter 1756. Banquets, dinners, and conferences. Yin Nuo Planet actually did not like these gatherings. It was one thing to have a lot of people and noise. Opportunistic people might find their purpose of coming here in such a crowded place. They would talk about business, talk about the future, or talk about some unpresentable things, or kind of get to know some people and find a few paths for their future. This group of people accounted for half of the population. The remaining half were people with ulterior motives. They had malicious intentions in their hearts, or some bad ideas. This group of people accounted for 2/3 of the population. That's right, it included part of the other half of the population. It was normal to have some malicious and impure thoughts when talking about business or transactions. Yin Nuoxing, who was not very sensitive to these things, could also clearly feel the impure stench in the air. He felt that this kind of gathering was really useless from a macroscopic point of view. After all, most of the time he looked at things from a macroscopic point of view. He looked at those people who acted according to their own wishes, two-faced, deceitful, impure malice, and distracting thoughts were about to materialize and drown the hall. As he looked at it, he could not help but yawn. In terms of the development of the entire world, this part of things was really useless. He remembered that someone had once told him that such things were art. Forget it. Of all things to study the art of other things, why did he have to study this? Talking about art in this foul air? What, the art of the chaos void? He felt that the primal chaos void was indeed a manifestation of art. Look at the pure primal chaos, the eternal primal chaos that had not evolved since the beginning of the world. Throwing it into the primal chaos void would definitely be a thorn. Yes, he was overthinking things. All right, it was just his random thoughts. After all, such negotiations were common on the big stage. For him, The basic steps of negotiations so far were: gather for 1 or 2 days, find a place for 1 or 2 minutes, sit down and talk for a while, and then put the Netherworld ruin sword on the table. If they did not compromise, then press them into the void. So why would he think of such things? Oh right, it was because they saw Zhou Zibai talking to people in the field. Not only was she talking, but the people who were talking to her were also looking at the three of them. There were all kinds of gazes. 3 of them had a little bit of bad intentions, 2 of them were more obvious, and 2 of them had a very clear intention to test them. However, everyone temporarily held back and did not rush over to test them. They seemed to be waiting for someone to come forward. After all, when the 3 of them appeared, people with a little bit of insight would not rush over rashly. Except for fools. I didn't expect something like this to happen on the road. Hui and Elder Zheng were talking about the sneak attack on the road. Elder Zheng's expression was a little solemn. He sighed and shook his head. I knew that something like this might happen. Miss being attacked isn't something that happened recently. Elder Zheng scratched his head and was a little embarrassed. But I knew that Miss would not be in danger with you, so... Oh, you borrowed our sword to kill them. Hui suddenly understood. Ahem. Elder Zheng coughed hard and his old face turned red. If you want to blame us. Hey, what's the matter? We've encountered more exciting things than this. Hui waved his hand and did not care at all. Let's be frank. We're in charge of having fun. You're in charge of finding fun for us. Whether you want to beat people up or find something to do, it's fine as long as you can have fun. If you can't have fun, then we'll leave and find new fun. Yin Nuoxing glanced to the side. I think you're the only one having fun most of the time. I don't mind these details. Hui moved to Maple's side and elbowed him on the shoulder. I think you're having fun too. Otherwise, why would you let me drag you around? Me? Have fun? Yin Nuoxing was a little stunned. She looked at the little girl blankly. I'm having fun? The little girl looked at him and shook her head. Paralyzed face, I don't know. When I saw you 6 years ago, you would still smile a little. You're much better than the zombie face now. Smile? Yin Nuoxing thought for a while. She put on a knowing smile with both hands and smiled at everyone at the table. Elder Zheng and Elder Ming both spat out a mouthful of water. The former could not help but smile bitterly. This is a little forced. All right, Elder Ming, let me show you something. Elder Zheng quickly changed the topic. He took out an 8 trigrams plate and placed it on the table. Do you remember this? This is the broken plate that Zibai bought with 20,000 yuan. What's wrong with this plate? Elder Ming said as he held the 8 trigrams plate in his hand. He was shocked after looking at it. His hand trembled and he almost threw the plate away. This thing has been fixed. This is a magic tool that involves ancient Dao marks. Probably because he was shocked, he did not control his voice properly and it spread throughout the hall. The people in the hall were not normal people. They all had good ears and they all looked over. Elder Ming also knew that he had lost his composure. He coughed lightly and said normally, Where did you find a master to fix this thing? Even a master of the Four Seas realm might not be able to fix this thing. It can't be fixed by that girl Zibai, right? Grandpa Ming, you must be joking. You said that even a master of the Four Seas realm might not be able to fix it. Naturally, I can't do anything. Zhou Zibai walked back with a faint smile and said faintly, It was Miss Feng in front of you who helped fix it. She paid a small price, and I brought them around and played casually. I also brought them here while I was at it. These days, even playing casually can become a price. A magic tool with ancient Dao marks, even if it's a low-level magic tool, has great research value. A person who can fix this kind of magic tool, can he just bring them out to play? Then I can do it too. Can I go around the world? Or can I get a master who knows ancient Dao marks? Don't even think about other people's masters, but it seems like the Zhou family came prepared this time. There aren't many people who still recognize the ancient Dao marks, and they're all covered up tightly by their respective countries or forces. They all want to hide, and it seems like there might be a good show to watch today. Old Ming looked at it over and over again, and then put it in Zhou Zibai's hand. It's a complete magic weapon that can still be used, but I can't tell what grade it is. But if there are ancient Dao marks, this thing can be sold for more than 10 billion yuan in advertising packaging. Everyone's cheeks jumped wildly. They didn't miss the first part. A piece of junk that was picked up for 20,000 became 10 billion. This luck was simply heaven-defying. Let's keep this thing. Although I can't see what it does, it seems to have an automatic defense function. It can save one's life. Yin Nuoxing didn't hear a lot of the conversation. At this moment, she was in a daze. She didn't pay attention to the void front line, and her attention wasn't on the space in front of her. She was really in a daze. Until her eyes seemed to have swept over something, she came back to her senses. When everyone was talking, she suddenly stood up, making everyone stunned. Feng Hui tilted his head and shouted. Yin Nuoxing left his seat and walked to another table that was empty but had teacups, tea sets, and some other strange things on it. There was a small pagoda, a small sword that was half a foot long, and a basin that was about the size of an ashtray. There were also a few small J bottles on it. When everyone saw his actions, they became more spirited. They moved closer to him, wanting to see what he could see. Lin Tang was standing beside Zhou Zhibai just now. When he saw Yun Nuoxing come to his table, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and quickly walked to her side. He smiled at her and said, "Does Miss Feng like these magic tools? How about you pick one? I'll give it to you." Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at him. "I don't deserve it. Give it to me. I can't afford it, Zhibai." When Zhou Zhibai heard this, she understood. She came up and said to Lin Tang, "Mr. Lin, I'll pay for the magic tools. Is that okay?" Lin Tang's cheeks twitched a few times, and he frowned a few times. After a moment, he nodded calmly and said with a smile, "Since Miss Zhou said so, then I can't insist. I'll give you a cheaper price for the magic tools that Miss Feng likes." Zhou Zhibai sighed. This guy really wanted to do a favor today. Looking at how he coveted Mr. Feng, she didn't know if he knew that the person he was trying to get close to was a man, and it was very exciting just thinking about it. Yin Nuoxing looked at it for a while, then touched the small metal sword in her hand and said to Zhou Zhibai, "This is it." Everyone present was stunned. This was really unexpected. Even Lin Tang couldn't help but laugh. He said embarrassedly, This magic tool. Is there a problem?" Zhou Zhibai frowned slightly. Elder Meng also had an awkward expression. Elder Zheng asked him in confusion, "What's going on? What kind of reaction is this?" Elder Meng paused for a moment before saying in a low voice, "I've shown this small sword to everyone just now. Its origin is unknown, and it's a piece of junk. Its quality is average, and there's nothing special about it. There's also no way to carve Taoist marks on it manually. It's just an ornament. After studying it for a long time, it doesn't have any other functions other than enlarging it. Its strength is not even comparable to modern bronze swords. Just now, someone tried it and almost broke the magic weapon." Elder Zheng turned his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing's hand. Sure enough, he saw a crack on the half-foot-long gray sword. Lin Tang awkwardly said to Yun Nuoxing, "Miss Feng, why don't you change it? This little thing is dirty, and there's nothing fun about it. Look at these, they're all new magic tools." Yin Nuoxing shook her head as she walked to her seat. "This is it. There's no need to say more." Everyone was baffled. Logically speaking, this was someone who could recognize ancient Dao marks. Oh, could it be that she only recognized ancient Dao marks? As for other aspects, could it be that it's just a facade? All the masters present have seen it. There's nothing special about it. Hey, I'm looking forward to seeing a miracle. In the end, she's still too young. She's not mature enough. We almost spat out when he heard this. Young? Mature? Damn, how many years had it been, and they could still press the word young on their faces? At their age, it was enough for the world of the three elements to go from nothing to something, and then from something to nothing, back and forth more than millions of times. As for the history of the evolution of life on this planet, it was even more exaggerated. It had happened hundreds of millions of times. Could it be that she looked young because she had a face that looked like she was in her 20s? Could it be that someone really thought that only white hair could make them look old? Why would they pretend to be so old? Could it scare the abyssal death mist derivative to death? Well, this was this world after all. Then she wouldn't care. After the transaction, Zhou Zhibai hurriedly returned to Yun Nuoxing's side and whispered, "How is it? Is there anything wrong?" Yin Washing turned the small sword over and over and looked at it a few times, then asked casually, "How much is it?" "Let me ask for the number." 200,000, Zhou Jibai whispered. Although it looked like a waste on the surface and in the dark, it was still labeled as an artifact after all. The price was indeed sold as an artifact, a waste artifact. Yin Nuashing made an O sound, rubbed it twice with her hand, and said, "How much was that plate yesterday worth?" "It's guaranteed to be 10 billion. After all, it has ancient marks. If it's advertised well, and there's an instruction manual, it may be even higher." "Oh." Yin Nuashing nodded and put the small sword in her hand. 10 billion, it's yours. Zhou Jibai was startled. Everyone was startled, and the whole hall was dead silent. "I say, little girl, don't talk nonsense here. We've all seen that thing. It's just a waste." "Yes, young people should be modest. This is not a place to play. I'm very modest." Yin Nuashing replied indifferently. She took the small sword from Zhou Jibai's hand and rubbed it lightly with 2 fingers. Suddenly, a light bloomed, and a destructive aura bloomed, causing everyone to turn pale with fright. Suddenly, a cold light flashed across his 2 fingers, and the small sword in his hand shot out like an arrow from a bow. He restrained all of his attack power and turned it into an arrow that was rooted in the wall of the hall. A crack as thick as a thumb burst open and spread out for 2 to 3 meters. In the dead silent hall, everyone's faces were pale. If that attack hit them, they would definitely die. "I'm very modest," Yin Nuashing repeated indifferently. She waved her hand to let the small sword separate from the wall. The wall that was full of cracks also collapsed with a crash, and a 4 to 5 meter wide hole appeared. In the dead silence, she discussed the so-called ancient Tao marks with Hui as if nothing had happened. She was only interested because she saw the weak trace of the law called the ancient Tao marks. Lin Tang looked at the big hole in silence for a long time. He frowned several times and clenched his fist several times. His face was green, as if he had eaten cow dung. His heart was overflowing, but he had no way to vent it. That artifact with the ancient Tao marks, 200,000, in the blink of an eye became 10 billion. This can't do. He has to find a way to get it back. And looking at the eyes of everyone, he felt that there should be a lot of people with this idea. Lin Tang thought for a while, took out his phone, and dialed a number. He walked to a remote corner of the hall and whispered, "Hello, second uncle. Are you interested in the ancient Tao marks?" "Business? Well, it can barely be considered a business, you know. So those so-called ancient Tao marks really belong to the power of the law of this world." We placed the small sword and the 8 trigrams plate together. He reached out and stroked its surface. His black pupils could see the clear traces hidden inside. The power of the law is quite weak, very weak, as if it was casually carved. Yin Nuashing said softly, narrowing her eyes slightly. The power of the law was a particularly interesting thing. It might not be reflected in the 8 elements realm. After all, everyone's realm and strength were not far apart. But it was very obvious here. A magic artifact with the power of the law was enough to kill all the attacks and defenses without the power of the law. Even if the power of the law was only a little bit, it was enough to cause an indescribable qualitative change. Before the resistance was strong enough to break this little bit of the law, any form of resistance was meaningless. For example, if a baby touched the almost blurry power of the law and blew a breath as an attack, it might take an Earth-realm life form in this world to resist it with all their strength. Theoretically, it is true. But Feng, look, these Tao marks are not the kind of power of the law that we know. It is not complete, nor is it a void-level power of the law. It is just the power of the law of this world. It is very weak, very weak. It is the second best of the second best. It has been castrated by 90%. It seems so. Sigh, these Tao marks do not even have a complete law. They are simply pieced together by fragments of the law. That is really weak. It can be broken easily. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. The complete power of the law was a saber, while the fragments of the law were fragmented blades. That was what it meant. Using a blade to cut people was not as satisfying as using a long saber to rush forward. The blade might even cut oneself. Phone. You have to be clear about the standard. Our casual and weak do not mean that it is really weak to the life forms of this world. This magic artifact with the fragments of the law can still be used. It can increase the attack and defense by several times. Yin Nuashing nodded. She picked up the 8 trigrams plate and said to Elder Ming and Elder Zheng, "By the way, is this ancient Tao mark difficult to carve? I heard you say that it is very rare." The 3 of them were stunned. Of course it is very rare. Elder Ming coughed softly, nodded, and explained, "You also know that the spiritual chi of this world has been decreasing with the passage of time until it reached the level we are at now. Many skills that require brilliant means to inherit can't be preserved, which directly led to the loss of the ancient Taoist marks. In modern times, there is no one who can inscribe the ancient Taoist marks, so we can only use the Taoist marks of this moment to bless the celestial devices. And this new Taoist mark is several levels weaker than the ancient Taoist marks. The loss of skills directly led to the annihilation of this kind of thing. Secondly, the spirit energy of this era was scarce. There was no one who could carve the ancient Tao mark. Even if there were skills that were passed down, it was the same. As a result, the entire craft was declared to be cut off. Only the things that were once produced and still remained in the world were left. However, magic artifacts with the ancient Tao mark can only be passed down in some stable forces. Some small sects don't even know when they will be extinct. Elder Meng sighed as he spoke. Nowadays, the aging of the world is very fast. Maybe in another 1,000 years, cultivators like us who are hiding in the dark will be extinct. In the end, only pure martial artists will be left. It is difficult to cultivate now. Cultivators look all over the world for things with spirit energy. Most of these things have existed since the birth of the earth and have been stored in the earth's veins to be nurtured. As time passes, they're discovered. A gem with a weak spirit energy can cause its price to skyrocket. Without some money, it is estimated that you can't cultivate. Hui tilted his head and glanced at the audience. So, most of the cultivators who need resources have their own businesses? Elder Zheng nodded. The Zhou family is an example. As for the others, all the cultivators here have a strong background. They either set up their own businesses or rely on others. Not to mention others, there are 3 or 4 people here who have their own listed companies. Their net worth is more than 1 billion. There are also some who are more profound. Okay, Hui nodded and said with a wry smile, but when I see cultivators dressed up like this, I still feel a little not used to it. It feels a little out of place. Elder Zheng laughed. Haha, you're used to the ancient martial arts and martial arts attire of the past, aren't you? Wearing a yellow gown and a mandarin jacket. Those are the figures of the past era. Don't you guys dress more? Oh, today's attire is more formal. Yesterday's attire was more casual. It's also modern attire. Yin Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. The situation in the 3 elements realm. Well, at least the situation in this world is similar to the situation in the 8 elements realm. However, the decline of the rules in the 8 elements realm had already ended when the void was turbulent. Maybe the 3 elements realm is still declining, or it is just the world itself that causes its rules to decline little by little. If you want to break it down, either there's a problem with the rules of the world itself, or there's a problem with its connection with the void rules of the outside world, causing its internal self-weakening. While the 2 of them were whispering about the matters of this world, a crisp bell suddenly rang quietly in the hall and spread throughout the entire space. The people who were discussing in all directions also turned their attention after hearing this sound. The door was slowly closed by 2 people who were guarding the door. 2 people who seemed to be bodyguards took out a thick piece of cloth and covered the big hole in the wall. As the bell rang, the lights in the hall dimmed, leaving the bright light in the direction of the innermost people in the hall. There, a figure quietly appeared. It's finally started. Yin Nuashing yawned. She seemed to have been sitting in the hall for an hour. I'm going to fall asleep if it doesn't start now. Zhou Zhibai whispered in her ear. In fact, it started half an hour ago. The people of the Alliance of Cultivators have been behind the scenes. They will observe the people who come to the venue. If there is a change, They will delay for a while to adjust. Adjust? Yin Nuoxing was startled. She tilted her head and looked into her bright eyes. She pointed at herself suspiciously. Could it be? Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. She brushed her long hair behind her ear and said, Miss Feng, ahem. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Well, it seems that because of her sudden appearance, the people behind the scenes had to urgently adjust some of the content of the conference. After all, it's Feng, the #1 troublemaker in the void, Hui said calmly. The little angel, and Frost also said in her soul, after all, it's a matter decided by the will of the void, going to someone else's house and causing trouble with every move. The little girl said, I think that if the commotion just now was a little bigger, the people behind the scenes would not be able to get out of the embarrassing situation. At that time, this conference will not be held. It will become a one-man show for troublemakers. Yes, that's what I mean. Yin Nuoxing, Chapter 1757. The light in the hall receded from every corner and converged at the front. Apart from that tiny bit of light that could barely illuminate the nearby area, the surroundings were dark, and one could barely see the figures of people moving in the darkness. Yin Nuoxing raised his eyes slightly to look at the surrounding darkness. He could feel that something was quietly changing. After looking at it for a while, he couldn't help but let out a no. It took a lot of effort to carry out such a simple transformation. There were very few newcomers who came to participate in the convention, and those who had already experienced it all tacitly quieted down. They found their seats in the dark, or simply stood in place while looking at the figure that was covered by the light. Their senses that permeated the darkness caught sight of dozens of powerful figures in the surroundings of the hall. They were all experts from the Alliance of Cultivators, and they were in charge of maintaining the order of the convention. Yin Nuoxing looked around and waited until the weak change disappeared before shifting his gaze towards the light. It was an old man who did not like to smile. His eyes that casually swept around revealed a sharpness that was like lightning. He was like a pine tree that stood upright in the light. There was a smell of blood and smoke that did not dissipate from his body. He was like a general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. He only slowly opened his mouth after his sweeping gaze had finished looking around the place. This old man is Lu Weiran, the ruling elder of the Alliance of Cultivators. Welcome to all the fellow Taoists who have come to participate in this convention. I will be presiding over the convention. During the convention, no one is allowed to disturb others. If you are thrown out, no one will take responsibility for you. In the future, you will also be honored to see another person on the blacklist of the Alliance of Cultivators. This convention is slightly different from the past. There won't be a final auction. This time, the top 10 in the convention will receive a special reward. I can't tell you the specifics now, but I, Lu Weiran, guarantee that it's an opportunity that belongs to you. It won't be any worse than the rewards of the past conventions. Lu Weiran turned around with her back to everyone, and she waited for a while before she said, The Tao Cultivator meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Everyone, please get ready and do your best. With just a few simple sentences, he finished talking about the content of the conference, causing the people who were about to doze off to be stunned. Wasn't this too fast? In the past, the conference would slowly start after more than 10 minutes of nagging. This old Master Lu was just like his serious and unsmiling expression. His words were concise and comprehensive and quite straightforward. That's right, he spoke too fast. It wasn't even time to end, and he forced himself to take 10 minutes to prepare. After Lu Weiran left, the only ray of light in the hall disappeared as well. The only thing left in her line of sight was a dim light that was so weak that she could only see the vague outline of the surroundings. The dozens of surveillance figures were still standing in every corner of the hall, and no one dared to act rashly in the darkness. Yin Nuoxing felt the subtle changes coming little by little. Silently, the hall was changing. Yin Nuoxing moved closer to Zhou Zibai and whispered, Tell me about the Alliance of Cultivators. Zhou Zibai was slightly startled. Her face couldn't be seen clearly in the darkness, but she seemed to hear her whisper a bitter smile. The Alliance of Cultivators isn't an ordinary secular force. It belongs to the government of Huaxia. The purpose of its establishment is to restrain the cultivators hidden in the entire land of Huaxia, so as to prevent cultivators who lose control and act recklessly against ordinary people. In the end, it was the alliance of cultivators who helped clean up the mess of yesterday's fire. Those people were also sent over by us. Yun Nuashing made an O sound. The government's restraining force was similar to theirs, but they were more casual. In that case, well, why are there so few people participating in the event organized by the government? Zhou Jibai replied, "These hundreds of people are only from our region. The other provinces and cities have their own cultivator assembly, which is held at the same time and in different regions. This is to prevent people from all over the world from gathering in one place and attracting too much attention. As for the more important reason, many cultivator families and businesses have disappeared in recent years. Some of them have lost their inheritance. Even the people in this circle can only withdraw from this place because there are no cultivators or even martial artists. Some of them have gone into seclusion." At this point, Zhou Jibai also intended to say a few more words. The Alliance of Cultivators holds regular events to make it convenient for them to count the number and strength of the cultivators in each region. It's similar to the census every few years, except that the census is for cultivators. At the same time, there will occasionally be missions from the Alliance of Cultivators. You can only learn about the mission if you obtain a ranking in the assembly, but once you choose to learn about it and refuse to accept it, you will be restricted by a formation to prevent the information from leaking out. At first, it was actually a house arrest, but some missions are longer and won't end in a short period of time. It's not good to keep people locked up here all the time, so after 2 or 3 times, it became the current formation restriction. Oh, Yin Nuashing nodded. Then in your opinion, at the end of this assembly, Zhou Jibai thought for a while, perhaps some special mission is going to be issued. As long as the mission is completed, regardless of whether the mission is meritorious or not, the reward will be quite generous. Naturally, it's better if the mission is meritorious. Zhou Jibai saw that the hall was about to brighten, so she quickly put on a serious expression. "It's starting, Mr. Phone. We'll follow you in a while. We'll leave the assembly to you." All right. I'll raise my spirits," Yin Nuashing reluctantly muttered, causing her to bitterly smile. The entire process of brightening lasted for a minute. Overall, it was much brighter in the last 10 seconds. The entire assembly of cultivators once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately after, everyone was shocked. The assembly of cultivators in the assembly of cultivators suddenly widened a lot. It was very spacious, at least 3 times more spacious than before. The extra seats that weren't occupied were silently removed and replaced with display cabinets. Some of the items were displayed in the cabinets, while others were placed on top of the cabinets. Looks like this is the first round. Zhou Jibai looked around. The assembly of cultivators in the assembly of cultivators in the assembly of cultivators were already impatiently walking towards the display cabinets. They seemed to have understood the rules of the assembly. Simply put, it's to appraise the artifacts. If the quality of the artifacts is up to standard, then it's considered pass. Elder Zheng tapped his old waist. It doesn't seem that simple. Elder Meng shook his head when he heard this. His gaze focused on a rather long display cabinet. Some of them here are pseudo-artifacts. They're placed together with real artifacts, and they have quite a history. They've been here for a long time, so it's difficult to distinguish between real and fake artifacts. What do you mean by pseudo-artifacts? Hui asked curiously. Artifacts that are exquisitely forged and also have power. Artifacts with incomplete engravings or Dao marks engraved incorrectly are pseudo-artifacts. Some pseudo-artifacts are stronger than real artifacts in terms of forging and Dao marks, and their power is not weak. However, compared with real artifacts, forcibly using pseudo-artifacts may backfire on oneself. It's not safe. We understood. In short, it was necessary to have complete and correct Dao marks to be considered a genuine artifact. Let's go and take a look first. Don't let others get too ahead of us. Elder Meng walked forward with his hands behind his back. He wandered in front of a display cabinet and looked at the dozen or so artifacts inside. Yin Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. The latter shrugged and reached out to drag him to a display cabinet. They had never played this kind of new game before. These dozens of display cabinets were placed one after another, and there were nearly 1,000 artifacts placed here. The bright light fell on many artifacts, and the reflected light illuminated the hall so brightly that it was almost blinding. Attention, contestants. Choose the most valuable real artifact in the middle of the field. You're required to be able to tell the artifact's level, function, and number of down marks. Each group can only choose one artifact. Before the time limit is up, you can change it at will. The time limit is 30 minutes. The loudspeaker hanging in the field suddenly turned on. Lou Waron's voice came out from it, shaking the hall. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the artifacts in their hands, sweat gradually appeared on their heads. Not only did she have to recognize real artifacts, but she also had to accurately identify the artifacts she recognized. Did she really think that everyone was an artifact master? It was not easy to just use them normally. How could it be so easy to recognize them? That's quite difficult. Elder Meng knocked on Elder Zheng's waist, then turned to look at Zhou Zhibai. He was stunned. Zhibai, where are the two masters? Zhou Zhibai was startled. She turned her head and found that Yin Nuoxing and the other two had disappeared. She hurriedly walked around and saw the three of them in front of the display cabinet more than 10 meters away. The three of them were gathered there, staring at the display cabinet in a daze. She hurriedly rushed over. Oh, Dao marks, Dao marks. They're different from the ancient Dao marks. The modern Dao marks don't look like the power of rules. They look like traces left by efforts to deduce and get close to the rules. It's just the kind of thing that makes it look like it's close to the rules, but it's actually hundreds of billions of miles away. It's really been a long time since I've seen such a simple thing. To put it bluntly, the ancient Dao marks were the fragments of the power of the rules of heaven and earth. It could be compared to the sea. The Dao marks of the magic tools of this era were like the rivers on the land. It took a lot of effort to cross a long distance to finally converge into the sea. Although these two things were both called Dao marks, they were completely different things. One was a semi-finished product, and the other was a small part that could be used to study the beginning of a semi-finished product after hundreds of evolutions. The crystallization of the wisdom of the mortals from generation to generation. It's a symbol of their efforts to deduce the rules of heaven and earth. It's just a sign that they're going backward. We took out a magic tool and shook it. I can even see the 7 functions of this magic tool without using the power of rules to deduce. There are 12 complete Dao marks and 3 incomplete Dao marks. Zhou Zhibai and the other two who had just walked over were shocked when they heard this. Elder Meng lowered his voice this time. 12 complete Dao marks. This is already a mid-level magic tool. This is a bronze 4-legged cauldron. Elder Meng came over to take a look. He reached out and rubbed the rough surface a few times. It's very old. It might belong to the previous era, but there are no ancient Dao marks in it. It's also a powerful magic tool, but I only see 8 Dao marks. Where are the other 4? They're hidden in the innermost part. Hui turned the cauldron over and pointed to the middle. Look inside. Throw aside the 8 Dao marks you see on the surface. Continue to look inside, and you'll see the other 4 small, complete Dao marks. Elder Meng and Zhou Zhibai came over and stared at each other for a while. After a minute, they let out a long "oh." Elder Meng smiled bitterly. This is too deep, and there are 4 main attack Dao marks. How insidious. Are we going to choose this? Zhou Zhibai looked at Yin Nuoxing and asked. Yin Nuoxing reached out and rubbed the bronze cauldron for a moment. She pondered and looked elsewhere. Then she shook her head. There's still time. Let's take a look. They put down the bronze cauldron. Just as they moved to the display case next to them, someone came over and took the bronze cauldron they were looking at. These people were really good. They didn't even look at it before taking it away. Elder Ming couldn't help but joke. They probably thought that everything Master Feng saw was the best, so they took it first. But this time, not only do we have to choose, we also have to say something. The method of taking other people's path and leaving them with no way out obviously won't work. A mid-level magic tool. Even if you can only say a part of it, it'll still add a lot of points. Elder Ming watched that person leave and let out a long sigh. There's still people staring at us. If it weren't for the rules of the convention, they might have come over and snatched it. Useless. Yin Nuoxing and Hui slowly strolled in front of the dozens of display cabinets. Zhou Zibai and the others saw that many people had already chosen their magic tools and were standing to the side, confidently staring at others. Zhou Zibai and the others were a little confused. The difficulty of this cultivator conference had obviously increased. These people had already picked up their things and were standing to the side. Zhou Zibai didn't know if they really had good eyesight or if they were in a hurry to make their move before being chosen. Yin Nuoxing's sweeping gaze suddenly paused. He gave Hui a light slap. The two of them gathered in front of an exhibition cabinet and took out a simple lantern. This lantern looked very old and was basically the kind that was placed in the corner of the warehouse to accumulate dust. Its exquisite appearance was covered by dust, and everything was sealed up. From then on, no one cared about it. It seems that this thing is more interesting. Yin Nuoxing gently wiped the lantern's handle and said, "This is it. Oh, this lantern." Elder Ming looked at the dusty black lantern and suddenly frowned. He gently took it from Yin Nuoxing's hand and wiped the dust on the glass of the lantern's wick with his sleeve. "I seem to have a little impression of it. I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't remember. I should have seen it in an ancient book when I was very young. When I was young, that a bit of history. The ancient books, when we were young, have long been destroyed by the passage of time. The things recorded in the ancient books at that time could be traced back to 2,000 years ago. They were real ancient books. Unfortunately, they were all destroyed later." Elder Ming shook his head helplessly. He felt a little distressed when he mentioned this. After choosing this lantern, they strolled in front of other display cases for a while. They were all explaining how to look at magic tools to Elder Ming and Zhou Zibai. After a few minutes, the loudspeaker in the hall sounded again. "Time's up. Begin the evaluation." Lu Weiran's indifferent voice sounded again, causing everyone in the hall to roll their eyes. Couldn't this fellow change her tone? It was like the voice of an automatic announcer, emotionless. A group of people walked from the back of the hall, which was near the entrance filled with display cases. Yin Nuoxing's group walked a little slower. They were too lazy to squeeze in front of the crowd. When they got closer, more than a dozen members of the Alliance of Cultivators had already started recording. The groups that passed continued to walk into the passage inside the hall. The groups that didn't pass all stood to the side with dejected expressions. They anxiously looked at the others and couldn't help but smile when they saw someone else being eliminated. Shen Clan, eliminated. Zhang Clan, eliminated. Tise, the first round this year is already so difficult. It seems like there's a big movement behind the scenes. Otherwise, the first round wouldn't be so difficult. I thought the magic tool I chose was already good enough. Zhao Clan passed. The reports kept ringing. When a surname was mentioned, Yin Nuoxing was slightly startled. He raised his head and looked at the innermost part of the hall. A group of people in black formal clothes were quickly walking inside. The person leading them was the young man from the Zhao clan that he saw on the street last night. The little kid from the Zhao clan is also quite strong. This round won't be able to stop them. Elder Ming saw the direction of his gaze and said. He nudged him with his elbow and said, "Let's go. It's our turn." When Yin Nuoxing placed the lantern on the table, the judge didn't immediately speak. Instead, he turned to Zhou Zibai and said with a smile, "Miss Zhou, you've brought quite an amazing person this time. I was just lucky." Zhou Zibai smiled and cupped her hands. It's also important to be lucky enough to meet the right person. Master Feng, just tell us the uses of this magic tool and how many Dao marks it has. I don't think there's a need for a master who can recognize ancient Dao marks to go into too much detail. The judge looked at Yin Nuoxing and nodded. The people at the side also cast their gazes over. This master who recognized the ancient Dao marks was also someone they paid close attention to. At this moment, seeing him standing here, they were naturally very interested. Even those who were eliminated couldn't help but move closer. Yin Nuoxing said softly, "For uses, 22 complete Dao marks and 6 incomplete Dao marks. Does it fit?" The judges were all startled. Zhou Zibai saw their big reaction and couldn't help but become nervous. Did I say something wrong? No, no. As expected of Master Foam. The judge shook his head with a bitter smile. Actually, we can only see 18 down marks. 2 of them are incomplete. I didn't expect there to be hidden mysteries, cough, cough. The judge quickly restrained his expression and waved his hand in response. Zhou family pass. Now, those who passed the first round, please continue inside. Those who were eliminated, please leave. We'll meet again next year. Lu Weiron's zombie-like voice sounded again, causing everyone to shiver. Those who were eliminated couldn't take it anymore and quickly ran away. They were afraid that they would be frozen to death if the horns sounded again. This guy's words were like the Arctic wind blowing on their bodies, making their teeth ache. Wait, I want to ask who won the first round. Just as they were about to go to the next place, someone suddenly stopped and asked the judges curiously. The judges were packing their things when they heard this. They froze for a moment and gathered together to discuss. When everyone saw this, they also stopped in their tracks out of curiosity. Although they asked this question, their gazes all turned to Yin Nuoxing and the others. The judges raised their heads at the same time and said, after our discussion, the winner of the first round. Zhou family, Master Foam, congratulations. Oh, as expected. The curious person scratched his head and laughed. No, it's actually debatable. The judge shook his head and said, Zhao family's magic tool is better than Master Feng's, but Master Zhao wasn't able to recognize the down marks so accurately. That magic tool had 24 down marks, and he could only name 20 of them, as well as 4 of the 5 functions. So, all right, Master Foam, please take a look at this magic tool. Yin Nuoxing, who had been standing there for a while, was slightly stunned. He subconsciously walked over and took a wooden box with a scarlet surface from the judge. This thing was older than the fun lamp he had taken a fancy to. Yin Nuoxing looked at it and placed it on the table. He said indifferently, it has at least 2,000 years of history. There were originally 35 complete down marks, but now there are only 29 left. There's one incomplete down mark. He looked at everyone. It's an incomplete ancient down mark. Oh, the judges were dumbfounded again. As expected of Master Foam, 35 down marks. This was originally a top quality item among the medium quality items. It seems that many of them have been erased due to the passage of time. Even the ancient down marks are incomplete. What a pity! Each ancient down mark is priceless. Everyone couldn't help but smack their lips, feeling a little regretful. All right, it's about time. Let's all gather at the second venue. Originally, there wasn't a passage to the second venue in the innermost part of the hall. It seemed that this passage was open when the lights were turned off. Yin Nuoxing still remembered that there was a faint energy movement in the darkness. It happened twice in total. It was probably the change in the hall. The second venue was a little smaller. Oh no, the space was the same size, but there were many things placed there. The Cultivator Alliance had arranged the second venue into a huge hall. It was even filled with furniture. The decorations were very good. Even if a magic tool suddenly appeared, it wouldn't be out of place and would naturally blend into the hall. Oh, why is the entire venue filled with down marks? Could it be that they're all magic tools? Everyone stepped in and met up with the people in front of them. They took in a breath of cold air when they looked around. No matter how generous the Cultivator Alliance was, they wouldn't carve down marks on furniture to make them magic tools, right? Didn't they spend a lot of effort? Didn't the materials cost money? The young man from the Zhao clan turned around and happened to see Yin Nuoxing and the others walking in. He subconsciously walked over. You're here too. Yin Nuoxing was just looking around when she suddenly heard his voice. She tilted her head and looked at him. What's the matter? Just saying hello. The young man from the Zhao clan looked to the side. He waved his hand and led his people back. See you at the third venue. Oh, Yin Nuoxing and the others were puzzled. This guy was still thinking about them. He didn't forget to deliberately come over and say hello when he saw them here. There was no loudspeaker in the second venue. The person standing in front to welcome everyone was a woman in a cheongsam. She had a strong strength. She only spoke when she saw that everyone was present. This is the second venue. You can see that every inch of space in this hall has down marks. However, it's not what you think. The entire hall is a magic tool. It's just that some of the magic tools are not properly maintained, and the down marks are leaking out. That's right. The down marks engraved in this hall are caused by the power leaking out from the magic tools. We can't explain the specific reason in detail for the time being. You just need to accept this situation and restore the down marks of the magic tools as much as possible. This is the content of the second round. There's no score for this round. As long as you can restore 70% of the down marks of a magic tool, you'll pass. You can continue to the third round until there are enough people ahead to pass. The fifth round will be the final test, and the entire test will only be considered over. At that time, you'll be forcibly eliminated. Everyone was dumbfounded. The down marks of the magic tools didn't melt after they leaked out, and they could even return. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen something like this. Didn't down marks just disappear after they dissipated? After Hui heard the content, his smile stretched all the way to his ears. Then we're familiar with this job, very familiar with it. We've been tinkering with nomological creations in the Void frontline every day, creating and repairing them. We're very familiar with this stuff. Yin Nuashing felt that something was wrong when he heard this. A sudden feeling of excitement came from his soul, causing him to turn pale with fright. Before he could press down on his soul world, the little angel, his voice, which seemed to want to stir up trouble, immediately penetrated the souls of the three of them. Void Repairman. This delicate shout was simply a critical blow that pierced through the void, causing Yin Nuashing's soul to tremble violently. Yin Nuashing glared fiercely at Hui. Will you die if you don't talk so much? There are more and more strange occupations. With all this. Chapter 1758. The power of rules was a cheat for low-level worlds. As long as there was a little bit of it, even sand would be sublimated into something else. Moreover, as one's mastery of rules gradually increased, the more power of rules one possessed, and the degree of sublimation would increase unreasonably. For example, in the current situation, as long as he used the power of rules to sweep across the hall, no one else would be able to do anything. Although it seemed like they were bullying others, they could return these things completely even without using the power of rules. The down marks that once existed in the artifacts were just a part of them. As long as they existed, there would be traces left behind. They could easily capture this aura and restore them. Therefore, they did not really want to bully others. They were just bullying for fun. Cough, cough. The grades of artifacts depended on the number of down marks. 15 was a threshold, and 45 was another threshold. They were divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low. The higher the grade of the artifact, the more obvious the traces of down marks that were left behind. However, there were more down marks, and it was more difficult to restore them neatly. Therefore, how to weigh the two became a very important choice. However, they were different. They had already returned all the down marks in the hall to the artifacts in their souls. Now, we could proudly announce that they were really bullying others. Oh, this is really the first time I've seen such a problem in my life. Elder Ming frowned in distress. I've never studied this situation before. Normally, the down marks of the artifacts would disappear if they were scattered. There's no saying that they wouldn't disappear even after being leaked out. This time, everyone is standing on the same starting line. Why is the content of his conference so strange? This situation is not seen even once in a few hundred years. Phew. It seems that we can only guess blindly this time. Even if the down marks of the artifacts are slightly related to the original artifacts, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any mistakes in the process of returning them. It's not easy to do it without an 80% accuracy. Everyone grumbled in distress. The more they grumbled, the faster they moved. While Yin Nuashing and the others were still watching for where they were, the group of people had already spread out and started to get busy in the hall. Although it was a new version of the ship, there were not many weaklings present. After familiarizing themselves with the ship, they quickly grasped the knack of it. Their blind methods at the beginning began to become adept, and they became cautious and slow. There were already a few groups of people running around the hall with their artifacts, as if they were looking for the appropriate Dao mark. There were also people who could tell that the artifact they chose was a high-grade one. It was probably beyond their ability to control, so they quickly changed it and started from scratch. Elder Ming looked for a while and realized that Yin Nuoxing and the others were still standing in front of him. He couldn't help but be startled. Aren't the two masters going to make a move? It's already done. We suddenly took out a small stove. I finished it not long after I finished reciting. Zhou Zibai and the others. When did this happen? Why didn't we see it? Elder Zheng was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't seem to have seen Yin Nuoxing and the others move their feet. It was done? Oh, this stove is just at the door. It's just convenient, so I took it. The 33 Dao marks are perfectly restored. Hui grinned and gave a thumbs up to show that there was no pressure. It's convenient. Elder Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. While others were busy choosing the level of difficulty of the artifact, they solved it in a convenient way. You actually encountered this kind of situation? Similar situation. We put on a mysterious smile and laughed out loud. Besides, even if it's not restored, it's not a problem. I can carve the Dao marks myself. It'll only take a minute. It's definitely better than the original 33 Dao marks. Elder Ming smiled bitterly. This was a guy who did as he pleased, and he could deal with this so-called competition as he pleased, however he wanted. After about half an hour, we saw that someone was almost done dealing with it. He took the lead and walked to the judges. He put the small stove on the table and smiled brightly at the judges. Please take a look. This confident smile, this radiance, this aura made the judge tremble uncontrollably. After a while, he laughed dryly. The Zhou family was the focus of attention of the higher-ups. In fact, he had been watching them all this while. After the Zhou family came in, they found a place to stay and did not move. Now that they had handed over the items, it seemed that they had already dealt with it from the beginning. Sure enough, he looked at the small stove twice and decisively announced, "Zhou family pass." So fast. I just started. This, as expected of a master who can recognize the ancient Dao marks. It's really not just for show. The crowd couldn't help but smile bitterly. Those who walked faster in the first venue probably didn't know about the Zhou family's two-master situation. However, the group of people who came in with them knew better than anyone else. Seeing them pass first, they could only smile bitterly and continue working on their artifacts. Not long after Yin Nuoxing and the others went to the third venue, Lin Tang was the second to pass. Just as they were about to head to the third venue, Lin Tang couldn't resist asking, "May I ask how much the Zhou family's restoration is?" The judge glanced at him and said calmly, "The Zhou family's restoration is perfect. Your blade is still missing 3 or 4 Dao marks, but it's still within the passing range." The corners of Lin Tang's eyes twitched when he heard this. As he walked to the next passage, his face was filled with displeasure and his expression kept changing. Walking beside him, a middle-aged man in a loose brown robe saw this and couldn't help but chuckle. "Young Master Lin, don't worry. Knowing a few artifacts is nothing. What's most important is being strong. If you're willing, we can kidnap them and bring them back. Then, we can do whatever we want with them." Lin Tang glanced at him and frowned. "We'll talk about it later." In the third venue, Yin Nuoxing and the others were the first to arrive. It was still it was more like a hotel. The lobby was at the center, and there were many rooms on both sides of the corridor. The doors were tightly shut, and there was a strange aura coming from those rooms. "Oh, someone's here." A person suddenly popped up from the long table in front of them, startling Zhou Zibai and the others. A person who appeared without a sound and in such a strange position. Was this really the hotel lobby? The person who jumped out from the back was a boy around 13 or 14 years old. Yin Nuoxing and the others couldn't help but take a second look at him. Then, they looked at each other and said in unison, "Finally, we've met a guy whose appearance doesn't match his actual age." This boy was definitely not as young as he looked. "Oh, the Zhou family. That's not surprising, right?" The boy took 2 steps forward and leaned his back against the long table. He waved his hand and pointed to the corridor on his right. "There, the first room over there is the location prepared for you. Go, you'll know what to do when you get there." Zhou Jibai looked at the corridor on the left in confusion and smiled bitterly. So casual? Hey, we'll know when we get there. We turned around and left quickly. He pushed open the door and walked in. The boy revealed a strange expression. He raised his gaze and looked in the direction of the second venue. Someone's here again. Where should we arrange for them to go this time? Yin Nuoxing and the others pushed open the door and walked in one after another. In front of them was a room decorated in a retro style. There was a screen at the door, calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls, and the tables and chairs had an antique atmosphere. There were also potted plants and vases in the corners, fully decorating the room. Just as they closed the door, a gust of aura suddenly fell on them, causing Zhou Jibai and Elder Ming's expressions to tremble. They subconsciously made defensive movements and were vigilant of their surroundings. Be careful. We've been locked on by a magic artifact. This level of aura is at least a medium-level magic artifact. The attack range is more than a small room, but it's locked onto this space. It's really not that easy to find the source. Elder Zhang's expression was solemn. As he spoke, he suddenly realized, is this the content of the third venue? It's hard to relax just being locked on by a medium-level magic artifact. We still have to find, Mei Mao glanced around the room. Suddenly, she saw Yin Nuoxing walk straight forward, take a painting from the corner, and roll it into a scroll. The aura in the room disappeared instantly. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected of Master Feng. Forget it. I won't be surprised in the future. If I continue to be surprised, my face will stiffen. Elder Zheng tapped his waist and nodded. Not long after Yin Nuoxing took down the painting, the door was pushed open. The boy looked in with his hands in his pockets and was slightly surprised. You're done so quickly? Anyway, congratulations. You passed in less than half a minute. In the Alliance, this is a record that won't be broken for decades. What record? Elder Ming asked curiously. The record of the trial. The best time is 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Even people at the peak of Earth Realm have to be 70% or 80% vigilant when locked on by a medium-level magic artifact. Everyone has tried it repeatedly, so they're used to it. Even though they know they won't be attacked, they still took a long time to solve it. As the boy spoke, he used his shoulder to push the door open. Then, he turned around and left. Anyway, go sit in the lobby and wait. The other people who came in are also busy inside. After a while, you guys can go to the fourth venue together. On the other side, Lin Tang and the others did not look so relaxed. When they pushed open the door and came out, their faces were covered in sweat. It was as if they had walked around in a sauna, and half of their clothes were soaked in sweat. What kind of test is this? They actually used a medium-level magic artifact to lock on, and they even had to find a magic artifact in this situation. What the hell? Those guys from the Alliance have a way of disgusting people. Lin Tang couldn't stop cursing. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his face was covered in sweat. Among them, only the middle-aged man in the brown robe was calmer, but sweat could be seen on his face. But this stage is definitely our first. Oh, you guys are so slow. I'm about to doze off. The voice that came from the lobby made Lin Tang and the others stunned. Then, they saw Huey's bright smile that was like millions of sunshine. It was originally a sunny smile, but it made him see the meaning of ridicule and sarcasm. Coupled with that sentence, the blue veins on his forehead couldn't help but pop out across. Humph. Lin Tang took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation and anger in his heart. He waved his hand and led his people to sit on the other side of the lobby. Another 5 minutes later, the young man from the Zhao clan also walked out of the room. He was slightly puzzled when he saw the two groups in the lobby were so far apart. When he saw Yin Nuoxing and the others, he couldn't help but go over. You guys are really fast. It seems that I still underestimated you. Hui grinned and replied, Hey, it's okay. I haven't seen anything particularly fun yet. By the way, do you know what the fourth venue is going to be like? The young man from the Zhao clan shook his head. The 5 stages of each assembly are different. They will be adjusted according to the purpose and situation of each assembly. The Alliance has many plans for this. In the last assembly of cultivators, the fourth venue was a martial arts competition. I don't know what it will be like this time. Little kid from the Zhao clan, don't worry. There won't be a fight in this year's assembly. The young man jumped up from behind the table in the lobby and said indifferently, I'll tell you in advance. This year, they will only talk about magic artifacts. The fourth and fifth venues are also related to magic artifacts. All right, you three teams can go first. The people behind you might not be able to come up for a while. The young man raised his hand and knocked on the wall. The wall behind the table suddenly vibrated, and a huge passage suddenly appeared in the middle, leading to the next venue. Yin Nuoxing yawned and took Zhou Zibai and the others to the fourth venue first. The Lin clan and the Zhao clan followed closely behind. Is the fourth venue so far away? After walking for about 10 minutes in the passage, Lin Tang suddenly frowned and said, Why don't I remember walking for so long last time? The young man from the Zhao clan glanced at him, grinned, and didn't speak. His eyes were basically focused on Yin Nuoxing and the others who were walking at the front. His eyes were full of interest. Now that he knew that they were related to the Zhou clan, the idea of forcibly abducting them faded. He didn't want to be behind the Zhou clan for no reason and have to go through a lot of trouble again. However, although he suppressed the idea, he was still very interested in them. If there was a chance, he would find a chance to exchange pointers with them. Zhou Zibai followed them for a while and gradually felt that something was wrong. If she didn't calculate wrongly, they might have already walked 10 kilometers away by now. Because they felt that the passage was long, they had been using spiritual energy to help themselves walk quickly. Naturally, their walking speed couldn't be calculated using ordinary methods. Exit, Yin Nuoxing whispered, and everyone immediately looked forward. At the end of the circular passage, a dim light spilled into the interior of the passage. They could vaguely see some brown things blocking the entrance. The whole atmosphere in front of them became strange. As soon as they saw the exit, everyone's footsteps became much faster. In just 3 or 4 breaths, they walked out of the passage. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. This is the fourth venue. The scene in front of them was very strange. They came from a room to a barren area with flying sand and stones. Even the air that blew over their bodies was slightly hot. The sky was covered by dark yellow sand, and the sun and moon were hidden. There was nothing worth talking about around them. The only thing they could see was a wall that was about a few hundred meters long in front of them. The end of their line of sight from left to right was blocked by the wall that was the same color as the barren ground. There was only a 3 or 4 meter wide opening in front of them. I know, this is a maze. He clapped his hands and instantly understood. The fourth level is a maze, right? But why is it related to magic weapons? Who knows? Yin Nuoxing shrugged, yawned, and plunged into the opening in front of them. Hui and the others hurriedly followed. The young man from the Zhao family looked at them, then looked left and right. He found another entrance and walked in. Lin Tang and the others wandered around for a while before slowly walking to the side. They found another entrance and entered the huge maze. In a bright hall, there was a projection that was dozens of meters long and wide on the innermost wall. It was a projection from an overlook angle. It projected a desert with flying sand and stones, as well as a huge maze in the desert. The 3 groups of figures that had already walked into the maze were hung on the left and right sides of the projection. This hall was also very spacious. It was a staircase that kept going down, extending closer to the projection. At this moment, there were dozens of figures with extraordinary strength sitting on the staircase seats. Lu Weiran was among them. He sat in the middle and stared at the projection without a smile. His main attention was on the small projection of the Zhou family. He even deliberately asked someone to enlarge the projection. The people beside him were also busy using computers and mobile phones to do something. Sir, we have already compared all the information in the database. There is no information about these 3 people. A person beside Lu Weiran suddenly responded in a hurry, causing the dozens of people in the hall to turn their gazes over. No information? I say, are you sure you are not mistaken? With the current level of information collection, how can there be people in this world that we can't find? Do you think there's Sun Wukong who jumped out of a stone? The person who just spoke looked puzzled and helpless. I also thought we were looking for the wrong person, but there's really no information recorded. The earliest trace back was yesterday in Jiang City. They appeared by the river in Jiang City at 7:28 in the morning. The situation was recorded by the video camera and the car camera there. There is no more information before that. Everyone in the hall saw the scene where Yin Nuoxing and the other two were surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd on the street. Everyone was confused. This scene was like a celebrity who forgot to wear her hat, sunglasses, and mask and walked on the street carelessly. The roadside was full of people who had nothing better to do. It would be strange if they were not surrounded. Other than that, there was nothing out of the ordinary. After that, they went to the old library in Jiang City. Not long after that, an explosion caused by the 3 wanted criminals happened in the Zhou family Zhou Dao, which was not far away. When the 3 of them fled to the other side of Jiang City, they followed them. The reason is unknown, but we can guess that they were affected by the explosion in the library and killed the 3 wanted criminals while they were there. The entire process took less than half a minute, and they didn't even fight back. After that, they wandered aimlessly around the area. At night, they ran into the Zhao family at Old Vine Street, and they almost got into a fight. But with the Zhou family's intervention, nothing happened. Later on, they formed a relationship with the Zhou family. By the way, I think they were attacked by unknown people on their way to the conference. This is the mountain where the attackers were. It was recorded by the invisible camera, and it was the result of Master Feng's attack. The scene showed a mountain, a pit. Next to the mountain was a mountain, and next to the mountain was a mountain that had caved in due to the explosion. When the people in the hall saw this, they fell silent. There are still people at this level who are wandering outside the country. They have probably been leveled by nuclear weapons, right? Peak of Earth realm? Have they entered Dao? The young man flipped through the information, and his expression was grave. No. Based on our analysis, there is a high possibility that she is a 4 Seas realm elite, and she has already entered Dao. There are a few people here who have entered Dao in Earth realm as well. Look at this pit. Ask yourselves, can you do it? Someone could not help but smack his lips. It's possible to smash it. Then I'll add another restriction. Counterattack. 1 second. The Earth realm elite who had just spoken instantly shut up. He buried his head in his hands and buried it on the table to show that he did not exist. At that time, the shockwave spread out for a total of 4 kilometers. If it weren't for the fact that the area was surrounded by mountains, I wouldn't even know how to clean up the scene. Lu Weiran slowly stood up, and a slight frown appeared on her stern face. We can't just let these elites wander about as they please. This is our duty. Someone, go and get in touch with them and pull them in. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in sharp breaths could be heard in the hall. Everyone quickly buried their heads in their hands and pressed them against the table. Some of them even took out their phones. What? The U.S. threw a plane over? I'll arrange for someone to sink their ship right away. Unknown immigrants have appeared in the Himalayas. Pin them down on the ground and tie them up. I'll go now. My back hurts, my back hurts. I want to take a break. Lu Weiran's cheeks twitched a few times, and she could not help but curse. These cowards, they're all terrified when they heard that she was a 4 Seas realm elite who had entered Dao. She slammed her hand on the table and cursed. Bastards, are you worthy of the clothes you're wearing? Don't forget what it means for us to be standing here. It's fine if you're letting yourself down, but you can't let your place down. That's our duty. Everyone shrunk their necks and could not help but laugh bitterly in their hearts. But that's a 4 Seas realm elite we're talking about. There are a few in Cathay as well, but they're all treated like treasures. They're not allowed to show up unless something major has happened. Moreover, they're all at the minor mastery of the 4 Seas realm, which is more than enough for them to do whatever they want. Now, that a Dao elite has appeared out of nowhere, she can do whatever she wants in the world. If she wants to sit in the presidential palace of another country one day, no one would dare to say a word about it, unless they're planning to flatten their own home. Furthermore, from the way she's keeping it a secret, it's obvious that she's someone who doesn't want to enter the secular world. She's only here because she's itching to walk around in the mortal world. If we disturb her, won't we just be delivering food to her? And it's even food that comes with its own dipping dish. Chapter 1759. Maze, this thing's existence was really confusing. Yin Nuoxing's entire life? Oh, hundreds of lifetimes, or even millions of lifetimes, he didn't know how many mazes he had walked through. Moreover, he had walked through all kinds of mazes, whether they existed in the real world, in the spiritual space, in the soul space, or in the dream space. If he wanted to subdivide it further, there were even more. In short, he had walked through all kinds of mazes, big and small, countless times. Other people were used to walking through mazes, and perhaps they all had their own ideas. For example, some people would choose to walk by touching the wall. Some people would feel like they were walking blindly, and if there was no roof, they might choose to climb over the wall. He was different. Every time he entered a maze, his first thought was to blow up the entire maze. Then, the ground would be flat, and the maze would no longer exist. From the entrance to the end, it would be like walking on flat ground. Wasn't that beautiful? That's right. He was the one who wanted to smash the wall. But now that he was in someone else's game, then he couldn't smash the wall. He could only walk by touching the wall. That was really... He had to exert a lot of effort to stop his mischievous right hand. He could feel that the soulless netherworld ruined sword trembled and wanted to rush out. If they walked through a maze, they could walk to the end by touching the wall. But when they thought that this was an ordinary maze without too many surprises, they directly used their soul power to touch the wall. At the same time, they also planned a path directly to the end and slowly walked along the path as if they were on an outing. Then a small accident happened. It was also this accident that made Zhou Zibai and the others understand why the little boy said that the fourth venue was also related to the magical artifacts. In the fourth venue, the maze was just a venue. The most important thing was actually the magical artifacts hidden in the maze. Yes, they were being bombarded by a large pile of magic tools. Yin Nuoxing's group of 6 was walking in a spacious maze passage. The yellow sand on the ground was shining as if it was about to be melted by flames. A burst of energy that was obviously abnormal was coming from below the ground. Zhou Zibai and the others once again felt the aura that belonged to the magical artifacts. They were all sweating in their hearts. They had to speed up and pass through this passage that seemed to have been scalded by magma. It was really strenuous. Fortunately, the 3 of them were also good cultivators. Each of them exerted their full strength and safely passed through this fire passage without much effort. When they stopped, white smoke was constantly rising from their bodies. Well, it's almost done. We looked at the 3 and couldn't help but nod. Zhou Zibai and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Compared to the slightly embarrassed appearance of the 3 of them, Yin Nuoxing and the others were really strolling in the courtyard with ease. They came and went like the wind, and nothing was stained on them. Yin Nuoxing looked back at the fire passage. The fire passage that was burned red and shining quickly cooled down after they passed through. All the heat was converging towards the center of the fire passage. He could see a stove-like magical artifact hidden below the ground. The energy inside was quickly extinguished and dissipated little by little. They had encountered similar situations 3 or 4 times after entering the maze. In fact, they could directly rush through with Zhou Zibai and the others, but, well, something was secretly watching them, and there was more than one gaze. It was as if a large group of people were staring at them, as if they were monkeys. Although they didn't know what those people secretly watching them were thinking, after all, they were a group of outsiders. It was better not to be too high profile. At this moment, they should be a little more low-key. When Zhou Zibai and the others couldn't hold on anymore, they would give them a hand. Yin Nuoxing looked around and saw a square box on the top of the walls on both sides of the fire passage. An obvious big lens was facing them. This thing seemed to be called, what was it? In short, it was used for surveillance. It was a gadget created by the human race of this star. It seemed to be quite fun. Well, I seemed to understand what the guy from the Lin family said. Old Meng couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face. He smiled bitterly at Old Zheng and said, "The people from the Alliance are really good at messing with people. I think they are hiding behind us and secretly laughing at our sorry state." Elder Zheng turned his head and looked at the camera installed on the wall. They're indeed watching a show. This is already the 3rd artifact on our way here. Zhou Zibai looked back at the fire path with lingering fear. They had experienced the extreme cold, the dizzying poisonous gas, and the burning fire path. Every level was just right, and no one would really die. Even if they gave up halfway, they would only be slightly injured. But if they wanted to pass, they would be exhausted to death. They did not know what the next level would be. Zhou Zibai was a little bit worried. She had no idea what the next level would be. Yin Nuoxing moved her hands and stretched out her fist several times to make gestures on the wall. Hui broke out in cold sweat. Feng, what are you doing? Our path later is like this. Keep walking straight and then turn back to this position. Yes, this is the position. The path is opposite the wall. I'm thinking that it will be faster to cut through the wall. Now, I'm thinking about how to make a hole in front of me without accidentally injuring the surroundings with my fist. Hui thought for a moment and quickly pulled Feng forward. Zhou Zibai and the other two, who had rested for a while, hurriedly followed. There's another corner. Elder Meng saw the corner in front of them and couldn't help but tremble. He smiled bitterly. My legs are weak now when I see the corner. I don't know what kind of artifact will be hidden in this passage. They mentally prepared themselves and walked around the corner. In front of them was an extremely long and spacious passage. Then, a weak energy was slowly operating in the dark. The aura was surging. Something was surging in the dark. Yin Nuoxing looked back at the wall behind her and saw the artifact hidden behind the wall. It was a cup filled with ordinary water. She looked at it and couldn't help but ask, "Can you swim?" Zhou Zibai was stunned. Of course, there are not many cultivators who can't swim. Even if they can't swim, they can make themselves breathe underwater by mobilizing their spiritual energy. What about swimming in boiling water? I mean boiling water of a few hundred degrees. The three of them were stunned. This question came out of nowhere. They suddenly felt a little stuffy in their chests. The air seemed to be thinner, and the air pressure was a little high. Boom! Boom! The dull sound seemed to come from behind the wall. The ground seemed to be trembling. The temperature here seemed to have increased by a few degrees. There was hot water vapor rising from the ground. Run, run! Hui laughed loudly and ran out of the passage. Zhou Zibai and the other two were shocked by the shout. They subconsciously lifted their feet and ran after him. Yin Nuoxing and the little girl deliberately slowed down. They waited for them to run more than 10 meters before quickly catching up. Bang! The wall at the corner suddenly burst open with a bang. The whole wall spewed out a large wave of hot water like the waves of the sea. It also had a high temperature that made people feel hot all over. The rumbling sound made the few people running in front couldn't help but look back. After a while, they saw the blue wave rushing towards them with the momentum to devour everything. The heat was boiling. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but scream. She ran faster and rushed in front of Hui. This is really the potential of a life and death situation. Elder Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. The two groups at the other end of the maze also felt the movement of the monstrous wave rampaging in the passage. They couldn't help but stop. They even felt that the temperature seemed to have increased slightly. They could also hear Zhou Zibai's horrified scream. Their feet paused. They looked at the passage at the next corner and hesitated for a long time. "Feng, over here, over here. Hurry up." Hui waved his hand vigorously at the corner. Yin Nuoxing and the little girl simply used a little bit of foul power to quickly pass the last distance and enter the next corner. Then, a stone wall fell from the sky and landed at the intersection behind them with a bang. The boiling hot water was rushing in the passage behind the wall. The vibration had not yet subsided. Zhou Zibai leaned against the wall and swung her long legs. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really know how to torture people. Water attack, fire attack, poison gas, cold air. Hui counted with his fingers one by one. What else will we encounter next? Are we going to be buried here alive? Yin Nuoxing's expression trembled. She turned around and gave him a knock on the head. Can your blessed mouth not say a few words? I forgot. Hui laughed dryly. He hadn't acted up for 4 or 5 years. He was a little forgetful. In the spacious hall, everyone looked at the 6 people who had narrowly escaped death in the projection. They were silent. Who came up with such a wicked checkpoint? Someone couldn't help but mutter boiling water of 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. Do you think you're going to throw them into a pressure cooker to boil them? Everyone continued to be silent. They lowered their heads and pretended that they didn't exist. We're almost at the exit. The person who was responsible for reporting next to Lu Weiran said, "There's only one last checkpoint left. The other two groups are still struggling in the third checkpoint." Lu Weiran suddenly said, "What's the last checkpoint of the sixth passage?" "Wait a moment, let me see." The person who reported hurriedly flipped through the information about the sixth passage. He flipped to the back and projected an image in front of them. Everyone glanced at the newly appeared image that occupied 1/3 of the big screen. They were all stunned. Who moved the Buddhist thing here? How wicked. Are you guys stopping people or making things difficult for them? Wait, they're going forward. Should we hurry and stop them? Once this thing is triggered, it has nothing to do with the 4 C's. No, it's necessary. Because that place, it's necessary to take such precautions. It's not just the sixth passage. The last checkpoint of every passage uses the group of Baldi's prayer beads. However, the prayer beads of the sixth passage seem to be more powerful. In the tunnel, there was a long stretch of peaceful road ahead. Probably because they hadn't reached the corner yet, the walls, floor, and ceiling made of stone slabs were getting tired of looking at them. Other than the cameras monitoring their progress every once in a while, there didn't seem to be anything else. We're almost at the end of the checkpoint, right? We couldn't help but yawn as he walked. These checkpoints weren't fun. He preferred to look at interesting things, such as interesting things that recorded some unknown and involve a long history. He didn't care about those things that talked about history by the book. Bored, Yunuashing raised her right hand and clenched it into a fist. "Do you want me to smash the wall?" There's no need to smash it. There's no more corner. Just walk to the end of the main road, and the exit is in front. Yunuashing pointed ahead and suddenly froze. It seems that this checkpoint has already started. It started? Why don't I feel anything? He scratched his head in confusion. Then, he thought of something and quickly turned to look behind him. Zhou Zibai and the others were sitting cross-legged 10 meters away. Their palms were clasped together, and their faces were expressionless. Their slightly moving lips seemed to be whispering something softly. Beside them, there were 8 strange golden runes floating out from the ground. Upon closer inspection, they found that the surrounding passages had become brighter. There was a faint golden light flickering. The energy flowing in the air seemed to contain a faint power of faith. Faith! This 5th checkpoint is a test of faith? We suddenly clapped his hands. In this way, Zhou Zibai and the others should have been mentally suppressed by this faith. As for the 3 of them, not to mention whether this kind of artifact would work on them, faith. There was almost no such thing in the entire 8 Elements realm, let alone this group of people who were not even humans. They came from the realm of the gods, so it was impossible for them to have faith. It was possible for others to have faith in them, but after all, this was the 8 Elements realm, so it was still unlikely for the power of faith to exist. Yun Nuashing walked over in front of the 3 people and stretched out her hand to push them. Then, she shrugged at Hui and said, "They're stuck. Carry them away." "That's the only way." Hui sighed and nodded. He walked forward and put the 2 old men under his armpits. Then, he quickly ran towards the finish line. Yin Nuashing also carried Zhou Zibai on her shoulder and ran all the way. In the spacious hall, the people who were watching all of this continued to be silent. These 3 people have no faith in their hearts, no spiritual idol, and no object of prayer in their hearts. They don't even have a spiritual crack, nor do they have inner demons. Don't they even have a little bit of tangled memory? Everyone looked at each other in silence. Did such people really exist? There was nothing in their hearts. It was as if the heart did not exist in the first place. They did not have the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, the spiritual realm built by the monk's prayer beads had no effect on them. However, they were so lively and cheerful all the way. No matter how one looked at it, they did not seem to be emotionless. These 3, are they humans? The reporter flipped through the information and said calmly, "The pure spiritual prayer beads are artifacts left behind from ancient times. They were left behind by the nameless master who reached the Heaven Realm. In theory, this thing should be able to affect Heaven Realm experts. The hall continued to be silent. They did not remember how long they had been silent. The artifacts left behind by the Heaven Realm experts did not work. Could it be that they're not in the Four Seas realm, but in the Heaven Realm? People who survived from ancient times? But there are no records of these 3 people in the records. There are so many records of people whose legacies have been cut off. It's normal that you haven't seen them. Based on the information at the beginning, don't you think that this speculation is very reliable? 3 powerful people from ancient times. Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm artifacts naturally have no effect on people who are at a higher level than Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm. Damn, the ancient era is over, but there are still 3 people at Heaven Realm who survived. If other people knew about this, it would probably cause chaos. Thinking about it carefully, they had appeared so abruptly for the first time. They had wandered around aimlessly in the streets in a panic. Even the ordinary things were too much for their eyes to take in. Wasn't it like they had been hiding in the mountains for hundreds of years without coming out to the world, and suddenly woke up one day to see the great changes in the world and expressed curiosity and slight nervousness? Are these 3 people humans or ghosts? Lu Weiran knocked on the table to signal for silence. She crossed her arms and said calmly, "According to the ancient records, people at Heaven Realm can live for thousands of years. It's not surprising that 1 or 2 of them survived. However, the realm of the Four Seas in the past. No. After the end of the primordial era, the experts in the Heaven Realm and above either left this world or went missing. Although based on our current investigations, going missing means that they left." Lu Weiran slowly stood up. "No matter what, this information is not to be leaked. Treat the information of these 3 people with the highest standard. Keep a certain amount of attention and do not monitor them. As long as their actions do not cross our bottom line, let them do what they want." Everyone smiled bitterly. This was a compromise that could not be helped. Even if they did not want to compromise, they had to compromise. Heaven Realm powerful people were people who could sink an entire continent without a problem. They were really Earth immortals of this era. They had never thought about what would happen if a Heaven Realm powerful person did not leave. "Sir, they passed the last test and are going to the 5th venue." The reporter quickly pointed at the screen and said. Lu Weiran stood up and waved her hand. "Let's go and meet those Heaven Realm elites. If we can get the 3 of them to go to that place, we can consider ourselves lucky. It's an ancient place, so it's only natural for ancient people to search for it." The Zhou family passed the 4th test and entered the 5th venue. The announcement rang out in the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd venues at the same time. The people who heard it were so shocked that they almost threw away the things in their hands. They looked at each other with wide eyes. As expected of a master. He really is a master. He reached the 5th venue in less than half an hour, and we're still in the 2nd venue, in the labyrinth of the 4th venue. The young man from the Zhao family looked at the labyrinth passage in front of him and could not help but be silent. He sighed and continued to lead people forward. At the end of the labyrinth was a heavy bronze door. The dusty, ancient aura of the world was constantly leaking out from the space inside the door. Yin Nuoxing and the others were not in a hurry to open the door. They put Zhou Zibai and the other 2 down outside the door. Because they were being watched by others, and it was not good for them to use shocking methods. They could only use the most primitive method, pinching the 3 people's hearts. Hui was much more straightforward. He pressed the 2 little old men's shoulders and shook them back and forth. The 3 people woke up in a short while, but they were a little dizzy. "You're awake. You've been chanting scriptures for a while." Hui waved his hand in front of the 3 people and made sure that their pupils were focused. Then he put down his hand. It's still impossible to guard against the methods of monks. Elder Meng smiled bitterly. "Back then, I was pressed there by a monk and chanted scriptures together for a year. This time, it actually reminded me of the time when we were chanting scriptures again." Elder Zheng could not help but joke when he heard this. "Since you have such a fate with Buddhism, why don't you just shave your head and become a monk? I can even find you an abbot now." "Go away." Zhou Zibai looked curiously at Yin Nuoxing and the others. Are you not affected? Hui reached out and flicked his long hair. He put his hand on his shoulder and grinned. We don't have faith. The little girl said. We don't have faith either. The three people were stunned. Yin Nuoxing said, I don't have feelings. Zhou Zibai and the other two bitterly smiled. This made them realize once again that these three people were very mysterious. From the first time they saw each other, they already had this kind of feeling. Especially this guy with a girl's face and gorgeous long hair. His entire body was overflowing with the aura of immortals. He didn't feel like a person who existed in the mortal world and could break through the sky and fly away at any time. Let's go and see what kind of torment the fifth venue has. We stretched out his hands and pressed on the bronze door. He shouted softly and pushed the two doors open. The heavy roar echoed in the entire space. It was so loud that the ground trembled slightly because of it. They were about to go inside, but they were stunned when they took a look behind the door. The people inside the door were also stunned when they saw the door being pushed open. The 6 people and dozens of people stared at each other. The latter and the others were still holding things in their hands. It seemed like they were moving some magic weapons. At this moment, they were stunned because of the 6 people who broke in. The reporter was very excited. These 2 doors are mechanically controlled. They weigh 100 tons. The track is not open, and there is no mechanical control. The thrust force is 3 or 4 times this weight to open it. How did you open it? Zhou Zibai and the others. Well, they were numb. They were already numb. So this door was not opened by them. I can crush a sun with a slap. How do you think I opened it? Huey's handsome face was red. He was stunned and did not say this out loud. The 6 people walked through the door. The 5th venue was restored to the appearance of an ordinary hall from a maze. However, there were only tables, chairs, stools, and things like magic weapons in the hall. Except for a few magic weapons in the hands of the staff, they did not see any magic weapons. Even Lu Weiran stood in the hall with a straight face. She did not say a word. Maybe she was stunned. We scratched his head. Well, is it because we cleared the level too fast that you didn't have time to arrange it? The reporter hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. I didn't expect them to be able to open the door. Oh, we said. He turned around and pulled the others out. Then you can arrange it slowly. When you're done, we will come in. Remember to call us. We will go out and do it again. With a loud bang, the door closed. The people of the Alliance were stunned. This was a heartless Heaven Realm expert. There was no doubt about it. Chapter 1760. 15 minutes later, the bronze door trembled as it opened again, but this time it was opened by the people inside. When Yin Nuoxing and the others saw that the door was open, they quickly went inside. The 5th venue was still a hall, but it was obviously not decorated well this time. This time, they had forcibly placed some things on it so that the hall would not look too empty. There was a tightly shut door in the innermost part of the hall, and they did not know where it led to. We looked around for a while and subconsciously said, why doesn't it seem like anything has changed? Why don't you decorate it for a while? We can go out and wait. Everyone smiled bitterly. They also wanted to set something up, but they really didn't know what to set up and how to set it up. In the current world, there shouldn't be anything that could test people at the heavenly realm. There were a few things that were similar to the Buddhist Dharma artifact, but if they wanted to use those things, they had to confirm many steps in advance. They couldn't take those things out of their dusty places just because of a test. Those things would only appear in a life and death situation. Lu Weiran coughed softly and looked straight at Yin Nuoxing with her hawk-like eyes. She looked at his black eyes for a while before she turned her head and looked at Hui, Zhou Zibai, and the others. Then she said the last test of the maze was actually the 5th test, so there's no test in the 5th venue. If you want to talk about tests, why don't I ask you a few questions? Just answer them truthfully. Lu Weiran looked straight at Yin Nuoxing and the others, which made Zhou Zibai a little nervous. She was the one who invited them. Although she realized that there might be something wrong after she invited them, the Alliance of Cultivators, which belonged to the country, must have felt that something was wrong with them. At this time, they might want to check their accounts. Are you 4 Cs? Or Heaven Realm? He scratched his head and turned his head to look at Yin Nuoxing, who was resting with his eyes closed. He smiled bitterly and said, Actually, we don't know ourselves. Well, they really did not know. They had only been here for 2 days, so they were not very clear about how the cultivation system of this planet divided the realms. But you just need to know that we are good at fighting. We are super brave. The people from the Alliance covered their faces. That's super brave. Isn't a heaven realm expert brave enough? Lu Weiran lowered her head and rubbed her chin in deep thought. After a while, she continued. Then I'll change the question. What do you think about this era and outer space? Weak rules. Cough, spiritual energy. Are you trying to say that there are fewer and fewer high-level cultivators? We almost said weak rules subconsciously, but he quickly changed his words. Lu Weiran nodded. As for outer space, Huey's forehead broke out in cold sweat. This was a very troublesome problem. From their point of view, crossing the galaxy, crossing the world barrier, wandering in the void, and fighting in the void were all as normal as drinking water. When he mentioned outer space, he actually thought of the void. Just as he was racking his brains to think of how to explain the great principles of the void to the fragile mortals, he suddenly thought that it was impossible for them to come into contact with the void at their level of life. Outer space should be referring to the starry sky. We pretended to be calm and looked at the starry sky. He took out an answer and answered on the spot. If I say that there are other life forms in outer space, would you believe me? Lu Weiran nodded slightly. Crossing the galaxy, there's no doubt that you're a heaven realm expert. However, are you ancient experts who came back from the starry sky? Hui grinned. This guy had already filled in the blanks with his own imagination. Forget it, it's more troublesome to talk about the starry sky, the void, and the primordial realm with them anyway. I'll just follow their train of thought. It's more convenient this way. Thinking of this, we laughed. Do you want to see what the starry sky looks like? This sentence was equivalent to admitting to Lu Weiran's question. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone couldn't help but come forward and say, so, those ancient experts really crossed the galaxy and went to other places? They had to leave because Earth's spiritual energy was exhausted? Who knows? Hui shrugged, causing everyone to be stunned again. Maybe they went to the starry sky, or maybe they went to a more magical place. Although we wandered in the galaxy and went to other planets with life, we didn't find other life forms that might have originated from this planet. So the answer is, I don't know if you're satisfied with this answer. Hui spread out his hands and smiled calmly at everyone. It's enough. Lu Weiran breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone also relaxed. This time, they finally knew the situation of these 3 guys who appeared out of thin air. It seemed that they had just returned from traveling in the starry sky. No wonder they couldn't find any information about them before. Zhou Zibai looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others, then looked at Lu Weiran and the others. When the exchange between the 2 sides seemed to have come to an end, she said, General Lu, I wonder what new discoveries the Alliance of Cultivators has this year. Lu Weiran looked in the direction of the gate. It seems that we won't be able to gather 10 groups in a short period of time. Fine, I'll tell you 3 groups first. Zhou Zibai turned around. In the direction of the Bronze Gate, the young man from the Zhao clan and Lin Tang walked in with their families. The group of 10 people looked very miserable. When Lin Tang came in, his hair was disheveled, and his face was red and swollen, as if he had been slapped a few times. He had completely lost the demeanor he had when they first met, causing everyone to be stunned. The people from the Alliance understood. This time, the last stage of the maze was guarded by the prayer beads of the monks. This kid from the Lin clan was probably so deeply trapped that he couldn't wake up without a few slaps. It was understandable, but it was just too funny. Subtle laughter was squeezed out, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become a little awkward. The veins on Lin Tang's forehead exploded. He glanced around fiercely, but couldn't find who was laughing. He could only shout, What are you laughing at? I remembered something that made me happy. Lin Tang's face twitched. He wanted to vent his anger, but he didn't know who to vent it on. This was the territory of the Alliance of Cultivators, so he could only suppress the anger in his heart. Lu Weiran coughed softly and suppressed the awkward atmosphere. First of all, congratulations on making it this far. Just like every previous meeting, what we're going to say next must be strictly confidential. If it's leaked, you'll be banned by the Alliance of Cultivators. Of course, if you feel that it's beyond your ability, we'll use a formation to restrict the information so that you won't be able to leak it. What's the mission for this trip? The young man from the Zhao clan asked directly. It's a new secret realm. We speculate that it's a cave left behind from ancient times. The Alliance of Cultivators has explored it before, but it seems that they haven't encountered the time when the cave was truly opened. They were blocked at the door halfway through. It's also possible that there aren't enough people to open the door. Lu Weiran pondered. As for the level of the cave, we speculate that it might be left behind by someone at the Heaven Realm or the Immortal Realm. Just as the three groups were about to gasp, Hui quickly raised his hand and asked, "Is it fun?" Everyone, the reporters, smiled bitterly. Is this a question of whether it's fun or not? Yes. If it's fun, we'll definitely go and play. Hui nodded vigorously. Someone from the Alliance had just gotten up from the ground. His face was trembling violently, and he couldn't help but speak a little louder. Cave. Immortal's Cave. Cave left behind by someone at the Heaven Realm or the Immortal Realm. It's a cave left behind by an ancient expert. It's full of opportunities inside. Have you seen it before? Weren't you blocked halfway? Hui tilted his head and asked with a grin. This no. That person's face turned red. He grimaced for a while before saying, "Anyway, there'll definitely be one. It's just very special, probably." Zhou Zibai and the others smiled bitterly. The more this guy spoke, the less confident he was. It seemed that even if he had been there, he hadn't seen it because he was blocked halfway. Yun Nuoxing opened her eyes and said indifferently, "So, the cave is related to magic tools? Those tests are to select people who can pass through the cave and reach the deepest place you've gone before?" Lu Weiran looked at Yun Nuoxing and nodded. "Yes, even if it's just reaching the place we've been before, you need to have the strength to reach here. But the cave of someone at the Heaven Realm or the Immortal Realm." The young man from the Zhao family raised his eyes and looked at Chun Weiran. "I wonder how much strength the Alliance used to reach the gate last time. What's the loss like?" "Don't worry. Since the Alliance has set this meeting as a quota for exploring the secret realm, it's naturally not for you to die." Lu Weiran looked straight into his eyes. Maybe it's because a long time has passed, but the murderous intent in the secret realm is far from what it used to be. We speculate that the lowest level to enter is the fourth realm of the mortal realm. There's no upper limit. There's a strong person at the Four Seas realm who went with us, and no special situation was triggered. The young man from the Zhao family asked, "How will the items in the cave be distributed? When do we go?" Naturally, it's all based on personal gains. The people gathered from all over the place will open the door of the cave together. As for the time, Lu Weiran muttered, "We'll gather here 3 days later and go to the secret realm together. That's all I have to say. If there's no problem, each of you can weigh your own situation. If you want to quit, say it now. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it calmly. After all, the gate is just an appetizer. No one knows what's behind the gate." After Lu Weiran finished speaking, she stepped back a few steps, leaving space for them to talk by themselves. On Yun Nuoxing's side, he was still squinting his eyes to rest. Hui was full of interest, but Zhou Zibai and the other two were a little worried. The secret realm left behind from the ancient times. It would be a lie to say that I'm not tempted. Zhou Zibai stroked her long hair. But I'm a little worried. The secret realm left behind by a strong person at that level. Even if it declines with time, I'm afraid it's still very dangerous. Hui spread his hands with a sacred look and said to Zhou Zibai, "Little lost girl, listen to me. The path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. Danger is just a common occurrence. For you, this is a great opportunity." Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. "Of course I know, but don't worry." Hui smiled and patted Feng on the shoulder. "Feng will protect you." Yun Nuoxing opened her eyes and glanced at him. "Isn't it your duty to protect? I'm only responsible for dismantling and beating." The little girl saw Hui looking over and waved her hand. "Don't look at me. I'm just responsible for controlling the scene. Can't you not be a shield for a day?" "No." The two of them said in unison and rolled their eyes. A guardian has been beaten in the void for more than 10 eras, and now she wants to throw away her shield and take a break? No way. When it came to the matter between them, Zhou Zibai suddenly restrained her expression and moved closer to Yin Nuoxing. She lowered her voice and said, General Liu said that you are in those two realms. Is it true? I don't know. You just have to think high. Hui is right. We are very good at fighting. There is no need to measure other things. Our way of measuring is difficult to match your way of measuring, so there's no need to be particularly clear about it. Yin Nuoxing replied casually. It was this kind of casual answer that made Zhou Zibai smile even more bitterly. She had no idea at all. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at her. If you want to go, but are worried about the danger and want to ask about our strength, then you don't have to worry. At least this star? Well, don't worry. If there is any danger, just leave it to us. Looking at Hui, he will definitely join in the fun. If you want to go, I will protect you. Zhou Zibai stuck out her tongue at him. 5 minutes passed quickly. Liu Weiran also ended their conversation and said to the 3 families of the Zhou family, How is it? Have you finished your discussion? Sometimes it is a wise choice to withdraw. In the past, we have explored many secret realms that have been exposed to the world with the passage of time. Many of them are dangerous. This time is no exception. Zhou Zibai took a deep breath and took a step forward. She clasped her hands and said, The Zhou family is willing to explore the secret realm together. The young man of the Zhao family also clasped his hands and said, The Zhao family will go with you. So will the Lin family. In that case, you can go back and rest for 3 days. We will meet here 3 days later. When the 3 families left, the bronze gate was closed again. Liu Weiran looked at the 2 heavy gates and did not speak for a long time. So, didn't you say to find a way to make them stay? The time is too short. We didn't get a good result. The heaven realm returning from the starry sky may even be a master in the immortal realm. Do you dare to say casually? You rushed up and directly put the question in front of them. Do you want to join or not? I'm afraid you want to be slapped into minced meat. The people of the Alliance smiled bitterly. The 3 of them could go anywhere they wanted in the starry sky as their own courtyard. They even crossed the Milky Way and returned here from God knows where. How could they stay here for a small alliance of cultivators? Well, even if we don't use force, we can use some other methods. What's the point of being soft? Walking in the mortal world needs some convenience, right? The Zhou family can do that for us. It's not like we have to join the alliance. Let me tell you the most important problem. It's the problem of vision. Others take wandering in the starry sky as easy as drinking water. I observed carefully just now. His expression told me that wandering in the starry sky is quite interesting. There is no way to make them stay here. Everyone was silent. This was the most troublesome problem. It was no less than having to deal with an enemy who had no desires and was alone. There was nothing they could do. This matter ends here. Don't mention it again. Liu Weiran turned and walked to the door inside the hall. Just seal the news here. Don't spread it out and let other people know. You and I both know what a heaven realm or a mortal immortal can do. We can't use force or soft tactics. We can't talk about friendship and we can't control them. Fortunately, their attitude seems to be that they just came back to play. Let them play freely. Besides, they will follow the Zhou family and go to the secret realm with us. It's an unexpected good thing. Ah, that's true. With 3 people above the heaven realm accompanying them to explore the secret realm, the danger of this trip should be reduced sharply. What are your plans tonight? In the car, Zhou Zibai subconsciously said this. Then, she smiled bitterly. Oh, I forgot that you just came back. Why don't you come to my house to rest for a few days? Let me entertain you. I haven't thanked you before. Hui suddenly put a finger in front of his mouth, startling Zhou Zibai. She glanced at him in the rearview mirror and saw that he was pointing at the passenger seat beside her. She couldn't help but look sideways. Feng fell asleep. Let's not talk about it first. Let's go to your place to rest. Hui lowered his voice and said in a low voice. He wiped the sweat on his head and sighed. I finally coaxed him to sleep. He had been jumping and jumping all the way, trying every means to create such a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. He just wanted this idiot to escape from the atmosphere of madness and destruction that had lasted for 5 years. Now, he finally succeeded. Maple actually fell asleep as soon as he touched the seatbelt. He used to say that Maple slept on the clouds every day, but now he really wished that he could sleep a little longer. Even though Maple was strong, it would be a lie if he said that he was not tired after 5 years of constant fighting. He had only been carrying on because of the mission that he had given himself. Now, he finally could not help but fall asleep in such a relaxed atmosphere for a long time. Cokes? Zhou Zibai was startled again and again. She didn't understand the connection between them. She couldn't help but look sideways at Yin Nuashing. This guy looked indifferent, and his whole body was full of an aura that didn't belong to this world. She didn't expect him to be so quiet when he fell asleep. She dared to guarantee that she would take a picture of this scene and draw it into a painting. It would be able to win the championship of the National Art Exhibition for countless consecutive years. She even thought of the title, Dream of Immortals. No matter from looking at him or the state he was showing at the moment, he really looked like the legendary immortals. Jie, a sudden braking made all the people in the car fall forward. Hui hit his head on the front seat. When he saw Foam open his eyes in a daze, he was so angry that he almost took out the guardian shield. He quickly went forward. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why did you slam on the brakes? Zhou Zibai looked at the front and back, and a drop of sweat fell from her beautiful face. Oh no, we are surrounded. Miss, you protect yourself in the car. I have called for reinforcements. Hold on for a while, and someone will come. Elder Zhang's voice sounded in the car. In another car behind them, Elder Zheng and Elder Meng opened the door and jumped out. At this time, the 6 cars that surrounded them also opened their doors, and a group of people filed out. A dozen people dare to imitate others and block the road? Hui laughed like a madman, especially when he saw Maple yawn and slowly wake up. This time, he really pulled out his sword. He cursed in his heart. I've been creating this atmosphere for 2 days. It's not easy, it's not easy, it's not easy. There are more than a dozen people. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly and pointed to the 3 gray-white cars in front of them. They looked like square boxes. She smiled bitterly. That is the legendary Juling Hongguang. Hui was stunned for a while and didn't understand. When he looked up in the next second, he understood. Nearly 100 people rushed out of the 3 box-like cars in front of them. All of them were holding machetes and iron rods. Many of them had abnormal strength. Space expansion in the car? Hui gasped. How? How do they fit it in? You never know how many people will rush out of the Juling Hongguang. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly and unfastened her seatbelt. It's troublesome. They seem to have many human realm and earth realm masters. Then she looked back and saw Hui, who was about to make a move. She calmed down instantly. She forgot that her car was equipped with 3 special kinetic weapons. She had to consider how much damage they might cause. Mr. Hui, let's get out of the car first. I want to know who they are, I know. I'm good at interrogation. Anyway, let's beat them half to death to vent our anger. Leave 1 or 2 on the ground and whip them. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. He didn't want to talk. Well, there was nothing to talk about. Get out of the car. Don't expect anyone to come to save you. We have sealed off a 2-kilometer radius. You can't escape. On the opposite side, a man wearing glasses and a suit looked gentle. He was a little out of place with the people around him who were holding iron rods and machetes. Zhou Zibai took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Who ordered you? What price did the other party pay for you to get involved in this mess? The Zhou family is willing to pay 10 times the price. Please make a way. It sounds like a lot of money. Our brothers are tempted. The man in glasses laughed out loud with his hands on his hips. The group of people around him also laughed noisily. The iron rods and machetes in their hands were constantly knocked on the ground, making a noisy sound. Someone asked us to take a small thing in your hands. As long as you hand it over obediently, we will make a way. The man in glasses looked at Zhou Zibai with a smile. After all, I can't bear to kill such a beauty. Brothers, am I right? So noisy. It seemed that a gust of wind from the North Pole had suddenly descended on this street. The extremely cold atmosphere made everyone seem to see the scene of hundreds of millions of snowflakes fluttering in the air. In front of them was the frozen ground, which made everyone shiver. When they came back to their senses, they saw green leaves and mountains. There was no scene of a raging snowstorm. Terrible. I forgot to mute the car. Hui screamed in his heart. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Feng slowly raise his right hand. He quickly rushed to stop him. Feng, leave one alive. The crisp sound of a finger snapping was crisp and soft, but it was heard by everyone present. Immediately after, there was the sound of air being deflated, and the sound of knives and sticks falling to the ground made clanking sounds. The refined, bespectacled man was also stunned when he saw this strange scene. Just a second ago, there were more than 100 people, and now there were only a few people left on this street. He was unable to react for a long time. You? What did you do? The man in glasses took a breath of cold air. He screamed and pointed at the corpses on the ground. He trembled and pointed at Hui and the others. Are you people or ghosts? Hui suddenly reacted and rushed over like a ghost. He pressed his palm on the head of the man in glasses. His handsome face was distorted and ferocious. His expression looked like a ghost. The man in glasses was so scared that he was about to burst a dam. Look at me directly, son of a bitch. Use your 2 sesame seed eyes to see clearly. Such a big, handsome guy in front of you. Do you actually look like a ghost? The man in glasses trembled and looked at Hui and nodded vigorously. Huey's handsome face became even darker. Yin Nuashing sat in the car and couldn't help but roll her eyes. With a dark face and this expression, you might be paraded as a ghost. Hui grinned hard. Isn't it because of the supernatural scene you created? Chapter 1761. Epilogue, about being surrounded by hundreds of people on the road. How to put it? Maybe it had not happened for more than 10 eras. Hui felt that it was quite fresh. However, it happened in someone else's territory after all. 999,999% of the lives on this planet had nothing to do with them. They didn't need to know so much, and it was useless to know so much. Therefore, they threw the man with glasses to Zhou Zhibai to deal with. They just listened to the man with glasses crying and crying as he said a lot of names, even though they didn't know any of them. It's about me being surrounded by 3 dueling Hongguang cars when I was walking on the road. We sat in the car and stretched. Looking at Zhou Zhibai's gloomy and tangled expression, he couldn't help but be curious. Is it very troublesome to deal with the people who want to deal with you? Zhou Zhibai was stunned and showed a slightly helpless expression. As a child of the Zhou family, it's easy to be noticed and remembered. There's nothing I can do about it. Well, I'll teach you a way to deal with this. Hui grinned and leaned back in the chair. Seeing her turn her head curiously, he held the back of his head with both hands and said casually, beat them until everyone is convinced, then it'll be fine. Zhou Zhibai. She tilted her head and looked at Yin Nuashing. Seeing him give her a look that said, ignore him, he's crazy again. She instantly understood and calmly started the car. Yin Nuashing waved his hand, and the group of people piled up on the road like a human pyramid in front of them all got up in a daze. Then they walked to the grass on both sides of the road outside the roadbed and fell down again. At the same time, they also moved the 3 magical cars to the side of the road. So they didn't die. Zhou Zhibai saw that those people moved for a while and then fell down again. They only looked like they had fainted. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I thought they were all dead. I was thinking that there might be more trouble later. It's just a dream, a dream. Yin Nuashing yawned. Killing too many people casually, your family's position should be very troublesome. After all, it's now recognized that we are on your side. Zhou Zhibai looked at Yin Nuashing, feeling a little touched. But Feng, even if we release them, there will be more trouble, won't there? This is based on past experience. If we release 1 person now, there will be more than 10 people the next day. It's a multiplier of more than 10, Hui said casually. Yin Nuashing thought for a while and calmly unfastened her seatbelt. Then let's kill it. No. Hui smiled bitterly and pressed down on a certain flammable and explosive object. We'll talk about it when the time comes. If trouble comes knocking on our door, we'll choose the best to beat them up. You don't have to do anything. In. Hurry up a drive. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly and stepped on the accelerator. The black car shot out like an arrow, sticking close to the ground. Elder Zheng and Elder Meng, who were in the car beside them, could not help but smile bitterly after listening to the whole conversation. They glanced at the more than 100 people on both sides of the road and sighed. When the group returned to Jiang City, the sky was slightly dark. Before they left the highway, they could see the early evening lights of Jiang City. Starting from the center, the city was lit up little by orange and bright white lights. The lights were so bright that Yin Nuoxing could not help but sit up a little and stare at the scene outside the window in a daze. Although the air in this world was a little bad and made him feel a little uncomfortable in all aspects, the traces of life cast by Hui were indeed not bad. Unlike the cities in the celestial realm that were several times larger than the diameter of the land under their feet, the small city here. No, probably because of this place, it could only be called a small city. Compared to those huge cities, the small city in front of them had a pocket-sized and exquisite feeling. It was not dazzling, and there were not too many repetitive areas. It was just a large area of high-rise buildings. Other than that, there was nothing else. The mountains and rivers seemed to have to leave the city and go to a more specific place to appreciate them. Unlike the cities in the celestial realm, each city had its own mountains and rivers. After all, it was a huge territory that was hundreds of thousands of miles long and wide. Feng, you're not sleeping? We saw Feng sitting up and sat up a little. Sleep? Yin Nuoxing was a little stunned. Did I just fall asleep? The three people in the car were silent for a while. They did not know how to answer. Zhou Zibai brought them to a more remote and quiet place. Although it was also in the city, it was far away from the high-rise buildings and noisy areas blocked by walls. This place was quite peaceful. The car stopped in a group of 2- or 3-story buildings with their own courtyards. We got out of the car and could not help but take a deep breath. The spiritual energy here seems to be richer. It's far away from the city center, but it's a short distance from the suburbs. The feng shui here is good, and the spiritual energy gathered here is much richer than in other places, Zhou Zibai replied. She pushed the door open and welcomed Yin Nuoxing and the others into the house. She smiled and said, "Make yourselves at home. Usually, only Elder Zheng and I live here. He went to drink with Grandpa Meng and may come back later. As for the rooms, there are guest rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floor. They're the rooms on the right. You can use whichever one you like. I'll go put my things first." The spacious living room. In fact, they were used to the bigger kind. When they looked up, the ceiling was 100 feet or a few hundred feet away from them. Now, when they saw that the ceiling was less than 5 meters away from them, they instantly felt as if they were trapped in a cage. Cough, cough. Oh, this place feels pretty good. We wandered around the crappy, small living room twice. He ran from the kitchen to the living room, and from the living room to the small room with tables and chairs. He ran back to the living room and went to the balcony to look at the starry sky outside. He ran to Feng's side excitedly and pulled him to sit down on the sofa. At first, when I saw this kind of exquisite and gorgeous buildings nearby, I thought it was the kind of flashy, empty shell house that showed off its identity. I didn't expect it to not look so simple, but it also has a warm feeling. I'm glad you like it. Zhou Zibai, who had changed into simple living clothes, walked downstairs. She couldn't help but laugh when she heard what seemed to be a compliment. But what do you mean by a warm feeling? Hui said that empty shell and inhabited are ordinary buildings and homes with people living in them. Yin Nuoxing replied faintly, "Some gorgeous buildings are filled with people, but they are still cold, just like the cold wind in the North Ice world that has been blowing for millions of years. Some simple small houses of 3 to 4 meters square can make people feel warm when they walk in. This is a place with a home that has been given a sense of longing. Someone cares about this place." "I see." Zhou Zibai nodded in surprise after listening. She sat down on the small sofa next to Yin Nuoxing. "I don't have such a feeling. It doesn't sound like our way of thinking. It's our unique way of sensing everything. You could just listen to it." Yin Nuoxing said faintly. She also looked around casually. "It's not bad." Zhou Zibai pinched her long hair and smiled. Then, welcome to my house. You can relax for the next 3 days. In the beginning, when she said that she wanted to entertain the three of them, she was just doing it for convenience. After all, when she met them at Old Vine Street and heard that they were wandering around aimlessly at night, she was a little curious, so she took the opportunity to invite them. Honestly speaking, when she heard that the three of them were powerful fighters in Heaven Realm, or even higher, she was quite nervous. It must be a good thing to be with powerful people. Phone, let's go. Since we have a place to stay, let's go out and play. Let's see what's fun, good food, and good to see around us. Anyway, it's fun. Let's go. What are you doing in the middle of the night? Don't pull me. Don't. Clang. Zhou Zibai was speechless. There was a hole in the doorframe. She wondered whether Mr. Feng's head was still okay. The little girl looked at her and shrugged. Just relax. The two of them are actually easier to get along with than you think. They're both very casual people. One likes to be in a daze in this kind of situation, but deep down, she's a foodie. The other is an optimist. Zhou Zibai thought for a moment. Actually, I think I've almost figured it out. That's the side you've seen. The girl smiled faintly. You haven't seen the other side of them, especially the other side of Fengling. Well, I hope you won't see it. After all, you're just a child. You'll be easily scared and have nightmares. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. She was over 20 years old, and she was still a child. Well, in front of the three of them, she was indeed just a child. The two of them played until a few minutes past midnight. We looked like he was having fun. Yun Nuoxing, who was being dragged by him, was still expressionless. She looked the same when she went out and came back. After sending Feng to the third floor to wash up, we put his hands on his hips and sighed. Sigh, I've been busy for 2 days in vain. Originally, I had succeeded in making that guy fall asleep today, but in less than 2 minutes, he couldn't help but take out a small notebook. It was a small notebook given to him by Yuan Kong. When he opened it, there were 20 neat lines of the same content written in 20 different handwriting. Let Lord Feng, big idiot, have a good rest and come back later. We'll be at the Void front line. The little girl took a look and couldn't help but be startled. When did you get this? Yuan Kong gave it to me before I went out. Hui smiled bitterly. Actually, this thing has been around for many years. Jing Yuanji, Yuan Kong, Qing Jun, I Ching, and many other partners at the front line jointly wrote the same task and handed it to me personally. Hui scratched his head. Originally, I planned to solve the shelter issue quickly and then pretend that there was a problem on the way back. Then, I'll take him around the lower elemental realm. Since I was going to come here, I might as well follow his wishes. Right now, Feng hasn't mentioned anything about going back. Before he brings it up, I have to find a way to let him rest for a while. But I can't be too deliberate. If I'm too deliberate, he'll react faster. I can only inadvertently let him relax like today. Hey, I'm really worried sick. The little girl smiled bitterly. That's really hard on you. Zhou Zibai had been listening by the side. They didn't hide their conversation from her. Although she heard a lot of information, she didn't understand most of it. The only thing she understood was that Hui had taken great pains to let Yun Nuoxing rest. Well, actually, we can drive him around outside. He accidentally fell asleep in the car today. Hui and the little girl turned to look at Zhou Zibai together. Good idea. Then, they really wandered outside for 3 days. They drove, flew in the sky, and drifted on the sea. In just 3 days, they traversed the entire Huaxia land. They were just short of crossing the Milky Way. Then, on the third day, it seems that it's time. It's almost time to go, right? Yun Nuoxing looked at the snow-capped mountain in front of her, her breath turning into frost. Hui slapped himself in the face. This guy's concept of time is perfect. For the past 3 days, he had used ordinary methods to cross this land like a mortal, but he didn't fall asleep even once. Miss, the distance across these 3 days may be 4 or 5,000 kilometers. Elder Zheng whispered to Zhou Zibai. We ran out of gas 3 or 4 times. Zhou Zibai heard this and looked at Yun Nuoxing, then looked at Hui. Both of them smiled bitterly. In these 3 days, they ran on the ground, looked at the blue sky and white clouds on the plain, and then came to the sea in a flash and rode the wind and waves. After a while, they went to the deep mountains and forests. Finally, they ran around the highest snow-capped mountain in Huaxia. Unfortunately, this place was actually not allowed to be climbed for a long time. They could only sneak in and walk around. Looking down from the top of the mountain, they saw many staff members cleaning the snow-capped mountain. Opportunities are really hard to come by. The little girl said to Hui and Zhou Zibai, "Sleepiness is like bubbles and fleeting. It's harder to find than fireworks in the starry sky." "Stop talking." Hui covered his face and smiled bitterly. He waved his hand vigorously. Forget it. Let's go back." Yin Nuashing, ? The Alliance of Cultivators was still the gathering place next to Jiang City. They had left 3 days ago, but Zhou Zibai felt that a year had passed since the last time she came here. Perhaps it was because the past 3 days had been too fulfilling. There are a lot of people here this time. We looked around. The location was still the spacious manor. In addition to Lu Weiran, 5 or 6 cultivators from the Alliance, the Zhao family, and the Lin family, there were other faces. They were probably people who were selected later. It seems that there are a lot of experts here. When they heard that we were going to that kind of ancient secret land, each family sent their strongest combat power, as much as possible, hoping to get more benefits so that their family can continue to survive. Zhou Zibai looked around and turned to Yun Nuashing. "Elder Zheng, and I will go up and report. You guys wait for us here." Yin Nuashing nodded. There were a lot of people around, including Zhou Zibai and the others. There should be 7 groups of people going with them. Each group could bring less than 7 people. It seemed that there was a limit. For some reason, many people were looking at them. The young man from the Zhao family greeted them with his eyes, as if he was hinting at something. "Hey!" The voice behind him stunned Yin Nuashing. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a suit with an unshaven beard coming over. His casual appearance reminded him of the group of people who blocked his way 3 days ago. Compared to them, this person in front of him was even more slovenly. "I heard from them that you are the master who knows ancient Dao marks." The middle-aged man held a cigarette in his mouth and blew a mouthful of smoke at Yin Nuashing's face. Yin Nuashing's cheeks twitched. He waved his hand and took 2 steps back. He was slightly unhappy. "What's the matter? I'm Lu Yi from the Lu family. Like you, I'm good at making artifacts. There are some things I want to talk to you about." Yin Nuashing frowned and was about to say something when a thick and powerful arm suddenly landed on his shoulder. When he turned his head, he saw a muscular man who was at least 2 meters tall. His hair was standing on end due to anger. When he saw him looking over, he immediately revealed a friendly smile. "The inheritance of the ancient Dao marks is very important for our entire team to explore the ancient secret realm. It can increase our speed and reduce casualties. For the sake of the big picture, why don't you teach this inheritance to our family's Lu Yi? Women will only drag us down at critical moments, right? Hee. If you want to talk, then talk. Don't touch me." Yin Nuashing frowned slightly and pushed away the man who inexplicably came over. He took 2 steps back. "I don't know you. Your request is rejected." "Hee. You have a little temper." The burly man crossed his arms. The light armor he was wearing looked like a neat set of artifacts. "I am Lu family's Lu Martial Saint. You're the first person in the 3 provinces who doesn't know my name. All right, let's not talk nonsense. You hurry up and hand over the ancient Dao mark inheritance." Little girl. Bang! A golden light that came out of nowhere suddenly exploded in front of their eyes. The entire ground shook violently because of it. It was like an earthquake. Everyone in the manor trembled slightly and turned their gazes in surprise. "Oh, sorry. I used a little too much strength." Hui grinned and spread out his hands. The ground under his feet cracked, as if it was about to collapse. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, he quickly walked to Maple's side and pulled him back 2 steps. He looked at the 2-meter-high lump of flesh in front of him with a smile and said, "Mr. Lu Wuxian, please give us the heirloom of your Lu family. We know all the magical devices like the back of our hand. For the sake of the big picture, you won't be reluctant to give us such a small condition, right?" "Of course. In order to commemorate your great and selfless sacrifice, I decided to give you a small compensation in my name. Here, this $100. Is that enough?" Hui threw out a red bill and smiled at the Lu family members whose faces had darkened. He continued, Oh, you're welcome. I know you think it's enough. There's no need to thank me. After all, it's for the sake of the overall situation. When we reach the gate, we'll definitely let you go in first. That way, if there's anything good, we'll give it to you first, right? Are you kidding? He took a deep breath and puffed out a cloud of smoke. Do you think our family heirloom is something some random cats and dogs can look at whenever they want to? Then what are you guys talking about? Huey's face changed from a good-natured one to a hypocritical one. His forehead darkened. Cats and dogs come up to my family and spout shit. Do they want to have a taste of the taste of death? Shut up. Weak little thing. The big guy Lu Wuxing glared with his eyes wide open in anger. He clenched his fist and rushed forward to punch Hui. Watch me smash you into a meat patty. A golden light surged in his black eyes. Hui used all his strength to hold down Feng, who was being pulled by him. This guy is about to burst out his origin energy. You don't need to use this kind of strength to deal with this kind of trash, right? Your origin energy is crying. Stop. A loud voice resounded in the manor, suppressing Lu Wuxing, who was about to raise his fist. Lu Weiran's imposing figure appeared between the two with a bang. She slapped away Lu Wuxing's fist with her palm. Her cold and solemn face had a touch of bloody majesty. This is the territory of the Alliance of Cultivators, not your Lu family's territory. This meeting is not a one-man show for your Lu family to flaunt your strength. If you act without permission during the exploration of the secret territory, you'll definitely be expelled from the team. Lu Wuxing and Lu Weiran looked straight at each other for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and silently took a step back. Martial sage. He stepped forward and patted the big guy's shoulder. Then he cupped his hands towards Lu Weiran. I'm sorry, General Lu. It's Martial Sage's first time participating in the exploration of the secret territory. He was too excited. Then he looked at Yun Nuoxing and cupped his hands. I just wanted to talk to Miss about the artifact. After all, this secret territory is related to the artifact. However, the ancient Dalmark method is not necessary. I just didn't expect things to become so tense. We still have to spend some time together. I apologize to you on his behalf. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he pulled Lu Wuxing back to the Lu family's team. They stood aside and did not say anything. Are you okay? Zhou Zhibai quickly ran back to check on Yin Nuoxing and the others. After subconsciously asking, she could not help but smile bitterly. These two were Heaven Realm experts or stronger. Naturally, they would be fine. Yin Nuoxing patted the clothes that had been touched by the big guy. As she patted, she sniffed her body a few times and frowned. I want to wash it. Hui smiled bitterly and poked her head. Why do you need to wash it when it has its own cleansing effect? He can't even touch you. Okay, I know you have psychological factors. Okay, Mr. Lu, how many lives have you successfully saved? Hui said as he looked around. Maybe dozens of lives, or maybe tens of thousands of lives, or even hundreds of millions of lives. Cough, cough. I'm just kidding. The little girl rolled her eyes. No, this is not a joke. Just now, when the origin energy exploded, even the void was about to sink. Feng Ling was seduced by the smoke and had an unhealthy mentality. Serious misophobia. So, what kind of people are the Lu family? They covet other people's toys the moment they arrive. One is playing the good cop, the other is playing the bad cop. We smacked his lips. They are. Lu Weiran was about to say something when she suddenly heard the familiar sound of the propeller starting. She waved her hand. Let Zhou Zhibai tell you. She also knows that I have to bring people to board the plane now. Hey, wait a minute. If they look for trouble later, can I choose to throw them out? Lu Weiran was startled and scratched her head. You won't be in the same plane. Forget it. If there is another situation, you can deal with it yourselves. I can't see anything. Hui heard this and immediately smiled like the bright summer sun. His face was full of kindness. Chapter 1762. On the sparkling surface of the sea, a group of neatly arranged pyramid-shaped shadows fell as the blazing sun shone on them. 2 or 3 seconds after the group of shadows swept across the surface of the sea, there was a gradually roaring vibration. Some kind of loud movement and high-speed, air-piercing sound was transmitted from the sky to the surface of the sea. It had a black metal outer shell and a special symbol on it. It appeared to be a ship swaying in the sky. This thing, called a helicopter, air, as expected of a mortal world with such rich imagination. This thing seemed quite fun to play with. It's just too noisy. Hui exhaled into the microphone hanging by his mouth. The sound of the explosion in her ears made Yun Nuoxing's scalp tingle. She stretched her long leg and kicked him hard. Don't blow into the microphone. Do you want to die? Hui laughed dryly and turned his head. With a whoosh, his black hair was all over his face. This thing did not close. The wind outside the cabin was whistling. If he untied the belt and jumped, he could dance with countless seafood in the sea. The sea was clear and blue, and if one looked directly into it, they would be able to capture the countless life forms swimming in the sea. The deeper they went, the larger the size of the lively seafood. Most of them were in groups, and only a few were swimming in the sea alone. Well, he was hungry. He had not tasted the seafood in this place, and he was a little craving for it. If you untie the belt and jump out, I won't fish you up. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him indifferently. She used her hand to gather her long hair, which was not easy to tidy up, so that it would not be messed up by the wind. Hey, this thing's flying speed is not as fast as mine. If worst comes to worst, I'll just teleport directly to the destination and meet up with you. Hui grinned hard and pulled the belt on his body, as if he was ready to take action. These words were spoken through the soul communication. In this place where the wind was howling at a height of hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters, if it were not for the earmuffs and the microphone that provided communication, he would have had to shout at the top of his lungs to fight against the wind, and he would have lost his voice at any moment. For ordinary people, well, they were used to using the soul communication method, and using the earmuffs on their heads was purely for the sake of novelty and enjoyment. After rubbing the belt for a while, we still did not directly jump down, mainly because he saw that Feng did not want to swim in the sea with him. It was boring to go alone, so he did not want to go. Besides, he did not know how long he would fly in this loud vehicle. He had to find another topic to divert attention. I haven't said it yet. Was the Liu family. We looked at Zhou Zhibai sitting next to Feng and asked. Their main base is in the central and eastern regions of China. It is a little far from our Jiang city. This time, I heard that the two places could not gather 10 groups of people, so they came to our place. Zhou Zhibai whispered into the microphone. In China, they are quite first class. Whether it is in the cultivation world or the business world, they have a strong voice. There is even a saying that if the Liu family is destroyed, hundreds and thousands of companies will disappear at the same time. They can even compete with the few companies in the capital in Shanghai. Gone? Zhou Zhibai thought for a moment. That Liu Wuxing and Liu Yi are brothers. Although there is a difference in appearance, it is said that Liu Wuxing's cultivation method caused him to change his appearance. He is also a very heaven-defying genius of the current generation. He has received the attention of the Liu family. It is said that they gathered a lot of resources to allow him to reach the Earth realm in a short period of time. His combat power is quite strong, and some of the older generation experts in the Earth realm can't compete with him. As for Liu Yi, he prefers to study artifacts. When he goes to a new place, he does nothing but find some local artifact masters who have been famous for a long time to learn from each other. He can already refine a medium-level artifact. He is also a very famous person. Gone. Hui touched his chin. Is there anything more special? Zhou Zhibai thought for a long time and could not figure out what more special situation he was referring to. She could only shake her head. The other more important information has been hidden by the Liu family. The information that has been leaked only appeared after he received the attention of many people in the cultivation world. The special part. I am ashamed that my Zhou family does not have enough power, so we can't get in touch with it. And it's all right. Hui held the back of his head with both hands and looked relaxed. There is no other special situation. It is just a matter of a slap. When people die, the light goes out. Everything before and after death is nonsense. This simple and straightforward words made Elder Zheng stunned. What if there is a special situation? It is still a slap. Elder Zheng stared. Isn't it still the same? It is not the same. Hui shook his head and pointed to the front. If there is no special situation, I will slap it. If there is a special situation, let Feng slap it. The little girl was afraid that Zhou Zibai and the other two did not understand. So she explained concisely, the difference between a pistol and a strategic nuclear missile is that the number of bullets is only one. The three immediately expressed that they understood. Zhou Zibai could not help but look at Yin Nuoxing, who was sitting next to her and looking at the sea with her head tilted. She could not help but mutter in her heart, is this the legendary self-propelled bipedal nuclear bomb? There seems to be nothing special about it, except for its beauty. Among the people who came this time, in addition to those mingling in the mortal world, I heard that some ancient forces hidden in the world have also sent people. Elder Meng looked at the other helicopters with him. He could vaguely see the small figures of some people, but there was no way to identify them. Oh, there are special people who are coming to play? Hui was a little interested. Elder Meng smiled bitterly. This guy always said that it was special. They did not know to what extent was special to him. Some hidden in the famous mountains are suspected to be families or sects that have been passed down from ancient times. There are fewer people in this group, but all of them are elites. Zhou Zibai explained, it's just hearsay. The Alliance of Cultivators seems to attach great importance to this secret realm. They may have invited some powerful figures, but they shouldn't be in our group. They may have come with teams from other regions. Are those places in Shankara also famous? Just like my villa, the spiritual energy is richer and more abundant than other places. It is the same for some famous mountains. Some places have been adjusted by the ancient experts and will automatically gather spiritual energy. However, I have never been there, so I'm not very clear about it. What's more, it is said that in the depths of some scenic spots and historical sites, there may be secret realms created by the ancient experts. If you can find them, you can prove the great way. Uft. We could not help but spit a mouthful of saliva. When he saw the three of them stunned, he quickly waved his hand. It's nothing, it's nothing. I just choked on my saliva. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He was still not used to the so-called great way. However, he was also a little curious. He did not know how far the great way restored by the ancient experts was from their understanding of the world and the real rules. To be able to carve that level of ancient Tao marks, it should be ridiculously bad. Hey, at least I have touched the threshold. I'm already halfway to the great way. Maybe I can go further if I work hard. On the other helicopter, Lin Tang looked outside from time to time, looking at Yin Nuoxing and the others. He frowned slightly and pondered for a while. The more he thought about what happened 3 days ago, the more uneasy he felt. His intuition told him that at this moment, he should behave himself. He always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from above, pinching his fate in that line of sight. If he looked away from the former, this feeling would quietly dissipate, and everything would be as if nothing had happened. Lin Tang hesitated for a few minutes, and suddenly said, cancel the original plan. Everyone in the Lin family was stunned when they heard this. But young master, my intuition tells me that this is the best. This intuition has helped me make many correct choices to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Now, there may still be time to change the direction of the wind. However, there is no hurry. We are not in a hurry to stand out. Someone will be anxious. Lin Tang waved his hand. You mean the Liu family? They have their eyes on the inheritance of the ancient Tao marks of the two people from the Zhou family. After the conference, this news has even spread to more places in the cultivation world. There are many masters who study artifacts among the people who came this time. Not only the Liu family, but even they will be anxious. Things like ancient Tao marks. Lin Tang covered his face and laughed inexplicably. He shook his head and said, let's not talk about it. That's all. Pay attention to them when you go to the secret realm. Do not act rashly. The swaying small boat in the sky swayed for 2 hours before arriving at an island. The mountain rocks were beautiful and full of vitality. There were some animal tracks left between the rainforest and the lush vegetation. There seemed to be life on this otherworldly island as well. When everyone was flying towards the island in midair, when they reached a certain place, the the space suddenly rippled, and the people walking in front disappeared from sight. This place was obviously different from the normal space. It was difficult to see the situation inside from the outside. Only people who knew about it could enter this place. After passing through the layer of barrier or space, they came to the real island. The aura of life suddenly became much fainter. Although the scenery was still beautiful with rugged rocks and majestic mountains, it lacked the aura of other living creatures. On the island in this space, there were no traces of animals that they saw from the outside. There were only layers of mountains and plants. The spiritual energy was so dense that it formed clouds. The inside looks much bigger than the outside. We jumped down from the helicopter and immediately looked around. While looking around, he muttered, "It's just a very simple means of concealment. It can only deceive ordinary people. No one should have noticed this place yet, so no one has come here, right? This place is out of the border of Huaxia. It's an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. In the past few days, Elder Meng had learned about the situation on behalf of the 5 people who had gone on a sightseeing tour. Even the helicopter that sent us here was engraved with special Dao marks. That's why we were able to come in. If we were just passing by, unless we were cultivators, we wouldn't notice anything unusual here." We nodded and glanced around again. "Where's the secret land?" The place where the helicopter landed was an open space. After walking into the dense forest for a while, they saw a group of buildings full of majestic aura. We couldn't help but look at them a few more times. These buildings in front of him were a little different from the architectural style they had seen during this time. It seemed to be more. He couldn't say what it was. He just looked at it and felt that it was powerful. The color, the luster, the shape, and the energy everywhere. What did you want to say? This place seems to be more advanced. Zhou Jibai couldn't help but say, it seems to be 10 years ahead of the outside world. The entrance of the silver-white building in front of them was open. Looking inside, they saw that many people had gathered here. All of them had a strong aura. When they sensed that there were new people coming, they turned to look at the entrance. The 2 groups of people suddenly looked at each other. General Liu, among the group of people who arrived here first, the person wearing the unique uniform of the Alliance of Cultivators took 2 steps forward and saluted Liu Weiran. Then, he quickly reported, "All the people have been accounted for. The road to the depths of the secret land is currently unimpeded." But Liu Weiran frowned slightly. "But what?" "The environment of the secret land seems to have an abnormal reaction. We tried to contact it, but we didn't get any feedback. For the time being, the situation has changed, but there is no danger. However, we can't guarantee what will happen in a while. But the internal situation of the main place still hasn't changed. We have tried our best to adjust it and shift the entrance to the main destination. If we go now, it will only take a moment to reach the mausoleum." Everyone was shocked. Mausoleum? Could this secret land be the tomb of an ancient expert? No, according to our observation, it's not a tomb. The person from the Alliance shook his head and explained to everyone, "It looks like a mausoleum on the outside, but it's actually just a shell. The situation inside is completely different from a mausoleum. It's more like a huge mechanism room. There are many powerful artifacts inside, and there are many strange phenomena. However, the danger is not great. Everything can be controlled until we reach the door." Liu Weiran pondered for a moment. She walked in front and looked at everyone. "The situation in the secret land has changed. We originally planned to set off tomorrow, but it seems like we have to change it at the last minute. If there are no abnormalities, we will go to the secret land immediately." Someone couldn't help but raise his hand. What if there are other situations? Liu Weiran turned her gaze. If there are people who are not feeling well, have not adjusted well, are not in good spirits, or want to stay here to rest for a while, then arrange for the next batch of people from the Alliance to escort you here. We will go in and explore." The person who raised his hand immediately pressed it down and laughed dryly. It's okay. I'm just asking." Everyone rolled their eyes and said in their hearts, "You dare to do something? The next batch will only see a mess." The entrance to the secret land was in the depths of this complex of buildings that seemed very powerful. It was said that it was 10 years ahead of the outside world. Along the way, They saw many uniformed members of the Alliance heavily guarding it. There were about 100 or 200 people in front of them and hidden in the dark. They were not ordinary people. There were people in the human realm and the earth realm. There was even a person in the four seas realm secretly guarding this place. So many soldiers guarding it. It feels a little strange. Hui muttered in his soul. He could not help but look at Lu Weiran and the dozen or so experts of the Alliance who were leading the way. Instead of saying that they are guarding a secret land. Feng, do you think a secret land's entrance needs this level of military strength? Yin Nuoxing blinked and said, maybe it is necessary. The human race on this life star has branches of race and beliefs. Although it seems peaceful on the surface, in fact, they are fighting openly and secretly. I think this military strength is used to guard this place, to prevent people from other countries from finding this place. Just think about the situation in the realm of the gods. If a relic appears, and it happens to be right in front of their own door, and it doesn't cause a commotion or be discovered by others, of course, they will completely block all information and let their own people explore it. Hui said, oh, so that's it. Yin Nuoxing looked ahead and added, back then, I was also keen on exploring all kinds of strange places by myself. I broke the mechanisms by myself, solved the mysteries by myself, and even ran through the mines by myself. It was very exciting. The most exciting thing was that after I was done, everything was mine. I wanted it all. Although every time I finished a round and found that there was nothing I could use, I would just take a look and put it away. While I put it in the pendant, I would feel that it was a hindrance. There were many things that I only saw in this life and then sealed. It was troublesome to put too many of them, and I was too lazy to tidy them up. When I needed to use something, I would have to spend half a day in the pendant. After thinking about it, I would throw it all back. After a round, other than running through the mines to my heart's content, it was actually a lonely journey. This was simply others rushed to the relic for opportunities, to find some opportunities to break through the threshold, to break through the realm, and so on. He, on the other hand, was like going on a scenic tour. Moreover, he wandered and wandered into other people's tombs and relics. While everyone could only wait for the relic to be unsealed, he sneaked in alone as if he was going for a stroll. In the end, he even complained that the things inside were not good. While they were walking and chatting through their souls, Zhou Zibai and the others were also looking at others. Many of them were also sizing each other up. Originally, the two groups would have some time to get to know each other. After all, they had to spend some time together to explore the secret realm. Unexpectedly, something happened in the secret realm, so they could only rush over. On the way, they looked at each other. If they liked each other, they would greet each other. If they didn't like each other, they would just walk away. Although they didn't know each other, they didn't know each other. However, even so, it seemed that everyone's eyes stayed on Yin Nuoxing's group for a while. It was probably because the name of the ancient Mark master had already spread out. Those eyes also had different meanings. The most intense meaning was probably from Lu family's Lu Wusheng. He had been staring at them since they got off the plane. Hui Du felt goosebumps on Feng Feng's body. Being stared at by a 2-meter-tall, brawny man with this kind of resentful and strange eyes all the way. Feng Feng was in a good mood when he was not touched. If it was another bad-tempered person who would stare at like this, even if there were people from the Alliance, they would probably quarrel. The entrance to the secret realm was buried in the depths of the underground hall. In the entire empty hall, except for the entrance to the secret realm, there were only strong people guarding in all directions. This is the entrance to the secret realm. In the center of the hall, there was a blue oval opening. It was about 7 or 8 meters long and wide. The edge of the oval opening seemed to be surging with clouds and lightning energy. It reminded people of the appearance of the rolling dark clouds illuminated by lightning and thunder in a thunderstorm. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the opening. This thing has been moved by someone. Hui said in his soul, it's amazing. The people in this place obviously don't have a clear grasp of the power of space, but they can forcibly move the entrance to the two spaces. Yin Nuoxing looked around. It's not moved, it's torn open. That takes a lot of effort. Hui couldn't help but be startled when he heard it. The original opening was violently torn open, and then the teleportation entrance that belonged to the original place was closed, resulting in the transfer of the location of the teleportation entrance. But doesn't this also require the power of space? Only a weak power of space is needed. Yin Oshing lightly nodded his head and looked around. His gaze landed on the two white-haired old men beside Lu Weiran. Those two people have a weak spatial aura on them. It's very weak, but it's enough. This star's recovery speed for all kinds of situations is not bad. I don't know if you've noticed. Oh, I know. So it's using this characteristic and the fixed size of the teleportation entrance, forcibly moving the entrance. Hui kept nodding as he spoke. Then he was startled again. But there's a big premise. Yes, that's the big premise. Yin Nuoxing looked around, her gaze passing through the obstruction of the buildings and the ground, to the sky overlooking the entire island. The entire island itself is the secret realm. It's a part of the inner secret realm. This is a double overlapping space, so the teleportation entrance can be opened anywhere. They can also use this crude method to adjust the location of the teleportation entrance. Huff, huff, huff. The ancient powerhouses of this place can do this. To be able to maintain the stability for so long without being exposed or collapsing, and the degree of shielding between itself and itself is good. The quality of this double overlapping space is quite good. Hui scratched his head and said, if that's the case, it seems that we have to re-examine the strength of the cultivation system of this life star. I'm afraid that the experts of antiquity times that they know today are not the experts of antiquity times. According to what they said, the antiquity times can only be traced back to at most 4,000 years ago. Even the Taoist cultivators of 4,000 years ago could not have been able to deduce the strength of the rules of this mortal world in reverse. Hui and Maple looked at each other. Both of them looked at the blue teleportation entrance hanging in front of them. Their eyes became a little deep. If that was the case, then the situation was probably beyond imagination. The people of the Alliance were blocked in front of the gate. They might actually be lucky to have kept their lives. Hui scratched his head and suddenly grinned. Such a stable space. Coincidentally, at this time, there's a little environmental accident. Maple, I don't know if I should say something. It's okay. I'm used to it. After all, it's that thing that the Great Void will has decided. Yin Nuoxing snatched his words and said, leaving Hui speechless. Taking advantage of his speechlessness, he added, you, the number one prophecy emperor, aren't any better. Hui laughed dryly and continued to scratch his head. We're the same. Chapter 1763. Most of the time, the strength of the rules of a world was related to the void. The remaining cases were related to the world itself. For example, the world core was the most important bridge between the world and the void. If something happened to it, the world core would naturally be affected. No matter how big or small the world core was, it would affect all living beings living inside. If the world core was damaged, an abnormality would occur, or if this unlucky world happened to cross the boundary and drift into a place where the void strength was weaker, the strength of the world's laws would decrease. The entire process would take some time, perhaps 3 or 4 years, perhaps 300 or 400 years, or even longer. The overall trend would be very obvious, and the longer the decrease, the more it meant that the world was truly unlucky. The strength of the rules of the void was not completely evenly distributed. If it was represented in the form of a large map, the map would have a circle in the east and another circle in the west. The deeper the circle was, the darker the color, and the higher the strength of the rules. It was the same for the upper planes. The most stable place was the center of the upper planes, where the void of order gathered. The realm of the gods stayed in this position in the void of the 8 elements realm all year round. Wherever the center of the void of order drifted, the realm of the gods would follow. Well, all he wanted to say was that from the perspective of the void, the rise and fall of the strength of the rules was actually a very normal thing. It was just a natural phenomenon, and most of the time, the result of such activities would be the same as the current world. The fault in the realm of the cultivators, the fault in the era, and even the history was forcefully cut into 2 parts. The future of the divine realm would also be the same. There is always an inexplicable sense of excitement when exploring the things that once existed in the glory across the fault. Well, it should be so, but this time he could not feel excited. After all, he had been fighting in the void for a long time. He was in a motionless state now. Hui, on the other hand, was quite excited. He had seen Hui jumping up and down like a frisky monkey for a few days. He did not know why Hui was so excited. Time is of the essence, so I won't say too much. Everyone knows why you're here. No matter what grudges you have, put them aside for now. Our alliance of cultivators invited you to explore the secret realm, not to watch you flaunt your prowess. If anyone dares to do something that harms the interests of a group over some trivial matter, then don't blame me, Lu Weiran, for not giving you face. Lu Weiran's gaze swept across the crowd. When her voice fell, no one had much of an expression. However, it was obvious that they were all thinking about something. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Then, he turned around and led the team into the entrance of the secret realm. Let's go. Yin Nuoxing and the others walked in the middle of the team. When they passed through the teleportation gate, they carefully observed the movement of the teleportation. Well, there was no movement at all. They had just crossed the doorframe. The coordinates of the teleportation from the double overlapping space did not change. They had only moved once into the deeper space. To put it bluntly, they had only taken a few steps forward and arrived in another space. Their vision had also changed abruptly. There were green mountains and clear waters, birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. Dense spiritual chi condensed into thin clouds and mist that spread thinly in the space. Above them was an endless blue sky. There was no sun or moon, but there was a bright light that illuminated this place. It felt like they had arrived in another world. Is this the secret realm for this trip? Everyone could not help but exclaim when they saw the unique appearance of this place. They kept looking around. Many of them had seen so-called secret realms before. Most of the secret realms were just ordinary spaces. For example, there was only a small broken house on a small hill or a lake and a bench. The bigger ones only spanned a few kilometers. There were also some smaller secret realms. Those were even more ridiculous. They were small rooms piled up with square stone slabs. Inside, there were a lot of unknown things that were thrown messily. If one had to describe it, it was a magnified version of a grocery store. It was the first time that they had seen a place like the Peng Lai Immortal Realm. It was indeed a secret realm left behind by an ancient master. Look ahead. The mountain could even run. The mountain can run? Everyone was stunned. In front of them, a mountain that was more than 10,000 feet high was quickly running over the earth, causing a rumbling vibration. Like a wisp of smoke, it rushed towards the distance, and soon it disappeared. The feeling of the vibration only reached the mountain where they were standing at the entrance a while later. As a wave of not-so-strong vibration descended, everyone's head was filled with question marks. It seems that this is also the result of the changes in the environment. This did not happen the last time we were here. Lu Weiran frowned and nodded to the 2-4C realm elders beside her. She turned around and looked at everyone. Don't waste time. Go directly to the central palace. The environment here is just a simple environment. Palace? Everyone got into a hoarse stance amidst the tremors and looked around. Where's the palace? Lu Weiran stretched out her hand in front of them. Everyone looked in that direction and then slowly lowered their heads. Their gazes slid down the mountain peak they were on. After falling for an unknown distance, they finally saw a sea of clouds. Below the mountain peak was a vast sea of clouds. They seemed to be standing high in the sky. Just the thought of it made a few people who were afraid of heights turn pale. Above the sea of clouds, there was a vast group of palaces. The entire group of palaces was built on a huge circular platform. They danced with the clouds and were faintly discernible. All kinds of magnificent palaces were arranged side by side. The roads between the palaces were deliberately made with materials that were different from the colors of the platform. Looking down from above, a vast and majestic aura accompanied by an unconcealable feeling of ancient time rushed to their faces. Everyone was stunned, and their breathing stopped. Is that the ancient heavenly court? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't even have the southern heavenly gate. It's probably the residence of the strong in the ancient era. However, with such a vast and majestic aura, I'm afraid it's not a simple place. Lu Weiran looked at everyone. She waved her hand and led everyone down the mountain peak. As she ran, she said, "Other than the central palace, there's no way to touch the other palaces. They're just illusions. However, although it's called a palace, it's more like another space. The door that I mentioned to you earlier is in the space of the palace." They slid down along the edge of this very tall mountain peak. Dust and smoke billowed in all directions as if a landslide had occurred. They slid all the way to the foot of the mountain. There was only one road that led to the floating island platform in the center. Everyone saw Lu Weiran and the others step onto the suspended road without hesitation. They gritted their teeth and hurriedly followed. "Hey, look at that mountain." Halfway through, someone suddenly looked to the side and couldn't help but ask. Everyone also curiously turned their gazes. They saw that the huge mountain that disappeared in a flash suddenly rushed over from the other side. The rumbling sound of the mountain running over the ground reverberated in the entire space. "Is that mountain rushing towards us?" Everyone looked at the path and that speed. They nodded in a daze and replied, "It seems to be." Lu Weiran waved her hand. "Run, run, run. It's crashing towards us." Everyone screamed and ran with all their might. In a few flashes, they had rushed out tens of meters away. "What's that?" Hui glanced to the side as he ran. The huge mountain was rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed from the left side of the crowd. At this speed, it would crash into the suspended road in less than a minute. It's rare to see a mountain running with legs these days. Is this the abnormal environment that I mentioned earlier? Yin Nuashing looked to the other side. "I don't think so. Look further away. There's an energy storm over there. It just so happens that the storm is a little far away from us. It's moving faster than this mountain. I think the abnormal environment that I mentioned earlier should be that." All right, that storm also scared these people, but I think they're more afraid that this mountain will send them into outer space to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Look at how they're running forward with all their might. They were so arrogant just now, but now they're all in a sorry state. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. A minute later, the mountain that had been moving horizontally for no reason slammed into the suspended path at a speed of tens of meters per second. The entire mountain was split in half. The upper half of the mountain became an all that rushed out diagonally and fell into the clouds, creating a large hole in the sea of clouds. For a long time, there was no echo of where it had fallen. The headless half of the mountain disappeared into the sea of clouds at an even faster speed. No one knew where it had gone. On the floating island platform, everyone was so tired that they rolled their eyes. "I say, General Lu, you're too stupid not to remind us of this strange thing, right?" A young man in blue sportswear gasped for breath and rolled his eyes at Lu Weiran. His black hair was messy at the moment. It was obvious that his hairstyle was gone. "The last time we came, there was no such change in the environment. The abnormal environment is not referring to this." Lu Weiran shook her head and looked at the hall in front of her. "Maybe it's because the secret realm has been open for too long that it has undergone some unknown changes. When we came here previously, the spiritual energy in this space was still in a state of turbulence. Now, it has calmed down, which saves us a lot of effort. The space in the hall is relatively safer. At least the last time we came, the chaotic state of spiritual energy did not affect the interior. Let's go in first. We can't guarantee that there won't be any accidents if we stay here." Everyone shuddered when they heard this. They quickly lifted their feet and followed Lu Weiran and the others into the hall. He kept looking around and muttered in his soul, "These things are not illusions. They have a real structure. Their bodies are just hidden in a deeper layer of space. What appears here is at most a shadow." Yin Nuashing also looked at the buildings and replied, "They can't touch them. Even the two people who have the power to break space can't touch them from the real space. So to them, these are just illusions." "Okay." Hui grinned and looked at the main hall in front of them. He could not help but scratch his head. It's another space. That's strange. This level of spatial manipulation. Can the beings in the lower planes of the tertiary realm do it? If it's a lower plane close to the middle plane, under the condition that the world core does not have any abnormalities and receives the normal laws of the void, with this level of strength, it should be possible. Yin Nuashing said, but this is a place far away from the lower plane. It's a distance from the middle plane. Yin Nuashing was speechless. So that's how it is. This is the extent of this world. He wanted to use his brain to think about the cause and effect, but there were too many situations. It was so many that it was unrealistic for him to look for clues. He had to give up. No matter what the abnormality is, we will know when we get inside. Look, they're not nervous. Why should we be? Hui smiled bitterly. All right. He was thinking too much. Lu Weiran and the other living beings of this world who had been here before were fearless. The ignorant were fearless. The group of people who stood at the top of the world of order did not need to think too much. This door is a bit like the doors in ancient palaces. As Lu Weiran came to the door of the main hall, everyone looked around. The blue-robed young man could not help but reach out and touch the door in front of him. He then measured the height of the door. But this height is a bit exaggerated. I have never seen a door that is 10 or 20 meters high. This is probably the height of a 7-story building. The door is very light. Don't worry, just push it open, Lu Weiran said. The young man in blue gave an "oh" as he heard the words. Then he pushed hard. The two doors were pushed a long distance away, almost hitting the wall. The space behind the door also appeared in his sight. Sure enough, it didn't look like a hall. Instead, it was a passage paved with gray stone bricks. It was dark and accompanied by a cold wind. It seemed to lead to a dungeon buried deep underground. The young man in blue who pushed the door was blown by the wind. He shrank his body and hurriedly stepped back. There won't be ghosts in here, right? He pointed inside and shouted at Lu Weiran. You are a ghost. If you stand there, ghosts will not dare to come in front of you. Lu Weiran rolled her eyes and slapped the young man on the shoulder. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone go in. You old bastard. Don't you dare make me walk in front. The blue-robed young man staggered into the door. He turned around and saw everyone coming in. He pointed at Lu Weiran angrily and then quickly went to the back of the group. I'm not going. You go in front. I'm scared of ghosts. TSK. Lu Weiran smacked her lips, but she did not have time to play with this young man. She led the people of the Alliance to walk in front and went straight into the depths of the passage. These two guys know each other? Hui asked Zhou Zhibai curiously. I seem to have heard some rumors. Zhou Zhibai nodded. It seems, anyway, he knows General Lu. People call him the little firecracker of the imperial capital. He will explode at the slightest touch, and he will blow up anyone he catches. He seems to be quite familiar with the people of the Alliance. 2 years ago, he was just an ordinary person. I don't know why 2 years later, he has become an Earthrealm master. I don't know more specific information, but it may be because Jiang City is a little far from the imperial capital. It's hard to find out more about the secret information. Cold wind blew in the dark passage. The cold wind that had been locked here for countless years had not been completely expelled when the door was opened last time. At this moment, it was still blowing back and forth in the huge passage. The lighting equipment hanging on the wall was obviously left behind when Lu Weiran brought people here last time. It was less than 2 meters from the ground, but the range of illumination was very small. Although there were such lights on the left and right walls, there are also things like lanterns on the ground. They lined up like beacons to guide people forward. I say, Uncle Lu, the budget of the Alliance is not small, right? Can't you get 2 more lanterns? The blue-clothed young man grinned hard. If you had told me that we were going to walk in the dark, I would have brought 2 more lanterns. Did you bring a flashlight? This is too dark. I say, you stinking brat. Can't you just walk in peace? This place is so big. No matter how many lights you bring, there's no way to fill this place with light. Lu Weiran turned around and rolled her eyes. If you continue to nag, I'll throw you to the front. Then I'll take down the lanterns. Let's all crawl in the dark. Everyone, what an intimidating statement. Among the people present, except for Yin Nuashing and the other two, more or less knew about the existence of this little firecracker. At the very least, they had heard of him. They especially knew that he was familiar with some of the higher-ups of the Alliance of Cultivators. Now that he was cursing here, it was not easy for them to talk to him. Lu Weiran gave him face and did not care about it. If they casually spoke and offended him, they were afraid that they would be thrown out. All right, let's just walk forward. It won't be dark in front. Lu Weiran let out a long sigh. Although I don't know how it works, the space in front of us is a very spacious stone hall. However, it's a little strange. There are many stone statues in the huge stone hall. There's also the door that I've been telling you about. This time, we have to find a way to open the door. If not, we could just break the door. Stone hall? Stone statues? The door. Did you try to open it last time? The blue-clothed young man asked. We used some of the simplest methods, but the door didn't budge. I don't know if it's because we don't have enough strength, or if there are other conditions. Lu Weiran paused for a moment. After a while, she continued walking. If there are other conditions, then it'll be bad. What do you mean? When we first came to this passage, we actually encountered some situations. I've already told you about it. Oh, you did say that when we came to this space, it seemed like we walked into a mechanism room and we were beaten up by the artifact, right? The blue-clothed young man suddenly snapped his fingers. Then, what about the artifact now? They're all silent now. When we first came here, we've already dealt with it and paved the way. I've said before that the situation in front of the door can be controlled, so it's relatively safe. Lu Weiran shook her head. Other than that long-legged mountain just now, what we need to deal with is the possible situation behind the door. If we don't open the door this time, then we'll have come here in vain. However, the blue-clothed young man held the back of his head with both hands and walked casually with the group. His eyes drifted around, and suddenly it stopped on Yin Nuashing. Chuckling, he went up to her. What do you think, little sister? Everyone was stunned when they saw the person he was looking for. Yin Nuashing was also stunned for a moment. She was walking normally, yet she suddenly went up to him and asked him what he thought. How would he know what to think? She could not bear to look at him. Yin Nuashing tilted her head and glanced at the young man who was a few centimeters taller than her. After pondering for a while, she whispered, Stone hall, stone statue, door mechanism. Mechanism? Well, it's not impossible. To be more specific, we can only go to the scene and have a look. The blue-clothed young man pinched his chin and muttered. Then he went up to Lu Weiran and poked her back with his elbow. Uncle Lu, don't you have any more specific information? Lu Weiran sighed deeply. Be patient. We've only walked 2 steps. You'll know in a while. To be more specific, you can look at the scene yourself. There's nothing more specific than that. Then Lu Weiran turned to look at Yin Nuashing and hooked her arm around the blue-clothed young man's neck before whispering, Boy, do you know her? No, I don't. The blue-clothed young man shook his head. I just feel that they're very special. Look at the others. Why do they come here? I'll be very straightforward. I want cultivation techniques, artifacts, and resources. It's the same for the others. After all, this is a secret realm left behind by powerful fighters in ancient times, right? But look at them. Ever since they came in, they've been nonchalant. It's as if they're here for sightseeing. Lu Weiran was speechless. After all, they were powerful fighters in Heaven Realm, or even higher. Well, she would not tell this boy about it. A faint light suddenly appeared on the wall. They could see that the light had appeared out of nowhere. Then, it slowly extended into the distance at a speed that was much slower than light. It illuminated the top of the tunnel and also the area in front of them. They could vaguely see some things erected on the ground at the furthest end of the tunnel. We're here. We're here. Lu Weiran waved her hand and quickened her pace. Everyone keep up. Hundreds of people rushed out of the tunnel that suddenly lit up and came to a very spacious space. Cries of surprise could be heard everywhere. The space in front of them was very spacious. It was probably as big as dozens of football fields. The ceiling above them was inlaid with stone bricks. The ground under their feet was slightly exquisite and smooth. There were no gaps between the bricks. It was like a flat hole. The entire underground space looked like an underground palace. At the innermost part of the underground palace, there were two heavy stone doors that were more than 100 meters tall. They were probably the doors that Lu Weiran had mentioned countless times. This place is too spacious. The blue-clothed young man stood on his tiptoes and looked at the entire space. He had already seen the doors. His gaze fell on the ground in front of him. There were many strange stone pillars placed on the ground. As far as the eye could see, the entire underground palace was filled with these stone pillars. There was no pattern to it. Each of them was 2 meters tall. Even if their shapes were different, they were still 2 meters tall. Walking into these stone pillars was like walking into a small forest. There were also some strange patterns on the ground. They were too strange and difficult to recognize. This is the door I told you about. Lu Weiran pointed at the dusty door in the depths of the underground palace. Then, she looked at the blue-clothed young man. These stone lumps in front of us are the stone statues I told you about. Is there any pattern or meaning? This, I really can't tell. Lu Weiran let out a long breath and shook her head. I've compared them with the ancient myths that we recorded. The myths of Huaxia, the myths of the West. None of them match. I'm more inclined to believe that these are just decorations. Decorations? Huh? The blue-clothed young man murmured. He rubbed his chin and began to observe the stone statues. As he walked around the stone pillars and looked at the carvings on the ground, he muttered to himself, "Wrong, wrong, and why can't I tell?" After a while, he grinned and laughed dryly. I don't understand. Then, he turned his head and looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others. Little sister, do you know something? Yin Nuoxing was just yawning when she was suddenly called. She looked at him with a black face. Why are you asking me? Because you're beautiful. Yin Nuoxing. Chapter 1764. In the dusty underground palace, the heavy aura of time settled in every corner. Every brick, stone, and layout in this place had a heavy aura of history, but it was impossible to tell which place they belonged to. Whether it was legends or myths, it was difficult to connect them to the scene in front of them. They could not even calculate how long this place had existed. It was as if this place had been created out of thin air and had the attribute of ancient history. Its characteristic was that it was ancient. Other than that, they could not see anything else. The huge square in the underground palace was nearly 3,000 feet long and wide. It was like a chessboard that had been set up. There were thousands of stone pillars on the huge chessboard. When they walked into the chessboard, they felt as if they were in a forest of stone pillars. The stone pillars beside them were warriors in full armor. There were spearmen, crossbowmen, and cavalrymen. It was as if they were in an ancient battlefield and had returned to the scene where cold weapons clashed against their faces. It was such an imposing manner, but they could not feel the blood and cruelty of the battlefield at all. The group shuttled through the forest of stone pillars and kept looking around. Only a few of the thousands of stone pillars had the same shape. They studied them for a long time and even clearly looked at the carvings on the ground, but they could not tell what they were. They could not tell at all. The clean lines were clearly deliberately drawn. If they looked down at the entire ground from above, they might be able to see a clear and complete picture, just like the Nazca painting. But at this moment, they were walking on the ground. No matter how they tried to figure it out, they could only see the corners, and most of their vision was blocked by the stone pillars. Hey! Lu Wuxing suddenly shouted. His hands were wrapped around a relatively slender stone pillar. He clenched his teeth and used all his strength. Even his face was red from holding it in, but he still couldn't move the stone pillar a centimeter away. He put down his hands and lifted his leg to kick it fiercely. A few seconds later, Lu Wuxing squatted on the ground and hugged his right leg with a pained expression. Everyone could not help but look at him. This is the child of the Lu family. One of them has all points in strength, but his brain is not working well. The other is smart, but his strength is balanced out. But even a powerful person who has reached Earth realm culmination cannot move a stone. These stone pillars looked like they were made of stone, but they were obviously not made of stone. Their hardness and quality were far beyond what could be made with ordinary means. Even with the current level of technology, it was estimated that it would be difficult to make stones of such quality. I can't do it anymore. Uncle Lu, let's go take a look at the door first. After walking around the forest of stone pillars for a long time, He shrugged and said to Lu Weiran, "Didn't I tell you long ago?" Lu Weiran shook her head grumpily. "No matter how many times I look at this thing, it's strange. I can't find any similarities at all. It doesn't look like a Huaxia myth, nor does it look like a Western myth. It can't be a myth from ancient times. If that's really the case, then it'll be terrible. That's a period of time that can't be cleared and investigated." Everyone was also helpless. There were hundreds of people, and basically all of them were famous figures in the cultivation world. Each of them had their own knowledge. These hundreds of people had recorded at least 60 to 70% of the world's information. If they were to go back 3,000 to 4,000 years, there would be things that they could talk about. They didn't expect that as soon as they came in, they would fall into this strange place. An obvious gap could be seen in the middle of the heavy solid door. The two stone doors of unknown weight were tightly closed. Just standing under the door, one could feel an unusually heavy aura. If these two doors were to be smashed down, no one present would be able to get up again. Even the experts of the Four Seas realm would be punished. The young man in blue walked forward and pressed his hands on the stone door with force. He held in his throat and breathed out. Everyone watched him for a long time, but he didn't even let out a fart. They couldn't help but look away. Today's little firecracker had failed. I can't push it open. The young man in blue grimaced and reached out to knock on the door again. He turned to look at Lu Weiran. "Uncle Lu, you've already seen it once. Is there anything special about this door? You can't have gathered so many people here without any reason, right? There are traces of Dao marks on the door, but they're a bit shallow. I don't know if it's because it has been washed away for too long." Lu Weiran stepped forward and patted the solid door. She tilted her head and said to the young man in blue, "It should be impossible to open the door directly. I guess it should be related to the Dao marks on the door. You can also take a look at the door." The last sentence was said to everyone. The group of people listened and became a little more spirited. When they came in, they were either running or walking. Now that they finally had something to do, they hurriedly stepped forward and used their methods on the two impenetrable doors. Among the hundreds of people who came, half of them were proficient in magic tools and Dao marks, and the other half were proficient in martial arts. Very few of them took care of both aspects. Therefore, only half of the people walked to the door. The other half was responsible for watching the show. When necessary, they could even be a cheerleader. Yin Nuoxing and Hui stood about 10 feet away from the door and looked up at the two heavy stone doors. Zhou Zibai saw that they were indifferent and couldn't help but whisper, "Aren't we going to take a look?" "I'm looking. Don't worry, we can see everything at a glance from this distance." Yin Nuoxing responded softly. Stone door, stone door. It was just an ordinary stone door. It didn't seem to have too many magical features. He tried his best to find some very magical and special features, but he had looked back and forth at the two stone doors many times. He couldn't see anything. As for Dao marks, there were indeed signs of Dao marks, but they were very rare. Moreover, they weren't left behind after being washed away by time like Lu Weiran said. They seemed to only have a little bit of Dao marks. As for their function, well, it was just an access control. There should be other ways to open the stone door. Just by touching the access control, no one could get in without taking out the key. The space behind the door is tightly covered. Hui said to foam in the soul. His black eyes flickered with some golden light. There's no way to spy on it. For the power that has been sealed at this time, it's impossible to spy on it? Yes, it seems that you need to use a little strength to see the situation behind it. You don't need to release your power. You just need to use a little method. The movement can't be suppressed. Hui nodded. Do you see anything? Yin Nuoxing's gaze swept across the stone door and landed on the smooth stone ground behind it. She stared at the stone pillars. Sure enough, it's still related to these things. In the area where the stone pillars were placed, the stone ground seemed to be inlaid on the ground as a whole. It was relatively smooth. The other places were paved with cut stone bricks, which was deliberate and conspicuous enough. However, according to Lu Weiran and the others, the existence of these stone pillars might be related to legends, myths, and the like. Then this was troublesome. How long had they been on this star? How could they know the history that had been covered by time? They were really forcefully making things difficult for them. Hui looked for a while and gradually didn't want to use his brain. He showed signs of losing his patience and began to sway his body from side to side. From time to time, he would circle around the nearest stone pillar. Then, he stood on the stone pillar and looked around. He raised his head and looked up. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and jumped down to Feng's side. "Feng, how about I send you up to overlook this ground?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned. The cultivators in this world didn't seem to be able to fly in the air without special methods. If they wanted to be omnipotent, it seemed that they had to be in the heavenly realm, close to the level of mortal immortals. They didn't want to make too much of a fuss, so they had been following the rules. After all, there were outsiders here. There was no need to be too shocking. Anyway, it's just for show. After you fly up, just stick to the ceiling and pretend to stand with your strength. It's 300 to 400 meters high. It shouldn't be surprising to throw a person up. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes but nodded. Hui grinned when he saw this. Without saying a word, he grabbed Yin Nuoxing's collar and threw him up with all his strength. Yin Nuoxing shot into the sky like an arrow. The blue-clothed young man, who was a little bored because there was no progress in solving the puzzle, began to wander around. He happened to turn his head and saw this scene. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, you can do that. It's like a Nazca landscape painting. Of course, you have to look at it from above." Everyone turned their heads when they heard the exclamation. They happened to see Yin Nuoxing rushing to the ceiling and standing on top of it against gravity. He hung upside down like a bat and looked down at the entire underground palace. They could not help but exclaim in admiration. They really did not think that there was such a method. Subconsciously, they thought of getting someone to get a drone in to take aerial photos or something. Then, their thoughts were stuck. It would still take some time to get out of this place. Hanging upside down from the ceiling and overlooking the entire underground palace floor, Yin Nuoxing's gaze was slightly startled. Looking from this angle, whether it was the stone pillars or the ground beneath his feet, they all looked different. The stone pillars from top to bottom integrated into a pattern, and each stone pillar was an independent pattern. Even if there were many repeated patterns, when looking down, one could still see some traces that were not the same. But these round, flat circles, stone lumps, what does this pattern mean? Yin Nuoxing muttered to herself and couldn't help but frown. Little Angel also helped to observe from his perspective. At this time, he really wanted to directly mobilize a large amount of rule force to forcefully solve all the mysteries here. In a short while, he would probably know what existed here or what would happen here. At this time, the blue-clothed young man suddenly clapped his hands, looked up and shouted, "Little sister, take a picture with your mobile phone and let us see." Yin Nuoxing and Huey's face stiffened. Damn it, there was no such thing. He hurriedly borrowed a mobile phone from Zhou Zibai and threw it to Yin Nuoxing through Huey's throw. He fumbled for a while to understand this rectangular brick. After taking a few pictures, he released his bat form and landed from above. He put the picture overlooking the panoramic view in front of everyone. I still don't understand it at all. The blue-clothed young man came up to take a look and smiled bitterly. He scratched his head hard and said, "Uncle Lu, come over and take a look." Lu Weiran came up to take a look and turned to look at the two old men. Take a look? The two masters of the Four Seas realm took the picture of the mobile phone and fiddled with it for a long time, zooming in and out. Their old eyes reflected the bright pattern on the screen. Their brows, which didn't have many eyebrows left, frowned from time to time and then slowly relaxed. After a long time, they let out a long sigh. It looks a bit like some ancient array. Array? It doesn't look like it. The other old man of the Four Seas realm shook his head and pointed at the screen. Look at this part and this part inside. Ignore this part of the pattern and just look at some of these and these. There were many patterns engraved on the ground. Many patterns and chaotic lines were piled up together in one place. It looked very messy. Moreover, the lines and patterns were all put together with the same color. It was impossible to distinguish which part was which. It was like thousands of people writing their names on a huge white paper. It would also become very messy if one looked at it from high altitude. It looked like a hole from horizontal and vertical. Moreover, it was guaranteed that one wouldn't be able to find where one's name was written after leaving, as long as it was chaotic enough. The place that the old man pointed out was an area near the center of a big circle and a small circle. He also pointed out the mysterious patterns around it. There are 3 or 4 circles. 2 of them were the inner and outer boundaries, and the other 2 were used to surround the patterns that he pointed out. It happened to be in the middle of the 2 circles. Doesn't it look like a compass? You might as well say that it's a compass. Compasses are things that only appeared in modern times. This is something left behind by ancient experts. Why can't it be a compass? The predecessor of a compass was called a compass in ancient times. It's hard to say which of these 2 things came first. Besides, a compass has more than 1 or 2 circles. Anyway, that's what it means. I can't say the specifics. I just said that it looks like it. I think it looks like a star map, but it doesn't match up. Look, these patterns don't look like constellations, and they don't look like the stars or galaxies that have been observed. We're not experts in this area. Should we ask the people at the observatory to help us take a look? Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly as they listened to the conversation between the 2. They didn't even know where to solve the riddle. Compass, star map, and so on. It would be great if these lines could light up. When it came to star maps, Yun Nuashing reluctantly looked a little spirited. When everyone finished looking around and took out a photo to ponder, he also took Zhou Zhibai's phone and stared at the photo in a daze. For the time being, when he came to this world, he looked at the starry sky once or twice. Unfortunately, the photo in front of him didn't seem to match the stars that existed in the starry sky. If this scribbled ground was related to the stone door, he didn't feel any traces of energy. He couldn't find any traces of the 2 connecting and influencing each other, even if he scanned it with energy. The pattern itself doesn't have any energy movement. There isn't even any residual energy. Even the bottom is a solid stone lump. The only thing worth paying attention to is the pattern on the surface, Hui said in a low voice. Hui said in a low voice, but there are also some formations. As long as they are in place, they can be activated correctly. The energy will only appear at that time. Yin Nuashing handed the phone over. Then do you understand anything? No. Hui smiled bitterly and scratched his head. How can we figure out things related to this world so quickly? We can't use methods that are beyond common sense now. Otherwise, we can carefully use the power of the rules to touch it. This kind of thing can't be analyzed with a little power of the rules. I've seen it. Yin Nuashing let out a long breath. Unless we grab the heart of the world or use a slightly larger power of the rules. But then, I know, these things must be related to the starry sky. The sudden shout interrupted the sole communication between Yun Nuashing and Hui. Everyone was shocked and looked away from the phone to look at the young man in blue who suddenly shouted loudly. He put his left hand on his waist and pointed to the sky with his right hand. These are either stars or galaxies. In short, there are things in the starry sky, but he shouted and pointed to the ground. It's the starry sky that was observed thousands of years ago, and the location is unknown. This secret realm may not be able to directly observe the starry sky. Look at the island outside and see where it was thousands of years ago. This is indeed a clue. Lu Weiran nodded and looked at him suspiciously. But how can you be sure that this must be related to the starry sky? I'm just guessing. The young man in blue smiled and scratched his head. He couldn't help but look around. Didn't the ancients like to observe the stars at night? Look at the pyramids or something. Everyone. Just guessing? Lu Weiran rolled her eyes when she heard this. This kid was bluffing, but there was no need to get to the bottom of this. This kid had his own way of understanding things and was also very mysterious. Starry sky. Speaking of starry sky, Zhou Zhibai suddenly reacted and looked at Yin Nuashing and the others. She lowered her voice and said, Mr. Feng, you came back from Little girl, when it comes to stargazing, the things you see are different depending on the location. Hui grinned and explained, although it's under the same starry sky, the starry sky observed in another place is completely different, even if the stars are the same. Okay. Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly. This was true, but she had never been to the starry sky, so it was difficult for her to associate it with this aspect. After Hui finished speaking, he poked Feng's arm and said in the soul, How is it? What's the result of the reverse deduction? Yin Nuoxing's closed eyes opened slightly. An array of colorful light quietly released. Then she closed her eyes again. After a while, she responded in the soul transmission. The time of reverse deduction has been shifted to 10,000 years ago. Compared with the current starry sky, the coincidence rate is less than 10%. Excluding the big shuffle of the stars in the starry sky, it's almost certain that it's not. Yin Nuo opened his eyes and responded. The lifespan of the stars was very long. The lifespan of a mortal was only an instant compared to the lifespan of a star. If what was recorded here was really an ancient star, even if part of the starlight had dissipated billions of years ago, and the last ray of light had been observed by the people of the ancient era a few thousand years ago, to the present, it would only be one or a few stars missing. However, there are not many stars that can match up at all. What if we change the position? Moving within 1,000 light years, we can't find a similar image. Even if we include the thousands of years, the distance of this star system in the starry sky is not far, and the same goes for other stars. Not to mention that I'm directly observing from the star system. Yin Nuoxing continued to shake her head. When they finished, Lu Weiran also picked up a phone call. Her expression changed several times in a short conversation. She sighed and shook her head at everyone. The observatory said that they can't find the corresponding image. It's impossible to find it in a short time. The young man in blue suddenly came forward. Uncle Lu, is there a signal in this place? It's a magical instrument specially made by the Alliance. It's the same as a mobile phone, but it has some other communication functions. It uses the server outside as the center to communicate. Although there's no signal, this arcane realm doesn't cut off the connection of spiritual energy. Lu Weiran shook the magical instrument in her hand, then shook her head. Well, kid, your guess seems to be wrong. Let's start from another place. The young man in blue heard this and grinned hard. No, this is for sure, definitely 1,110,000%, something in the starry sky, but we can't compare it in a short time. Lu Weiran sighed. With the current level of technology, comparing star maps requires a fixed location. But this time, it involves time, and there may be a difference in location. Although the changes in the starry sky for thousands of years are not very obvious, the changes in the land under our feet are already very drastic. Let the observatory be busy for a while. Let's think about it here. Maybe it has nothing to do with the starry sky. Everyone couldn't help but sigh when they heard this. They were a little distressed. It was rare for them to come here, but they were blocked in front of the door. Now, they had to observe the stars at night. Yin Nuoxing yawned and tilted her head to look at Hui. It was rare for him to be willing to use his brain, and he was still swiping at the photo. His eyes were so focused and serious that Yin Nuoxing didn't want to disturb him. She simply stood by the side and let her senses spread out, directly observing the entire underground palace. Putting aside the topic of the compass star map and the starry sky, everyone threw the topic to other places to study. All kinds of methods were tested one after another. Whether it was hypotheses or legends, they tested and came up with ideas. Some studied the stone door, and some studied the huge pattern underground. But without exception, all of them hit the south wall hard and had to turn back. About 4 to 5 hours had passed, and they were a little discouraged and dispirited. What kind of broken place is this? What the hell is this place? Uncle Lu, you really know how to make things difficult for people. How can you drag us to such a strange place? The blue-clothed young man slumped on the ground, leaning against the wall and rolling his eyes. Lu Weiran was a little depressed when she heard this. How would I know it would be so difficult? On the way here, we only encountered some simple artifacts and solved them casually. Isn't it because we saw the traces of Tao on the door and felt that it was related to the artifacts? That's why we used this conference to find some people to explore the secret realm together. Headache. The blue-clothed young man patted his head in distress and looked around. Everyone was sitting on the ground to rest, somewhat dispirited. He glanced around and saw that the people from the Zhou family were also resting. No, the young lady and the other young lady who came with the Zhou family were still standing there. There was no movement for a few hours. One was staring at the stone door, the other was in a daze, and the other was looking at his phone. Zhou Zhibai's phone reminded her that it had run out of battery not long ago, and now she was using Uncle Lou's phone. "Young lady, did you see anything?" The blue-clothed young man couldn't help but shout. Everyone turned their eyes and looked at him. They didn't even have the strength to laugh at him at this moment. Yin Nuoxing raised her hand and waved gently. She said in her soul, "Then, Lord Guardian who rarely uses his brain, have you seen anything in these 4 or 5 hours?" "Oh!" We heard the voice and came back to his senses. He raised his head and stared at Yin Nuoxing with a serious face. "Feng, I think that kid might be right." "Starry sky?" Yin Nuoxing crossed her arms and didn't rush to deny it. She raised her chin and motioned for him to continue. A ray of golden light flashed in Huey's eyes. "Yes, this should be a starry sky, but it might be depicting another starry sky. If I'm not wrong." Yin Nuoxing was startled. "That's interesting. A secret realm located on this planet with life. The mystery left in front of the door, the clue itself pointed to another starry sky. The level of this problem suddenly sublimated and rose to the level of the void. As everyone knew, the void liked to joke. Where would the joke point to this time? Chapter 1765. Life forms were easily influenced by conditions, especially environmental conditions. For example, they came here from the distant 8 elements realm. Since they had nothing to do, they subconsciously thought that since it was something from this place, it must have something to do with this place, right? It was impossible for them to think that it was something from another world. Moreover, this was the 3 elements realm where 99% of the living beings didn't know what the void was. It was even more impossible for them to think that it was something from another world at once, right? Furthermore, this was the 3 elements realm where 99% of the living beings didn't know what the void was. Even the things they saw in the realm of the gods were basically things from the realm of the gods, unless some half-dead alien suddenly decided to bury himself in the realm of the gods and left something behind. However, in that place, crossing the void and the void was too common. It was not hard to imagine. Then, their cognition was restricted. That's right, whether it was Maple or him, they were all suppressed here. If he had not thought of something, they would probably be here staring at this photo for the whole night. Even the heavens did not know that this thing was from another world. After all, it could only manage its own territory. It could not manage other people's things. So, Yin Nuoxing took the phone from Huey's hand and looked back and forth for a while. Then, she looked up and said, "How do you know that this is from another world? Where did you get the information? Or is it just intuition?" Hui grinned and suddenly pointed at a pattern on the photo. The pattern looked like a mountain. The top part of the mountain and the bottom part of the mountain were both buried in the ground. The mountain was also wrapped in a circle. "Look at this." Yin Nuoxing glanced at it and looked up at him. "Don't tell me that this is the realm of the gods." How do you know?" Hui was about to say something and was stunned when Yin Nuoxing said it first. "It's really?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a few seconds. Speechless, she placed her hand on her forehead and said, "I was just guessing. After all, you must have come from another galaxy so quickly. You could only recognize some symbol from here. Plus, you pointed it out to me so cheekily. The only thing I can think of is, how did you know that this symbol is from the realm of the gods?" Hui smiled a few times and slowly said, "Feng, that's the universal pattern that other worlds made for the first great world of the 8 elements realm. We, the people of the divine realm, have our own logo, but it's only limited to the people of the divine realm. The recognition of our family must be based on their starting point. This is the pattern used to identify the people of the divine realm. I've also traveled in the Order Void. No matter what, they were all living beings who had traveled through tens of millions of worlds. Maple might be a bit less, but he had only traveled with them during the initial period of their expedition to other places. He had traveled to many worlds, but after everything had settled down, he had basically holed himself up in the God realm. He had truly traveled to many places, so he naturally knew about these things. But even if that's not the reason, you've actually seen this pattern before." Hui raised his hand and poked at the pattern. "This pattern was already there when we went on an expedition to other worlds." "Feng," You were just too lazy to remember it. Oh, that's a common occurrence. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him indifferently, then lowered her head to look at her phone. After a long silence, she slowly said, "That means this is a part of the galaxy that belongs to the Eight Elements realm. Considering the time in this world, it's something that happened recently? In terms of the timeline, it should be so." Hui nodded. There are many other planets with life under the same galaxy as the realm of the gods. Basking in the light of the realm of the gods, the level of life has reached a rather high level. This huge star map might be in that galaxy. It's located outside of the realm of the gods. Looking at the galaxy, it can include the realm of the gods itself. Hui finished speaking and stroked his chin. But this is just a direction. I'm actually quite worried that this is actually a manifestation of the void. Just try it one by one. Yin Nuoxing threw her phone to Hui and turned to look at the forest of stone pillars. She could not help but frown. Hui, if that's the case, actually, the problem is a bit serious. Don't you think? Hui was still looking down at the picture. After a while, he came back to his senses and his expression stiffened. All right, a map of the Eight Elements realm's galaxy has appeared in the realm of the Three Elements. This matter itself is a bit serious. It's that, right? It's really that void joke. The people of the Three Elements realm went directly to the realm of the Eight Elements. And not just that. Looking at the situation, it went there for some reason and turned back. In the end, it left all its belongings here. Did it die? God knows. Even the heavens don't know. Yin Nuoxing looked around and sighed softly, shaking her head. Anyway, I'll first compare it with the galaxy where the realm of the gods is. As long as it's indeed in the galaxy where the realm of the gods is, and it just so happens that the realm of the gods is included in the observation, then I'll have a general direction. Using the power of the realm of the gods across 4 primordial realms, we could not help but laugh dryly when he saw the faint light overflowing from his body. After a moment of careful observation, he found that it was just using the perspective left in the realm of the gods. It was not transferring power across the primordial realms. There was nothing unusual about that. To the realm of the gods, they were equivalent to half a clone. When necessary, they could indeed switch their perspective to the realm of the gods. No matter how far away it was, as long as the realm of the gods was not blocked by the void, there would be no problem. We saw that Feng had entered a state of concentration, so he simply relaxed a little in place. After jumping for a while, Feng suddenly came back to his senses and stared at him with a rather strange gaze. Hui was startled and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Why is your expression so serious? Is there a problem?" Yin Nuoxing lowered her head to look at the photo and said slowly, "For the time being, we've found the location. Using the realm of the gods' memories of the world where it once existed as a standard search, we found a position that matches 100% through external observation. This proves that there's indeed such a living star in the world where the realm of the gods once existed. The person who left this should have also recorded the scene that he saw at that time." The slightly vague statement obviously seemed to be deliberately hiding something. Hui, who had countless years of tacit understanding with her, could not help but look serious. "Then, what's the factor that you're not sure about?" "Time." Yin Nuoxing's beautiful eyes met his. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said lightly, "Making everything move against time, making the star go to the correct position, tracing back to the point in time where it once existed, the final position where time was fixed." Yin Nuoxing looked at Hui and said slowly, "The beginning of the 47th era." Hui and the little girl, who had been holding back for a while, were stunned. The beginning of the 47th era, in a light cluster of the same world as the realm of the gods, in a place half a starry sky away, an observation spot that matches 100% was found. The 47th era? Huey's eyes widened in the next moment. He said with horror, "It's already the 56th era now. A total of 9 eras. In terms of the lifespan of the lower primordial realm, this is already countless times of destruction and rebirth. The history of this world is only slightly more than 10 billion years. How is it possible?" The light cluster of the world, where the realm of the gods was located, was affected by the realm of the gods itself. Its lifespan was greatly extended in all aspects, including all the stars in it. Even though it had existed for more than 10 eras, it had not lost its vitality. Until now, it could still be seen that stars were constantly being born and destroyed. Some special stars had even burned for more than 10 eras. But that was the 8 primordial realms, and it was only special because it was affected by the realm of the gods. This place was the 3 primordial realms. Many conditions were. Yin Nuashing waved his hand to calm Hui down a little. Do you still remember that I told you about the characteristics of the abyss of myriad souls before we came here? This place has things that we can't figure out for the time being. He stroked his beautiful long hair with both hands and slowly said to himself, but since something has happened, there will be traces left. There will be marks of karma engraved in the laws, the void, or other places. There must be. Since this has happened, no matter the reason behind it, there must be a process and a reason for it. This is an established fact. We just have to pursue the process and cause of this fact. We just have to accept everything that has happened. That's how it is. Hui smiled bitterly and scratched his long hair. But when I think about it, it still feels a little unbelievable. There are too many things that don't make sense. Yin Nuashing looked around and said casually, I've asked you to do this. Can you do it? I can still do it. I can change the world core and adjust the strength of part or all of the laws to the extent that it can resist the void. I can guarantee that the world core itself will not be destroyed and preserve everything that once existed in this world. In this way, its birth and destruction can be exactly the same, or only the form after birth can be guaranteed to be the same. Then, I can preserve some of the more important things, such as this arcane realm. In this way, I can restore the scene that we see now, as if this world has not been destroyed after 9 years. Hui scratched his head and thought as he muttered, although there's a little trouble in the middle, but that's what I mean. But it requires a considerable amount of power to do it. Yin Nuashing pointed up. Do you still remember those things that we saw when we came to this planet? Those heavenly, God-level marks. Yes, those things have existed for a long time. I'm afraid it's really like what I said. The beginning and development of this world have been solidified for some reason. Hui smiled bitterly. He remembered that pile of heavenly God-level marks. I keep feeling that. It's a little interesting. This world seems to be hiding some secrets, but it's still the same problem. The people of the 3rd Yuan realm appeared in the 8th Yuan realm. The little girl looked up at them and said softly, the people of the 3rd Yuan realm, even the people of the divine race, have no way to break through the barrier of the Yuan realm and go to the 4th Yuan realm. However, some of the cracks and passages between the Yuan realms have a very low probability of opening. They can use this method to cross realms, and it's a one-way trip. There won't be a situation of crossing to the lower realms. That will lead to death. We know that too. When we first came here, we speculated about the situation here. We nodded. I even made a joke. I used up the luck of several lifetimes to come from the 3rd Yuan realm to the 8th Yuan realm. The probability is very low, but it's indeed possible. However, just the probability alone is already very difficult. Moreover, after crossing realms, they have to live in an unfamiliar place for countless years. The little girl curled her lips. The probability is tens of billions of times lower than the probability of the birth of an origin life form. So, do you think it's possible that the people of the 8th Yuan realm came here and brought people back? Yin Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. These words reminded him of something. He remembered that in the diary that Heavenly Destruction God had written, she had once stayed in the lower primordial realm and had brought people back. It's indeed possible. Yin Nuashing nodded and looked up at the stone door. Let's not talk about that for now. In short, the mystic realm in front of us was left behind by someone who went to the 8th Yuan realm. And for some reason, it returned here and left behind this mystic realm. Let's open the door first. You found a way. Hui quickly tilted his head. How do we open the door? I've already said so much. You still can't find a way to open the door? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at him and pointed at the phone in his hand. She pointed at the ground full of stone pillars. The stars returned to their positions. Do you understand? The stars you mentioned? We pointed at the stone pillars in a daze. Don't tell me it's these stone pillars? In the scene of the starry sky that I found at that moment, apart from all the patterns on the ground, which are all the stars corresponding to the patterns, there is a considerable amount of celestial bodies that were left out. It might be these stone pillars with independent patterns. Yin Nuashing paused for a moment, and her eyes flashed. That's what I thought at first, and I also wanted to say that. Hui smiled bitterly. You've already said what you thought. I just thought about it. Now, I want to correct you. But these stone pillars have no signs of energy at all. I think that there might be some missing information. Among these thousands of stone pillars, there is no stone pillar that represents the realm of the gods. That is to say, it's not as simple as just returning them to their original places. Yin Nuashing lowered her head and began to rub her bangs again. She looked around from time to time and stared at the stone door for a long time. She muttered to herself, if the key itself is not wrong, then could the remaining condition be on the door? Don't tell me you want to break the door? Hui could not help but tremble when he saw her expression. It was a very dangerous expression, indicating that she would make a move in the next second. Theoretically, yes. Yin Nuashing nodded. She turned into a shadow and rushed out, causing Hui to suck in a breath of cold air. Damn it. He was overthinking and forgot that there were many innocent passers-by here. If he just rushed over and smashed the door with a slap, wouldn't that be, boom? Wouldn't that be? Well, he forgot to stop her. The sudden loud noise from the underground palace made everyone who was resting in the corner tremble. They all stood up with a bang and looked in the direction of the door nervously and blankly. They saw that the girl with long, colorful hair had slapped the stone door at this moment. The entire underground palace trembled for a while because of this. Gravel and stone powder kept falling from the walls and the ceiling. What are you doing? You scare me to death. Can't you let me rest? The young man in blue glanced at the person who was cursing and quickly took the lead to run over. He moved closer to Hui and asked, Miss, did you think of something? Oh. Hui laughed dryly and replied, It seems that I have found some clues. Now, I just need to piece the clues together. Clues. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. What kind of clues would require them to break the door? The tumultuous underground palace shook for a while and slowly stopped. Yin Nuashing landed from midair and looked up at the two stone doors that did not move. Everyone was also waiting, but there was no movement for a long time. They could not help but feel a little restless. Where's the clue? What clue? Is this your clue? You just slapped the door? Lu Wuxing could not help but sneer. Playing to the gallery. You might as well. Shut up. Yin Nuashing looked back and glared at him fiercely. The power of the rules in her colorful eyes made everyone who saw this scene tremble fiercely. A strange impact surged into their hearts, as if they were being strangled by the Grim Reaper, making them unable to speak. He waved his hand and pointed to the side. If there's nothing else, go to the side. Annoying. We really wanted to know if he said ordinary or annoying now. He did not understand Feng's action of slamming the door. After all, he had been looking at the photo just now, and Feng had been staring at the door. The division of labor was clear. Perhaps Feng had already understood from the door. The place where he had slammed the door just now seemed to have some cracks. Oh, he seemed to understand. Feng, you punched the door on the right too. Hui hurriedly shouted. That's what I was thinking. Yin Nuashing nodded and jumped into the air. She turned around and slammed her fist on the door. The entire underground palace suddenly shook again. Everyone even saw a shockwave when she punched. They did not know if it had broken through the sound barrier. After taking 2 consecutive punches from a certain killer weapon, the 2 doors finally moved no matter how abnormal they were. A series of creaking sounds came from above, and the sound became louder and louder. Just when everyone thought that the 2 doors were going to fall down together, suddenly, a piece of stone weighing a few hundred kilograms fell from above and hit the ground heavily, splashing a lot of sand and dust. Then, more pieces of stone peeled off from the stone door like raindrops. Everyone saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly stepped back. From afar, it looked like it was raining, and there was even dust on the ground. This is the original appearance of the door? The blue-clothed young man instantly exclaimed. The door that had been peeled off revealed its true appearance. The left door was dyed with a dark purple and a clear blue starry sky background, while the right door was a mix of orange and fiery red, reflecting two different starry skies. When the two doors revealed their original appearance, dozens of rays of light shot out from various parts of the doors and landed on the ground behind everyone, illuminating the forest of stone pillars. With the illumination of the light, everyone realized that the lines of the mysterious pattern on the ground were gradually becoming brighter. It's going to open. It's going to open. The blue-clothed young man clenched his fists excitedly. Just when everyone held their breaths and thought that the door would slowly open with a rumble, the lines on the ground suddenly extinguished and disappeared completely. Only the 50 to 60 rays of light were left shining on the ground, but there was no more movement. What's going on? The blue-clothed young man asked in surprise, his expression frozen in excitement. Yin Nuoxing lowered her head and rubbed her bangs, murmuring to herself, "The clue still needs to be adjusted. What a headache." Hui also squatted on the ground with a troubled expression. The clue had been directly stated, not hinted, and the words were thrown right in their faces. This was the door left for the people of the Eight Elements realm to open, or for it to open itself in the future. But where did the person go? They didn't know. In the end, they didn't know what the guy left behind this secret realm for, and why he left it here. At this moment, everyone didn't say much. Lu Weiran waved her hand and asked everyone to go to the side. Yin Nuoxing was still looking up at the stone door. Hui was still comparing the stone pillars on the ground and the new rays of light. The little girl was running around, as if she knew something but couldn't grasp it. The little girl stared at the stone pillar that was close to the rays of light. After thinking for a while, she pushed the stone pillar hard and pushed it to the place where the rays of light shone. A rumbling sound shocked everyone. The stone pillar was ridiculously heavy. Even Earth Realm experts couldn't push it, but it was pushed by the little girl who didn't seem to have any sense of existence. Well, it doesn't look right. The little girl stood on the stone pillar next to them and looked at the pillar that landed in the rays of light. She shook her head. Nothing happened. Obviously, the train of thought was wrong, or the position was wrong. She turned and stared at the stone door. There are 61 rays of light. What's the meaning of 61? The little girl didn't care about anything and directly shouted at Hui. The number 61, does it have any special meaning in your world? No, what meaning can it have? Hui shook his head hard. Some of the rays of light shone on a stone pillar and some on the ground. Just now, it looked like something was about to be activated, but suddenly it retreated. The so-called condition might have been revealed, but something was still missing. Could it really be like what Feng said and let the stars return to their positions? Feng, let me see the star map from that time, Hui said through the soul transmission. Yin Nuoxing subconsciously threw the star map of the 47th era over. She was stunned. What are you planning to do? I have to try something. Staying here isn't a solution. Didn't you say that the stars have returned to their positions? Then I'll go and take a look. In the next hour, everyone watched Hui and the little girl move the stone pillars back and forth. The entire underground palace reverberated with rumbling and vibrating sounds. At this moment, they could only be ornaments at the side, acting as spectators. Suddenly, they felt that they were a little redundant. Phew, it's done. Let's see the results. More than an hour later, Hui used the stone pillars to replace the missing stars on the ground. Then, he turned to look at the stone door. The door didn't move at all. The rays of light were still there. Chapter 1766. In the huge underground palace, the heavy stone pillars repeatedly smashed into the ground as Hui continued to move. Yin Nuoxing was numb and a little dazed. She did not understand what was going on. The young man in blue, who was standing by the side, could not help but walk to her side. He wanted to say something, but his eyes were full of confusion. When he saw the same confusion in the young man's eyes, he did not say anything. After moving the stone pillars back and forth, another long 2 hours had passed. It had been more than 10 hours since they arrived at this broken door. Everyone was a little impatient with this stubborn stone, a star-shaped door. However, Other than the three people who tried to open it and seemed to know something, the others were in a state of confusion. At this moment, they could only wait patiently. After waiting for another half an hour, the young man in blue could not hold it in anymore. He quickly looked at Yin Nuashing and muttered, "Miss, do you know something?" Yin Nuashing glanced at him and turned to look at Hui. At this moment, the latter was squatting on the ground and pulling his hair in distress. He did not move for a long time. She did not know if he was tired from moving the things or was thinking about something. "I don't know." Yin Nuashing shook her head in response. We might know something, but he did not know. If he knew something, it was definitely not something important. How important could it be if he could not remember it at this time? It had been half a day, but they were still stuck in front of the door. Yin Nuashing seemed to hear a faint sound from someone's stomach. She had not heard this sound for a long time. Except for the three of them, the rest of the people present were not completely ordinary people. Even so, it was not to the extent that they did not need to eat. After standing here for half a day, they were indeed hungry. "Do you want to go back and rest?" Yin Nuashing turned her head to look at the crowd. It was rare for her to speak to them. It might take a while to figure it out. The young man in blue rubbed his stomach and whispered, "I'm indeed a little hungry. Uncle Lu, are you prepared?" Lu Weiran rolled her eyes and looked in the direction of the door. "The reserve troops are almost here. They're here to send us supplies. Well, just a meal." Not long after his voice fell, there was a burst of hurried footsteps from the direction of the door. More than a dozen people wearing a full set of magic tool battle robes rushed into the underground palace, their auras surging. Lu Weiran sensed that they seemed to have battled before and couldn't help but frown as she stepped forward to greet them. "How's the situation in the mystic realm?" "Sir, the changes in the environment have stabilized, and there shouldn't be any more changes in the next 12 hours. It's just that the situation outside isn't particularly good, but the situation in the underground palace is better," the new Alliance cultivator quickly responded with a salute. "In other words, if we can't solve it in a short period of time, we might have to retreat from here." Lu Weiran muttered. The newcomer nodded and said in a deep voice, "Sir, although this subordinate shouldn't talk too much, I still have to remind you that if there's really no other way, it's better to retreat as soon as possible. The situation in this secret realm is different from any secret realm we've ever controlled." Lu Weiran nodded and turned to everyone. "In short, let's take a break first." The young man in blue quickly ran to the big box that the newcomer was carrying. Although he was already prepared, he couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw that it was full of lunchboxes. Lunchboxes? Didn't you order something more high-end? I want to eat lobster." "Kid, you're used to eating delicacies. You're picky, aren't you?" Uncle Lu almost smashed his chopsticks on a young man's head and punched him fiercely. "It's good that there's something for you to eat in this damn place. If you don't eat, you'll starve for a while." The young man in blue grimaced and looked back at Yin Nuashing. He was about to take another lunchbox, but he saw that Zhou Zibai had already taken it, so he could only give up. He took his portion and squatted in the corner. He sighed and put the food into his mouth with tears. His mind was full of things that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, and swam in the sea. Zhou Zibai came to Yin Nuashing's side and whispered, "Mr. Feng, why don't you take a break first?" Yin Nuashing turned his head and waved his hand at her. "Well, there's no need. We won't be hungry, and we won't be tired so easily. It's just, sometimes we lack patience, such as now." He looked at Hui with his arms crossed and sighed. "After a while, if there's still no clue, it's almost time for me to open the door violently." Zhou Zibai's expression stiffened, and she said weakly, "The door, won't it tear down the underground palace?" Yin Nuashing shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Compared to that, I think you should consider retreating." Zhou Zibai was startled. Just as she was about to speak, she heard him continue, "Well, let's take a look first. I have a hunch that there shouldn't be anything good inside. Maybe it's not what you're looking forward to." Tilting his head, Yin Nuashing saw the little girl biting her chopsticks thoughtfully. He sighed in his heart. The things in the Eight Elements world, no matter what the situation is, it won't be a good situation here. It's even more so for the natives of this world. If there are some old antiques hidden in it, it's actually better. With the strength of the locals, they don't have the ability to use those old antiques. Unless they blow themselves up, there won't be any danger. The quality of the old antiques in the 8 elements world is top-notch in the 3 elements world. It's enough to last until the civilization of this planet breaks through the blue sky. However, just like how the origin energy and origin relics were a disaster rather than a blessing for order life forms, these ancient artifacts were still a rather frightening hidden danger. This was especially true in this place where the origin heavenly god's protection was ineffective. If anything were to happen to these ancient artifacts, they would definitely explode. If that happened, this entire void might sink, and unless something unexpected happened, they wouldn't be here, so they wouldn't know what happened. After a meal, it was another long wait. Looking at Hui and the little girl pondering, Yin Nuashing was about to doze off. At this time, he didn't know how much they were searching through their memories. If they couldn't find the exact location, it would be useless even if they knew the clues. Anyway, he didn't know these in his memory. He could only watch and see if Hui, who had a little impression, could come up with something. Hui was still puzzled by the stars all over the ground. He couldn't understand it no matter how he looked at it. From time to time, he would think of the number 61 that the little girl just said. Although it was the number of light beams on the door, he didn't quite understand the meaning of this number. Ah, the starry sky, the starry sky, you're just as maddening as the void. This stupid thing is making a brainless person like him start to have a headache. Why don't we just blow up the door? At worst, we'll blow up the things behind the door. This damn door doesn't look like the corresponding starry sky on the ground. What kind of constellation do you think these are? You even specially used a ray of light to mark them. Should I let Maple use the original light to compare the brightness? Speaking of which, there seemed to be people in the realm of the gods who had divided the stars in the starry sky into constellations. However, the people in the realm of the gods had lived for a long time. Once they wanted the information to keep up with time, it had to be updated continuously for more than 10 years. Sometimes, when the stars in the star region were blown up, the constellation might directly change shape. Therefore, not many people studied this thing. They just looked at it at night for fun. Constellation. Huey's mind was suddenly swept clean. As if he had caught on to something, he stood up abruptly. The little girl beside him was so scared that she stood up as well. She looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Constellation. Hui suddenly punched the stone pillar beside him excitedly. The ground rumbled and shook for a while. He suddenly jumped up as if he had a stroke. Maple. I got it. Constellation. It's a constellation. Yin Nuashing, who was yawning on the other side, was shocked by the sudden shout. Her sleepiness dissipated by a lot. Everyone in the underground palace also looked over. Constellation? The blue-clothed youth hurriedly went over. His face was full of curiosity. What constellation? It's... Hui subconsciously wanted to answer. When he saw everyone coming over, he suddenly calmed down. He rolled his eyes and waved his hand at everyone. Cough, cough, wait a moment. After saying that, he pulled Maple to the side and pulled the little girl. The 3 of them gathered together and whispered softly. Everyone at the side was stunned. They were a little confused and stunned. The southern skies, 61 constellations. When Yin Nuashing heard Hui mention this name, she frowned thoughtfully. After thinking for a long time, she still determined that he did not have this memory. I don't have any impression, because you don't know about this. Hui said softly, that's something that happened in the neighboring world of the realm of the gods. Although it refers to the 61 constellations, it's not really a constellation. The southern skies, 61 constellations, but it's not really a constellation. Yin Nuashing tilted her head and thought for a while. She said, are you saying that it's a representation of 61 people? You went to the neighbor's place? Yes, something bad happened there. Because it's the neighbor of the realm of the gods, I went to deal with it. At that time, you were in seclusion, so I didn't bring you there. It was also during that time that I learned a lot of things. The southern skies, 61 constellations, are equivalent to the ruler of their family. There's a total of 61 people. As we spoke, his expression became a little serious. Also, to be precise, it was actually a request for help. I brought people there to deal with it urgently. Request for help. Nuashing took a deep breath and began to think of the worst. What happened? We looked in her eyes and said word by word, chaos attack. The little girl was stunned. The atmosphere changed instantly. She raised her head and looked at Nuashing. This guy's atmosphere changed from a guy who was staring blankly at the sky with a bored expression to a dangerous person who was ready to destroy the void at any time. That was probably the first time I encountered the true power of chaos. Although I was already at the peak of origin in the 47th era and had begun to prepare for the path to the primeval realm, my understanding of order and chaos was far less than in the 51st era and now. At that time, I could recognize it, but I couldn't. Which part of it you couldn't recognize? Nuashing narrowed her eyes. Now that I think about it, Hui raised his head and fell silent. He was probably recalling and comparing. After thinking seriously for a long time, he slowly said, maybe it's the power of chaos at the level of the concept body of chaos. In the 47th era, it fought to the neighboring realm of the gods. The little girl almost choked to death when she heard this. Her face was full of horror. It shouldn't be wrong, but it's a relatively lazy kind. That is, it doesn't have a strong will to fight. Moreover, it's not a clone of the concept body of chaos or something else. It should be a power that was divided. It's equivalent to the power of chaos that directly affects the divine shadow clan. It's just that this time, it didn't encounter a carrier and attacked in the form of pure energy. Nuashing took a deep breath and asked, what happened after that? After that, your neighbor is gone. Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly as he said this. Nuashing and the little girl were stunned. Defeated by the power of chaos? We used the power of chaos. Hui gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly. After holding it in for a while, he stammered, repelled it. Yes, repelled it. Then, when it left, it swept the entire continent away. Nuashing and the little girl. You call that repelled? This bastard was basically saying, after paying the price of 10 million lives, we finally ushered in victory. The enemy fled pathetically and even swept our house away. Anyway, it sounds more like fled pathetically. The little girl couldn't help but say. But that's the situation that day. We couldn't help but smile bitterly. When our situation was getting more and more dangerous and terrible, I was ready to call for all the power of the realm of the gods to help at that time. It was also at this time that the power of chaos suddenly swept the continent that had turned into a purgatory and rushed into the void. It began to disintegrate and explode. The scattered power of chaos melted into the void. Then, there was no then. Everyone present was in a state of confusion. I was still holding the magic circle like an idiot, ready to call for the power of the realm of the gods. I almost asked for your help. All in all, that was the first time in my life that I encountered the power of chaos. Then, it was barely a Pyrrhic victory. Huey's smile became even more bitter as he spoke. Even if the power of the chaos concept body was a little lazy, the power of the chaos concept body had turned the entire continent into a mess and almost wiped out. This was the outcome of the first battle with the chaos. And at that time, he hadn't reacted. After the surprise attack by the power of chaos, there weren't many people left on that continent. They were all brought back to the realm of the gods. 9 eras have passed. It has long become one with the realm of the gods. Nuashing turned to look at the stone door that manifested the starry sky. The message here, is it left for the people of that continent? Or is it that the message is to guide us to recall what happened on that continent? Maybe the latter. He also tilted his head. It was its fortune to be born with the realm of the gods. Because of that, it received conditions that other worlds didn't have. Its light was completely overshadowed by the realm of the gods, which was its misfortune. Therefore, even if it was a rather strong continent, not many people knew about it. The message left here is obviously to inform those who can understand this message, including the thing behind the door. The three of them fell silent at the same time. The one who left the secret realm here was either the life form that destroyed the continent or the people from the realm of the gods who knew about it. The little girl blinked and turned her head to whisper, if that's the case, do we still have to bring people in? If we bring people in and continue exploring, won't it be dangerous? After all, it's something from the 8 elements realm. Ah, this is also a very difficult problem to solve. Hui smiled bitterly and scratched his head. The three of them turned to look at the people who were waiting in the distance. Everyone was startled when they noticed that the three of them were looking at them with slightly strange gazes. These thoughtful gazes made it easy for people to think of a bad thing. Do you think I should shout at them and go back now? Hui smiled bitterly in a low voice. They will think that we want to monopolize the secret realm. Yin Nuoxing spread her hands. How about using spiritual suggestion? No, they're not ordinary people. We have to use a little bit more power than just a little bit. But if we use spiritual suggestion, I'm afraid that if we don't control it well, we will turn them into fools. Hui smiled bitterly. It was only at times like this, when they had to use a little bit more power, that they couldn't control themselves. They were completely used to the situation where they went on a killing spree in the void. Even if they were in a self-sealing state at this moment, their energy was not completely quiet. If they wanted to return to the situation where they only used a little bit of power a long time ago, they would have to calm down again for a long time. Right now, they were still in a flammable and explosive state. Then there's no other way. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief and hinted with her eyes. Be careful when you walk. Now, open the door. If we don't go in and take a look, we won't know what message the person who came here left behind. All right, let's take one step at a time. It's easy now that we know that it's the 61 constellations of the southern sky. I remember the pattern of the 61 people. If there are no accidents, the 61 light beams should be exactly where they are. Hui nodded and skipped towards the forest of stone pillars. He pushed the stone pillars back and forth again. This time, it wasn't as if there was no reaction after pushing for a long time. With the activation of rules and logic, the stone pillars that were illuminated by the light beams suddenly lit up brightly. The entire stone pillars were dyed in the color of the starry sky by that ray of light. Oh, there's movement again. The blue-clothed young man immediately jumped up. This time, it will definitely open the door, right? If there are no accidents, Yin Nuoxing, who walked out from the forest of stone pillars, casually replied when she heard this. So, little sister, do you know the mystery of this place? The blue-clothed young man asked curiously. Everyone also pricked up their ears curiously. You can say that. Yin Nuoxing nodded and gave a simple response. She didn't intend to continue speaking. This made everyone who wanted to listen to the secret of this place helplessly suppress the curiosity in their hearts. In the next few minutes, Hui quickly returned the 61 constellations of the southern sky to their positions. Yin Nuoxing noticed that when every stone pillar was placed in the correct position, the mysterious pattern on the ground would spread with a silver luster, as if something was about to be activated at the beginning. The starry sky-colored stone door would also tremble slightly, and a handful of dust would fall. Buzz! After the 61 stone pillars were placed in the correct position, the mysterious pattern on the ground all lit up with a silver light. The starry sky stone door's light fell on the stone pillars and faintly reflected in the air, blending with the silver light. At the place where the light converged, everyone vaguely seemed to see a vast and boundless starry sky. They saw a huge island floating in the starry sky, covered with billions of stars like stars surrounding the moon. Oh my, this even projected the pattern of the realm of the gods. We returned to Maple's side and saw the scene in the light. He almost sucked in a breath of cold air. The pattern of the realm of the gods floating in midair turned into fragments of silver light and exploded in the next second. It turned into specks of silver dust in midair and drilled into the starry sky gate in front of them. The gate also lit up with countless energy lusters with a click. The two gates silently opened inwards, revealing another similarly dim and dark space. Everyone who had been waiting for a long time became slightly excited when they saw this. Although it may not be of any use, I still want to mention it. We glanced inside and scratched his head as he looked at everyone. According to the history left behind in this place, it's most likely not fun inside. You spent so much effort to open the gate and not go in to have a look? The young man in blue couldn't help but mutter. He looked at everyone and frowned with a slightly unwilling look. He held the back of his head and said casually, "I don't care if there's anything inside. I just want to walk around inside." What kind of strange request is this? Hui was stunned. This is just walk around inside. The young man in blue nodded and smiled bitterly in his heart. After all, this is the mission requirement. But someone couldn't help but say, "That's enough." Lu Weiran waved her hand and walked in front. She turned around and looked at everyone. They opened the gate. If you think that you can know more than others after being in a daze here for more than 10 hours, just rush forward. But if anything happens, you'll be responsible. Everyone instantly fell silent. Lu Weiran turned to Hui and said softly, "We'll simply explore. If there's something wrong, you can give the order and all of us will turn back. Okay? Okay, let's go." Hui nodded. Lu Weiran also nodded and led the people of the Alliance inside. Our Alliance will lead the way. Pay attention to your surroundings. I feel that the atmosphere has changed. When everyone walked through the gate, Lu Wuxing, who was walking at the back, couldn't help but smack his lips. What's with the arrogance? Giving orders after opening the gate. Maybe it's just luck. He stretched out his hand and pressed on his shoulder, shaking his head. Lu Wuxing saw this and could only reluctantly shut his mouth. The group walked into the space of a gate and felt that the surrounding temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees Celsius. An inexplicable chill surged into their bodies. Then, endless darkness swallowed all the remaining light in front of them. In the darkness, everyone immediately tried to spread out their divine sense. But after trying for a while, they couldn't sense anything. Their ears could only hear the sound of footsteps. In front of them was darkness where they couldn't see their own fingers. They couldn't see anyone and could only hear sounds. The nameless fear was like a demon's claw that squeezed their hearts. Even their breathing could not help but stop. "Breathe. Concentrate." A faint voice suddenly rang out in the darkness, causing everyone who was about to be swallowed by the darkness to come back to their senses. Maintain your steps. If you can't maintain your consciousness, then count how many steps you've taken. Zhou Zibai heard the voice coming from the side. She couldn't help but stretch out her hand to feel around. Soon, she touched an arm. She subconsciously grasped it and asked nervously, "Feng Ling, is that you?" "I'm here, don't worry." The response from the side made Zhou Zibai breathe a sigh of relief. This place, it's a bit strange. Even my divine sense has been swallowed. I can't even go an inch out of my body. The voice of the blue-clothed youth came from the darkness, causing a commotion. "Is it too late for me to quit now?" Hui suddenly let out 2 sinister laughs. "I just told you. It's too late to regret now. Look behind you." Everyone swallowed their saliva and looked back. It was endless darkness. The light in the underground palace had completely disappeared. They didn't know when the gate had been closed silently. Looking back at the front, there was endless darkness. It was dark and deep, as if something existed in the darkness. Chapter 1767. In the endless darkness, many places seemed to be similar. The darkness seemed to be similar, and the faint suppression seemed to be similar. However, it was not as pure as the void. In fact, the darkness here was just darkness. The space was not narrow. In the senses of Yin Nuoxing and Hui, the space in this place was actually slowly getting bigger. Taking out a light at this moment was actually TSK. The flashlight doesn't work. Can this place even swallow light? The sound of a switch clicking in the darkness made Hui, who had just come up with this idea, laugh dryly in his heart. It seemed that ordinary light would not work. The darkness here was, after all, well, it was probably pure darkness that suppressed some senses. They should be able to use a little energy to illuminate it. However, at this time, they should not do those eye-catching things. When they opened the door, it had become very suspicious. They came out for a vacation and did not want to get into trouble. It was better to keep a low profile for the rest of the journey. When Hui made up his mind to control himself, the surrounding scene seemed to begin to glow slightly. There's light. It's gradually brightening. The blue-clothed young man's muttering made everyone quickly hold their breath and look around. The first place where a faint light began to appear was the road beneath their feet. A deep blue color appeared in the dusky darkness. Many spots of light appeared faintly on the ground and gradually became brighter. The area was also continuously expanding. When the blue road beneath their feet became very clear, the scene in front of them also became very clear. When the eyes that were looking forward caught sight of this scene, some people could not help but exclaim softly. Their voices were filled with amazement and disbelief. The light of billions of stars turned into the only light in this dim setting, flickering in the distance. The light of the endless falling stars turned into substance, paving a starry avenue under their feet that led to the galaxy. In the distance, there were stars flashing in front of their eyes, dragging a long tail like a distant meteor. In the place where the meteor disappeared, a huge shadow revealed its true body with a rapid bright light. It was a huge planet. Its huge volume lay directly in front of the starry avenue, looking very oppressive. The bright light came from the right side. Some people turned their heads curiously and took a few steps back when they saw the source of the light. It was a fiery red giant, huge in size. As long as you turned around, you could see its magnificent figure. It was as if you could reach out and touch it. It was the most expansive background in the starry sky. The red giant was actually very far away from them, but because it was so huge, it looked very close to them. Furthermore, there was definitely some energy or rules left behind here that had been processed. With their self-sealed, mortal bodies, they could directly see the outline of the star without being blinded by the endless sea of light. This could only mean that there had been some kind of arrangement here. It should have been done deliberately by the person who left behind the secret realm. Wow! Zhou Zibai couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "The starry sky." I didn't expect to see the starry sky in this life. She suddenly leaned close to Yin Nuoxing's ear and whispered, "Mr. Feng, is this what you saw in the starry sky?" "Well, from our point of view, it is indeed so." Yin Nuoxing nodded slightly and said, "The starry sky left behind in this secret realm is a real starry sky. It is a place that has been artificially processed, so your eyes can directly capture the faint traces of light instead of being drowned out by the fire of the sun. With your eyes, you should not be able to see such a scene. What you see should only be lumps of scorching light. It can't be called a beautiful scene. In fact, if you really came to the normal starry sky with such a scene, you would have been burned to death or died of lack of oxygen, or your bodies would explode from the air." Zhou Zibai couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "That is to say, someone deliberately left this scene so that we can see such a magnificent starry sky." Hui tilted his head and looked at Feng and said in their souls, "How is it? Is it the starry sky of the realm of the gods?" "No, it's just an ordinary starry sky. There is no shadow of the realm of the gods here." Yin Nuoxing shook her head, and the senses that she had secretly released were now retracting from a distant place. "The starry sky is very large, and the rules are complete. It is not the rules of the eight elements realm. There should be nothing to pay attention to. For most living beings, the starry sky was a fantasy country that they yearned for but could not reach. It was not easy to come to a place that was exactly the same as the starry sky outside, so they emptied their minds and stared with all their might. They even took out their phones and other things and had the time to take a panoramic view. Feng Ling, here. Zhou Zibai wanted to say something to Yin Nuoxing, but when she turned around, she saw the three of them huddled together and discussing something. From time to time, they stretched out their fingers and pointed at the starry sky, as if they had found something worth paying attention to. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Speaking of which, Mr. Feng and the other two seemed to be able to cross the starry sky at any time. They might have seen such a scene too many times, so they were not too amazed. They were more concerned about the space of the secret realm itself. "Look, there is something in front." Someone suddenly pointed to the front and said, drawing everyone's attention from the starry sky to the front. They all turned their heads and looked forward. At the end of the avenue of stars under their feet was a huge platform. It was simply a platform suspended in the starry sky. There was nothing special about it, and they couldn't see anything around it. The last part of the Avenue of Stars took them a full half an hour to successfully reach the platform. Standing here and looking into the distance, it was as if they were looking at another piece of land. The hundreds of people standing on the square platform were like a grain of rice. They didn't know how spacious the platform was. In the center of the platform was a mark engraved on the ground. If they calculated the area, it should be 1/10 of the size of the platform. It was a sea urchin mark. This place is empty. Lu Weiran looked around and quietly looked back at the three people walking in the middle of the group. She thought for a moment, then said to the people of the Alliance, "Let's gather first. The situation here is strange. It is not what we thought. If we are separated and encounter something, it will be difficult to deal with it." It took them more than 10 minutes to jog from the landing point to the center of the huge platform. At this time, everyone had more or less recovered from the shock and amazement of the starry sky. They focused their attention on the platform in front of them. Only now did they notice that it was empty. If the wind blew, there was nothing to block it. They couldn't help but be stunned. Is there really nothing? Maybe there is something. It just depends on whether someone is willing to take it out. A strange voice suddenly sounded from the side, startling everyone. They turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. It was the big guy from the Lu family whose brain was full of muscles. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. "What are you looking at? Did I say something wrong?" Lu Wuxing rolled his eyes at everyone and spat on the ground. He cursed at Yin Nuoxing and the others and shouted, "We've already come this far. Are you still planning to hide it?" Everyone's expression was strange. This guy's words, Yin Nuoxing and the others were discussing the design and layout of the space. Before they could figure out what was inside, they were suddenly shouted at. The three of them were also stunned. They looked at each other with the words, "This guy has a problem with his brain," written all over their faces. They then lowered their heads and continued to mutter, ignoring him. Lu Wuxing, who was directly ignored, was so angry that the veins on his head were about to explode. He was already hostile to Yin Nuo planet, and now he was angry. Just as he was about to walk forward, the blue-clothed young man suddenly blocked his way. Hey, you idiot whose brain is full of muscles. Did you eat the wrong medicine when you were born?" The blue-clothed youth crossed his arms in front of him and blocked his path. He turned his head and looked at Lu. "You don't plan to control your own people? It's not wise to let him go out and bite anyone he catches." Everyone rolled their eyes. "You're just a little firecracker of the imperial capital. No one has the right to talk about others." He looked at Lu Weiran, who was about to turn her attention to them. He stepped forward and pulled Lu Wuxing. He shook his head at him and pulled him back without saying anything. The blue-clothed youth rolled his eyes and curled his lips. The Lu family is really hard. They spent so much effort to raise this guy. Unfortunately, he's a guy whose brain is full of muscles. He's also a brainless guy who doesn't want to listen to anyone. Lu can hold him down once or twice, but he can't hold him down forever. Looking at how this guy with grass growing on his head is holding back his energy to cause trouble, I'm afraid he'll cause trouble. The sound of cursing suddenly disappeared. Yin Nuoxing also shifted his attention slightly. He raised his head and saw the blue-clothed young man, revealing a bright smile at him. He used his eyeballs to point at Lu Wuxing, who was nestled at the side. He could not help but roll his eyes at the young man. Well, the space here is hidden by the rules. It will take a while to unlock it in this state. A faint light flickered in Huey's hand, and a looming chain appeared in his palm. Compared to this, is it really okay for us to unlock it layer by layer like this? The owner of the secret realm doesn't seem to want outsiders to touch the things hidden here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put a mystery at the door and an empty shell to hide everything. Yin Nuoxing nodded. The situation here seemed to be like this. The door was the first layer of encryption, and there was a hidden thing behind the door. These things were not left for ordinary people to see. These things could not be unlocked by the creatures of the three elements realm. They were left for special people to check the situation, or they were left for themselves in the future. However, he still did not understand why they left these things in the three elements realm. Those who had the ability to cross realms and left behind things that could not be destroyed for several eras had to be at least in the divine realm. Why did they leave these things in the three elements realm? Why did they leave them in the three elements realm? The traces of the eight elements realm are a disaster in the lower elements realm. The little girl suddenly spread her hands and sighed. When I was wandering around in the greater elements realm, I saw some things from the upper elements realm in the lower elements realm. Most of them are from the eight elements realm. A small portion is left behind by people from the seven elements realm. For the people of the lower elements realm, touching them casually will result in destruction. We laughed bitterly. This is quite rare in the entire void. Our world is already in such a situation. There shouldn't be many who still have the mood to go to the lower elements realm. Not many. The little girl continued to spread her hands. But just one is dangerous enough. Trash needs to be sorted. Other places have the effect of shielding and suppressing, except for this place. You see, isn't this situation exactly the same as that extremely dangerous situation? Let's assume that the power left behind by Feng Ling in this world is at full capacity and in its complete state. If one is not careful, it will explode. We thought carefully. Then, I think the three elements realm might have to go through a lot of trouble to repair it on a large scale. Yin washing. Don't talk about me in front of me. Cough, cough. We coughed dryly. The ball of light in his hand suddenly emitted a brighter light. Then, it exploded with a bang, turning into fragments of light and dissipating in the starry sky. He laughed softly and said, "All right, then I won't talk about you. We should move on. No matter what is hidden here in the end, since we're here, how can we not cause trouble? Cough, cough. How can we not take a look around? The rules of this space have been broken by brute force." Yes, it was a brute force break this time. Although the scale was a little small and there was no movement, the space had not officially changed. It still needed a little stimulation. Got it. I'll let you open the way. We looked around and found that the blue-clothed youth was strolling around with nothing to do. He suddenly grinned and flicked his finger. A gust of wind blew through the starry sky. The blue-clothed youth had just lifted his left foot when the gust of wind that contained the aura of the starry sky suddenly blew past, causing him to stagger. He staggered 2 steps forward and stepped on the sea urchin symbol in the center of the platform. He fell flat on his face. Buzz. The buzzing sound of energy suddenly sounded. Everyone on the platform was shocked. They turned their eyes abruptly and saw the small firecracker lying on the sea urchin symbol. The symbol emitted a faint white and orange light. Suddenly, some white shadows appeared in the starry sky in front of the platform. It was as if something was floating from the starry sky little by little. The white color faded and became solid. A starry avenue leading to the starry sky appeared in front of them. It was a slender passage with hundreds of millions of stars surging. Compared to the passage dotted with stars just now, it was more like a long river cast by light. At the end of the long river, in the distance, there was another vast scene. A huge floating island was quietly suspended in the starry sky. Its length and width made it difficult to take in the entire floating island at one time. Its majestic size was more shocking than a star. Just looking at it made people's hearts tremble. You fell and created the road? The blue-clothed youth scratched his head and jogged forward with a smile. Since when did you have a talent for luck? When everyone saw the bridge that looked like a river of stars, they hurriedly ran over. However, this road that looked like it was made of countless streams of light did not look very safe. They kept feeling that if they stepped on it, they would fall into the starry sky. Although this starry sky scene could no longer be described with common sense. It's amazing. This passage is completely cast by light. The 2-4C realm elders of the Alliance couldn't help but sigh. The ancient powerhouses could still do this. I can't imagine what kind of grand scene it would have been in that distant time. Lu Weiran stood in front of the bridge of light and pondered for a moment. He nodded to everyone and stepped on the bridge. The moment his foot touched the ground, his body suddenly turned into a fiery red ball of light. With a whoosh, he rushed toward the top of the bridge. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. They looked at the light that Lu Weiran had turned into for a while and saw that he was fine. They also walked onto the bridge cast by light and turned into balls of light that rushed toward the floating island. A passage for the transformation of energy form. We studied it for a while and nodded. As expected, this was left behind by the people of the destroyed continent. This is the passage from their home. I haven't seen the exact same technology in the starry sky yet. The three of them also turned into balls of energy and surged on the bridge of light. Hui then continued. It seems to be made with reference to the characteristic of turning into energy form for a short while after crossing the world barrier. In fact, it contains a lot of the power of rules. In terms of speed, it seems to be able to reach the level where there is no speed limit in the form of rules, which is instant transmission. That island seems to have been torn off from something. The little girl's voice came, causing Yun Nuashing and Hui to turn their gazes. The huge island floating in the starry sky had an overlooking angle of more than 100 million miles. It was fine to look at it from the front, but if one looked at the side of the floating island, one could clearly see that there was a huge tear on the side and directly behind them. It seemed to have been forcibly torn off from somewhere. There were many huge pieces of broken stone floating on the other side of the tear. Under the illumination of countless starlight, countless shadows were cast on the back of the island. It looked a little shocking. We looked at foam. Energy traces? 0. Well, for the time being, there is no energy. But this island doesn't look like a product of the three elements realm. Look at its huge size. There is no need to think about it. It is definitely a special product of our 8 elements realm. The only thing we pay special attention to in the 8 elements realm is the size. It has to be big. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. He cannot deny this point. A city in the Pantheon realm could easily span hundreds of thousands of miles. Ordinary planets with life were dozens of times larger than the planets here. The same was true for the size of stars, not to mention the size of galaxies. Just like the floating island in front of them that spanned 100 million miles. In short, this thing was definitely a product of the 8 elements realm, and it was only a part of it that was torn off. They did not know how big the main body was. The teleportation on the Galaxy Avenue ended in 10 minutes. Balls of light landed on the floating island and returned to their original form. They looked around and saw that there were also buildings on the huge floating island. In addition, there were also mountain ranges. It seemed to be divided into many huge regions. It was a completely different world. When they arrived on the floating island, they saw that there were countless pieces of debris of different sizes floating in the starry sky around the floating island. It was difficult to count how many pieces of debris there were in each of the rings. I'm afraid there are more pieces of debris here than in the asteroid belt. Their sizes are generally bigger than that. Could it be that a huge planet was blown up here? Someone could not help but ask. We wanted to say that it was the dandruff that was produced when it was blown up. Well, seeing the serious atmosphere here, he did not say it. The buildings in the distance were hidden in the wilderness and mountains. Everyone could only see the corners. They were skyscrapers. Things that were even more exaggerated than skyscrapers. They were thousands of meters tall, 4 to 5,000 meters tall, and even 50 to 60,000 meters tall. They stood there like giant towers that reached the sky. They were even taller than the mountains in front of them. Just by looking at their height and size, they could feel a sense of heaviness. I think so. The blue-clothed young man suddenly raised his hand to attract everyone's attention. I think there should be a small problem. Lu Weiran was startled. What problem? The blue-clothed young man rubbed his hands. We seem to have been exploring this place as a secret realm left behind by the strong people of ancient times, right? Everyone nodded suspiciously. That was right. Didn't they say that it was a cave or a secret realm left behind by the heavenly realm or the immortal among immortals? There should be many people here who have some understanding of the ancient times. All of you, right? At our level, more or less, we should have some understanding of that era, right? Everyone nodded again, but this time, only 2/3 of the people nodded, indicating that they did have some understanding of that era. The blue-clothed young man pointed at the tall tower at the end of the mountain. Do you think there would be a building of this scale on Earth thousands of years ago? Buildings 30 to 40,000 meters tall, 50 to 60,000 meters tall, covering millions of hectares of mountainous land. In the past, there were caves and secret realms that had existed for too long and could no longer be hidden and were exposed to the sea. Or in desolate places, there were also broken buildings and some things there. You should have seen them all, right? No. Well, Uncle Lou, you must know. Lou Weiran shrugged. I've learned about all the things that I can get in touch with in the country. I can only touch the corners of the news abroad. Well, what do you want to say? Be straightforward. I've said what I wanted to say. Don't you think this place is very strange? This mountain, this building, this place, the cave of a mortal immortal that was exposed a year ago, I don't believe that no one here has really not been there. The blue-clothed young man glanced at everyone. Seeing that they were all lowering their heads and scratching their heads in embarrassment, he laughed. You've all been there. You're all people who have seen blood. Why are you pretending to be embarrassed? How do you think the architectural style and scale of that place are compared to this place? Take a look for yourselves. Indeed, many places are different. Whether it's the style or the size, they're all too abnormal. It's like the traces of another civilization. Lou Weiran nodded solemnly. General Lou, are you trying to say aliens? Someone muttered in a low voice. Then he laughed and scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm just saying, how old am I to still believe in such things? The blue-robed young man grinned and coughed lightly to draw everyone's attention. Ahem. What I mean is, this place is too weird. It doesn't make sense. I don't have a good feeling about it. Why don't we just leave? If you're scared, you can go back by yourself. Don't bring us along to hide your cowardice. The small firecrackers of the imperial capital are nothing more than this. Someone couldn't help but laugh. The blue-clothed young man's expression changed. He glared fiercely at that person and said coldly, It seems that the last time in the secret realm of the mortal immortal, you didn't hurt enough. What? Who gave you the courage to dance on my face now? There are only so few people from your family here. It's not enough for me to eat. If you're not convinced, come, let's fight. All right, stop talking. If you want to quarrel, go outside. Lou Weiran waved her hand and looked at the blue-clothed young man. You mean? The blue-clothed youth scratched his head and laughed dryly. Uncle Lou, I really have a bad feeling about this. Last time, when I told you about it in the mystic realm, it happened after a while. I can't possibly lie to you. Then, Lou Weiran hesitated for a moment. Should we retreat? Let's go. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape if we're late.